Well, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, honoured guests, a very good morning to all of you, and welcome to Day 2 of the Future Minerals Forum 2026. I do hope that you had a restful evening and perhaps even a moment to reflect upon the conversations that we began here yesterday about scale, about urgency, and the growing role of minerals in shaping economies, security, and development. So before we get into today's programme, just a very quick practical note of housekeeping for you. You will see a QR code on the screen right now. That will give you access to everything related to Future Minerals Forum 2026, including the full agenda and speaker information, so that you can properly plan your time across the forum. There is also a second QR code which allows you to access and download the FMF Barometer report, and that is well worth taking a moment to explore. Well, now on to the substance of our day. So yesterday was about why this moment matters so much to the industry. We examined why minerals sit at the centre of today's economic, technological, and geopolitical shifts, why supply chains are under pressure, and why decisions being taken now will be shaping resilience, security, and development for many decades to come. Well, today the conversation turns to the how talent is built, how trust is earned, and how institutions, industry, and education align to deliver what this sector now so clearly demands. So with that in mind, let's turn straight down to our agenda and properly kick off Day 2. I'm honoured to welcome to the stage His Excellency Yusuf bin Abdullah Al Benyan, Minister of Education.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad.
First of all, good morning, everyone. I'm truly pleased to be with you this great morning. And at the beginning, I would like to extend my great appreciations to His Excellency Bandar Al Kharayef and also His Excellency Mdafer and the entire team that they have been able to work on this great collaborations that we're going to do. Supported by the President of King Abdulaziz University, Dr. Tarif. This MOU is not really a normal one. This is an integral part of our 2030 vision, where human capital development is an integral part of everything we do. This collaboration also is going to signal out how is the government and Ministry of Education are really keen on human capital development through a complete supply chain, where we look at the students from their classroom and make sure that they're fully integrated into what's the upstreams in terms of business required. We look at this as a way to enhance our output of students, that they are fully qualified, equipped with competencies and knowledge that really can serve the business and, most importantly, serve the transformation that the nation is going through. I think this is a great also opportunities for our great students, male and female, to capitalize on this collaborative model, where normally the educational institutions working in a silo and the business looking at something different. Today, the environment that it has been created by the directions of His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, created a very strong collaborative model for private government to work on a more collaborative model that to ensure everything that we do is really has a very clear meaning. I'm very pleased that this is not the only collaborations that we have today from the higher education's part, but this is one of the most important ones, because this is going to serve one of the most important industry is the mining industry in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I'm pretty sure on year to comes, we will remember this moment and we will remember the outcomes that our students will benefit from it. I will also try to conclude with one important element. We are not looking at this as a way of only creating jobs or providing qualified students to the industry, but we look at this as a way to enhance innovation and make sure that innovation is going to be an integral part, because any industry, in order for them to stay competitive, they have to invest on innovations, and I think you cannot do it without a human capital. Finally, thank you very much, and I look forward for more of this type of really engagement and MOUs. Thank you very much.
Excellency, Excellency Albanian, can I please invite you to return to the stage for us? Thank you very much indeed. And if I could now request His Excellency Banda bin Ibrahim Al Kharayaf, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, to join us on stage. Well, in a true testament to strategic collaboration between the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources and King Abdulaziz University, and in pursuit of transforming the Faculty of Earth Sciences and the Department of Mining Engineering into the Saudi School of Mines, this agreement is envisioned as a cornerstone of mining education and talent development in the kingdom. We are also honoured to welcome to the stage the patrons of this landmark agreement. His Excellency Khalid bin Salah Al Mudafa, Vice Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources for Mining Affairs. And His Excellency Tarif bin Yusuf Alama, President of King Abdulaziz University, for the to facilitate the exchange of the signed Agreement of Cooperation launching the Saudi School of Mines. And Excellencies, we kindly invite you to remain on stage now for the official group photograph to commemorate this very historic occasion. And Excellencies, if I could ask you to still remain on stage as we welcome the project team and students of mining and geology at the university to join us for a commemorative photo. And I would also ask the group to please remain on the stage for me as we invite yet a third group from educational institutions right around the kingdom who have supported the preparations of the Future Mineral Forum for a final photo. much time? How much time? Pauline, how much time? Yes. And do I intro David or not? Okay. Do I intro David or not? Okay. Okay. All right. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We kindly invite you now to return to your seats. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you to our audience for witnessing this historic agreement. If I can ask you please to return to your seats for me, that would be most appreciated. Thank you very much. But I do understand the need to commemorate this moment. Well, now moving on to our first conversation of the day. So if yesterday was about minerals as systems, supply capitals, geopolitics, then today is about something rather more fundamental. It's about people. Because no matter how ambitious national strategies become, no matter how advanced technology gets, this industry ultimately succeeds or fails on whether it can attract, train, and retain the talent required to deliver at scale. And that challenge is becoming ever more acute. Mining is evolving rapidly, becoming more digital, more data-driven, more interdisciplinary. The jobs being created today look very different, don't they, from those of the past, requiring skills that sit at the intersection of engineering, technology, sustainability, and operations. Yet in many parts of the world, talent pipelines have simply not kept pace with that transformation. At the same time, though, this industry is competing for people in a crowded global labor market, one where younger generations are more selective, they're more values-driven, and they're more conscious of purpose, flexibility, and long-term opportunity. They're asking not just what they will do, but why it matters. So this conversation goes to the heart of a defining question for the minerals sector. How do you build a workforce at scale, fast enough to meet demand? So to guide us through that discussion and to explore how this industry can position itself as a genuine engine of opportunity in the global economy, please join me in welcoming David Eads, broadcaster and journalist, who will moderate this session.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. We're talking about urgency within education and a talent pipeline. And I would like to point out that that is about building graduates and experts, qualified people. So we're going to take a graduated approach to this session, in fact, because there are many elements from within the kingdom and, of course, from further afield that we need to address here. But I think one of the most important areas that we've recognized before we get to the nuts and bolts of how we create that pipeline is how we change the narrative, I suppose. And we're going to start that with Khaled. Khaled, thank you very much indeed. Khaled Al-Suaim, who's the Chief Digital Transformation Officer for ESNAD, that's the Saudi mining services company. And I brought you on first, Khaled, because I think this is perhaps the single biggest challenge, both within the kingdom and absolutely further afield, is changing the narrative of what mining is, and whether mining is even the best word to use for that. So do you see that as a fundamental challenge? And if so, how are you approaching it?
Thanks, David, and good morning, everybody. I think if you see the World Economic Forum last year, they predicted that by 2030, we will have 170 million jobs. 92 million of them are displaced. 78 million of them are new net jobs. But the key finding that 39% of the job skills will shift. And that gives an indication about a pattern. Also, if you see the International Energy Agency last year reports see that the critical minerals jobs will reach to 1 million by 2030. But that all gives a summary that the jobs are not only from entry level, not from only fresh graduates, but also will come from converting current workforces from other industries. And that comes with a critical part about awareness. I think today, mining in the last decade has transformed to a different industry. If you see today the companies that they have embraced innovation, they are thinking digital as a first approach. They believe that technology is a core enabler for excellence and success.
Sorry to interrupt, does digital mean fewer jobs needed, or is simply you're going to have to get more digital experts in?
I think both. I think you will have jobs changing, and also new skills need to be added to the workforce. But if I continue in that pattern, I think today the majority of the companies are embracing a transformation journey, but I think the needed work for them is to ensure that their corporate communication, their branding reflects that exactly. I think the industry today is very known, but the companies and how they operate, how they tackle challenges, how they embrace really tough challenges is not seen. If we take another study from the Mining and Automotive Skills Alliance, they saw that 55% of younger generation see mining only the field operations only. They don't see the complete job families, the complete horizons. But I think there is a huge work to be done on elevating the branding, the communication. And today, I think the FMF serves a great platform for the companies to really reflect that. And SNA today, as a proud founding member and a partner, is happy to support that. And today, if you see the booths, see the exhibitors, and also the majority of the innovation scene, it reflects how the mining has went far. And I think we need to do more as you continue to drive to attract more talents to the mining industry.
I mean, we're going to hear in a moment, we'll get some ideas as to what the platform now looks like in terms of bringing that young talent through, bringing those young people who still perhaps don't fully recognize what this sector is all about, because it's obviously extremely diverse, it's very complex, it's also very exciting. And some of that is perhaps missed, not least because here in the kingdom, for you, this is still a relatively new world to deal with. So that challenge, not just of finding these people, but of turning them into professionals, as the minister said at the start, professionalizing these people to a standard that you need, that's a long pipeline.
Yeah, I agree. I think it starts first after awareness with preparing. I think there is a huge demand, and huge demand for talents that are ready to really be deployed and productive. But I think there's a huge work that we're already done globally to ensure that we provide some kind of vocational training to really upskill and reskill the current workforces to be ready for the future jobs in mining. And you take also from that angle how we can personalize, because in the end, I need a massive workforces, but I need also the specialized advanced degrees, PhDs, that can tackle more challenging work. And I think that comes with partnering with universities. And today we are with the announcement that His Excellency Ben Al-Khalifa and also His Excellency Ben Nahyan has shown that we are supporting 2 universities with 2 degrees, postgraduates and also graduates, with other 2 academies that supports in Saudi the fueling of specialized degrees in mining. And you take from the last point is the convergence, how I can convert current workforces to be ready. I think that's by creating micro degrees, working with institutions to really establish academies. And we saw real examples in the past from other industries like hospitality and tourism. They worked hand by hand with local communities and also with government agencies to create academies to predict the future demand in their industry. And today is relevant in some cities in Saudi that they're now launching their projects, but already the pipeline of talent is already available because they had planning ahead. And I think the mining as an industry has 2 key kind of elements: growth and predictability. And that allows you to plan ahead and work closely in collaborative way with the academic world, also with the other government to support that
interesting too how you see that in parallel with other sectors and other industries, and you've brought that into play. So let's expand this discussion now, and let's focus on some of the companies who need these people, some of the educators who will provide these people. I'd like to call the rest of my panel members to come and join us now. That is Abdulaziz Al-Hamwa, who is the Vice Chair and CEO of the Modern Industrial Investment Holding Group. Welcome, sir. And Engineer Jeff Day, who's the CEO of the Al-Mazani Al-Kobra Mining, or AMAC. Please come and take a seat, gentlemen. We have with us Walter Precourt, who is the Senior Vice President and Chief Administration Officer for Mosaic, US-based company, but global in its outlook. Dr. Abdulrahman Masfer Al-Hussaimi, who's the Chief Scientist at CAST, that's the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. And Jeff Cares, Professor Jeff Cares, Professor and Mineral X Director from Stanford University. Really interested to hear about the perspectives from a long-established institution, Jeff, where now you know that finding these people is not just a challenge, it's a different challenge to the one it was before. So, gentlemen, thanks very much indeed. Sorry, I said that Jeff Day was here. Jeff isn't with us at the moment, as I understand it. So let us just, if we can, expand a little bit on where we are and talking about the needs. What are the needs within the kingdom in particular? Perhaps we could start with you, Abdulrahman. As a chief scientist at CAST, what are you looking for in terms of the next generation? Who are the ones you want? It's a very, very broad and diverse field.
Yes, actually, when we talk about the advancement in technology, in mining, especially in mineral processing, that I think we have a gap in this particular topic. So what we need here is to provide programs that support the talent here in Saudi Arabia, they, with new technologies such as AI, automation, and the new technology that attract them to fill the gap in this particular value chain. So one thing that actually we have a great system, education system, that support and support the talent here and young professionals. So what we need here is the develop them with the specific training programs to make them ready for the market.
And that directly brings the perspective of how you do that into play, Abdulaziz. At the Modern Industrial Investment Holding Group, you are the enabler, in a sense. But you've had, as we were hearing from Khaled there, we've got an era of awareness is upon us. You have to create almost like the building blocks to get from totally unqualified through to completely qualified experts across the kingdom. How do you do that?
Well, when we embarked on the journey of mining services, we found out that there is a long way to go to develop a pipeline for talent, especially on the mining services side, whereas blasting is a very important element of the mining sector, given the sensitivity of the product and the safety requirement and the regulation that is involved across the world, not only in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's a very specific world you're in.
So what we done workshops to develop a common understanding between us and our clients and even the regulator, inside the kingdom and outside the kingdom. Lately, last 2 years, we have signed a formal agreement with the security authorities to develop a full-fledged program for the blasting services. Last 18 months, we have graduated 380 candidates, all certified and approved by the security authorities.
Could I just interrupt there and say 380 is a great start, but it's still a drop in the bucket, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. This year we are planning around 700. Okay. 700. But what we found out, it's the requirement is not only in the kingdom, but only in the region, also in the region. So we have expanded our program, and we have conducted similar seminars in the Gulf, and we are talking also to East Africa. So our company is not only a local company anymore, it's a regional company. But this program has proven to be very valuable, and we created lots of jobs, and I think we still have a long way to go.
And what is the level of competency and qualification that comes out of the end of one of these?
Well, there's two requirements. There is a requirement from the security authorities,
Yeah.
and a requirement from our program. So you're talking about high school graduate, college graduates. It depends what's part of the job you're looking for, because we do underground, we do open pit, and we do also other tunneling also, which is very critical jobs, you know, in the infrastructure world.
So a lot of these people will become apprentices and trainees within companies.
Absolutely,
That would be the-
and certified.
Yeah.
And certified.
And the reason for you extending through the region, you mentioned East Africa as well, is that it? Is that to draw that talent back here?
Absolutely, absolutely. And also promote our business itself. We also do work in East Africa and the Gulf, including Iraq, including Kazakhstan, and many other aspects of the business.
Abdulrahman, thank you very much for the moment. Jeff, we're talking about numbers there, 300 plus graduates in this last year. It's hardly scratching the surface.
Yeah.
And yet, if we cross over to the US, the number of graduates with mining, engineering qualifications at the top level is even smaller than that, possibly.
Yeah.
So where is the challenge for you? I mean, in a way, you've sort of reinvented the mining challenge within Stanford University, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting, actually, if you look a little bit at the history of Stanford University, founded in the 19th century. It was founded by Leland Stanford, who was a railroad baron and interested in mining, shipping, mining, of course, gold from the Golden State. And the first department was a geology and mining department. But as you mentioned, in the United States, over the last decade, we've seen a decrease significantly in a mining engineering program, metallurgy, geology, as applied to mineral resources. The way there's changes, though, at Stanford, we have a new school, the Doerr School of Sustainability, which was founded 3 years ago with a gift by John Doerr of $1.7 billion. Okay. So that was a big moment forward for us to start rethinking how we teach and how we do research. And that was a prompt for me to start a new program at Stanford, first, again, in almost 100 years in mining. It was called Mineral X. But we can't just offer just traditional things. That's not very attractive to the students today. Students today are very interested in digital, of course, having Silicon Valley, startups, AI, and doing basically trying to do things very differently. And
is it, sorry to interrupt, is it more than just what attracts them? It's also what puts them off, and maybe
absolutely.
The view of mining is, a bit of a turnoff.
Yeah, so why mining it may not be on people's front pages or the students, it's also that when we start educating them around mining of copper or mining of lithium, it's very different than mining of coal. And so these aspects is what the students are looking for. What we've seen at Stanford is a very quick growth in our program, in particular being attracted students in computer science who are looking for something meaningful to do and contribute to society. And writing more apps is not necessarily on the front page for them. So that's really where we start to attract talent, and that talent is incredible talent. These are computer science students that are the very best in what they do, and we love engaging with them, and I think it's a great start for us at Stanford.
And a lot of technical universities around the world actually are taking a different approach to the way in which they want to work. It needs to benefit Stanford University as well as students in a commercial sense. So how do you implement that? What are the sort of strategies to
it's a great question. So the Doerr School of Sustainability was founded to also have an accelerator center, meaning that research gets accelerated into actual practice. So at MineralX, we have an industrial affiliates program where we directly collaborate with several members of the industry worldwide. And all of the students need to do a project with a company. Meaning it's not just about, doing abstract academic work. It's also about what is really happening in the real world. How are people making decisions in the mining industry? And how can AI and data science disrupt these decisions? And students love it because it's like really interesting case studies, interesting data, and it attracts a lot of people to the program.
Walter, if I can bring you in here for Mosaic. We're talking a bit there about the value proposition here, aren't we? What persuades people to come in? What are you trying to do, and what do you need to change that narrative and to encourage people in? And where are you going to find them?
It's a challenge. We hire about 1,200 to 1,300 employees a year, ranging from frontline operators, mechanics, craftspeople, technical folks, commercial. And
that's on an international level,
on an international basis. And for us, we lead with our mission as a way of trying to attract people to the company. The company's mission is to help the world grow the food it needs. And if we can entice you that that's something interesting, something noble, something you want to be part of, then when we start to share our values and our guiding principles and lay out the opportunity in the company, that's our way of getting ahead of things.
So is it working? That has to be the question.
I'll be honest with you, it's a constant challenge. We have vacancies in all of the areas. I think one of the most difficult areas to fill is actually in the crafts. And while it's important to have engineers and technical people and everyone else, if you don't have the operators on shift, you don't have the craftspeople, you can't make the tons to go sell them.
Abdul Rahman, can I ask perhaps the same point to you, how you actually how you phrase, brand, shape the look of new qualifications within the mining world? There's a lot of talk about simply changing titles for engineering jobs. I've seen a couple have been like, we can have earth resource management now rather than mining engineering. We can have battery materials science, which it just sounds like something rather more exciting and futuristic. Is that an approach that you recognize?
I think in Saudi Arabia, the situation is changed since 2016 with the Vision 2030. Now the mining industry is growing rapidly. That requires more and more national talents. So I think now we have thousands of students, let's say, graduated from geosciences, mining engineering, and other related and unrelated majors. So we are growing. I think the future of mining still needs more and more talents in Saudi Arabia.
There's a question which I think actually comes back to Walter's point, which perhaps I could bring to you, Abdulaziz, as well, which is where you do get these people from. The old traditional perspective was everyone's funneled gradually into universities from wherever they might come from. But mining actually is very relevant to communities, isn't it? It sort of has its heartlands. That's where the mine exists. So what is the opportunity for actually drawing on more local communities, and how much does that sort of assist in terms of getting your numbers up?
We will be very surprised how much interest that we have drawn on the regional areas. Most of our people are from rural areas and regional areas, and it's an industry that has been on the radar for many years. Also, what we have developed, which I want to mention here, given the advanced mining activities that is in the market, we have introduced digital solutions. Not only the blasting part of it, but to complement the blasting activity with digital solutions. And we have signed an agreement with one of the world top players, including training to ensure local talent in the market. So we're very pleased with it. And we're very pleased about the interest that we're drawing from both sexes, men and women. We have almost 20% of our graduates are women. So it's becoming an industry that everybody is looking at.
Very briefly, is that a figure, 20%, is that a figure you're looking to extend and increase? Do
No,
you
it's
have
going
a
to be
target?
increasing, but initially we're surprised to see 20% from the beginning.
Yeah. And can I ask you about, so here we are, you're finding real interest within certain localities. Do you then gather those people up and bring them to centers in Riyadh, for example, or do you take the work to them? Do you take the qualification to them?
It depends. It depends. We're very surprised to see people want to work on the job sites, which is away from Riyadh. But it depends what kind of... We circulate people from different parts of the world, from the part of the country.
Because you need them in those localities,
Absolutely.
don't you? And
Absolutely.
the risk would be
Yes.
that heads are turned. Heads are turned by moving into different parts of the world.
That's why the local
urban
community
centers.
is very important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walter, what about you in terms of this idea of aiming for the locality? I mean, in particular, we might talk about indigenous communities and how you access those communities and who you have to appeal to turn perhaps a skepticism or even a distrust and dislike into a positive message.
It's a great place to go. The province of Saskatchewan, which is well represented at the forum this year, it's a province of about 1.1 million people in the Canadian prairies, about the size of New England, the northeast of the US. So it's rural by definition. We'll need 15,000 people to move into mining positions over the next decade to replace retirees and to support growth. So when you think about that, we think about where can we make investments to help with education of Indigenous and First Nations, people that are in rural communities. So not only will they join us, but they'll stay. I mean, the biggest risk is you bring people into mining organizations and they leave in the first 5 years.
Yeah.
So you've got to create something that resonates and works and will keep people in the community.
But are you still on a learning curve in that
Yes.
sense as to how you access people like that? How do you get to them and convince them?
We have been able to grow over the last 5 years the number of Indigenous employees from a very small percentage to about 17% today, and we're aiming for much higher numbers. And we do that now through investments in education, through some of the institutions that really focus on those populations.
And are you having to offer incentives to the communities, not just to the individuals? It's not just about saying, we want you, we're going to give you a great qualification, you're going to come and work for us, but there has to be more to it than that.
It's more about partnerships with the communities, so there's co-investment in education. Just this year, we announced about $4 million in 3 different institutions in Saskatchewan education to help support this progress. But yes, it's something that has to be done in partnership with others.
Okay, thank you very much. Jeff, these are some of the challenges. There are many more. There is a risk also, and perhaps it's being gradually dealt with here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, of parachuting people in.
Yeah.
And, that is a quick fix. It may be a great fix in many senses as well. How dangerous a fix would you say it is in a world where urgency is the word we hear all the time, speed of growth is critical, so you can't wait for these people, you need them now. But parachuting in brings its own problems.
Absolutely. And in my collaboration, I particularly want to focus on Zambia and the DRC, where we have started collaborations with universities. Because obviously, it's one thing to start opening mines in Zambia, and I'm involved in one, a discovery made by cobalt metals in 2022. But there's another thing to start hiring local people who are doing the work, even college graduated people. And so at Stanford, we're collaborating with Copperbelt University, for example, to give that competitiveness to them by introducing, in fact, the same data science and AI that was used to make the discovery in Zambia to the students by Cobalt Metals funding 10 scholarships. It's a beginning, obviously, but also for me to travel there and teach courses in data science and AI for mineral exploration. These are important efforts, but these are all efforts that take a lot of my personal time. It's something great to do. But it also shows that you need to have a personal engagement, that you need to put up your time to do that. And so now what's happening there is that the company is getting very interested in hiring graduates from the Copperbelt University work for their mine in Zambia. And these are the kind of collaborations that we're looking to do at MineralX. Our next big entry is in the DRC. I'll be traveling to University of Lubumbashi in March and starting to establish very similar relationships. One of the components...
Is that also, sorry to interrupt you, is that also a view to then bringing them back to the US, where of course there's an absolute boom at the moment in terms of need and requirement for mining through to processing, or is it to establish?
It's more to establish
kernel.
There, for example, I'm offering a course in Africa. It's called Teaching the Teachers, which is essentially a course that says, well, I can just show up every year, everywhere to do that. How about a course that educates professors around the latest techniques that are being used in mineral exploration, and then they can basically teach their own students. So it's a process, it's a slow-moving process, but it's a very important process to make sure that the graduates in their own country are competitive to the jobs that are available.
Thank you for that, Jeff. A question I want to ask all of you, actually. I mean, we are talking about, and we've had some extraordinary figures from the Saudi perspective in particular on the resource that's out there. There's a huge resource. But also, everything is finite, and we haven't for a moment talked about aspects such as recycling, for example, or some of the more, what I might call, seen as more environmentally appealing approaches towards this mineral sector rather than mining. Where does that figure in your thinking, for example? I'd like to go down the line on that.
You're talking about the recycling.
Yeah. Do you look at qualifications directing people towards a recycling?
No, the kingdom adopted very strict rules when it comes to the environment, and mining is no different. So we follow the rules strictly especially in our business when we do blasting. So I think there is a lot of programs also to ensure that there is pipeline talent for the environmental issues and recycling issues. I think this country is under-recycled, and I think a huge opportunity exists for this sector, and I'm sure there will be more to hear from the side.
Interesting, Abdul Rahman. It's a bit of a sideshow when you've got so much resource, but it's going to be critical.
I think, yes, it's critical. But when we talk about mining, we are also talking about sustainability. The Vision 2030 focuses also on one of the cornerstone of the Vision 2030 is the sustainability. Mining is not far away from this, because we have we work on recycling the minerals after processing. There is waste. We work on that waste by recycling it into a value economic product. So we have an experience in this, and also we work on other waste. We talk about the water waste that results from the mining operations. So we cover all of the environmental aspects from the mining operation.
Possibly, Jeff, it's a more important top-line message from long-established mining nations in a way that recycling has to be a critical part of the equation. I mean, there are two things that strike me from the words the gents have said here is, A, you can create more and more graduates, maybe in recycling and revalidating the process, who will be pinched by Maaden, for example, or one of the other organizations there. But how big how big a part does it play, this revalidating of...
I mean, of course, the School of Sustainability, Circular Economy, recycling, there were big startup companies coming out of Stanford, like Redwood Materials, who are doing battery recycling. But I think I want to come back on this a little bit, this pain point between recycling and initial resources. There is, even in the sustainability community, there's a little bit of a thought that we can recycle ourselves out of this problem. And it's clear, I think, that if you look at the numbers of the amount of copper, lithium that we need, that is not the case. So in one hand, yes, we need to focus on components of recycling, but at the same time at Stanford, we're trying to take the downstream and the midstream people and push them a little bit more upstream and say, there's earth materials to be dealt with. And, you know, if you can process more efficiently, then you're not dealing with the waste in the first place. So we have to be mindful, I think, of focusing a lot on recycling and waste, because preventing that in the first place by better mining and exploring for higher grade ore bodies is where it all starts. So I don't see it necessarily as one disconnected puzzle piece, and at least we're trying to teach our students to look at it that way.
So you're saying, basically, Walter, that's about better cycling, if I can put it that way, rather than necessarily recycling. Yeah. Is that how you see the message? And who are the people you really need? I mean, who are the people you really want Jeff to be creating for you and the institutions here?
I think the people that we really need are innovative thinkers who aren't afraid to disrupt industries. I mean, right now, that's what we're looking at, is what novel technologies exist for us to extract from our tailings piles. What novel technologies exist for us to go to the ore that's in the reject piles that didn't meet the cutoff grade and extract nutrients from that. And I think if we can have people that come out of universities that are willing to challenge the status quo, that's what gives us a shot of making a difference.
Khalid, you set us up beautifully at the start about some of the challenges and the preparedness and awareness, and that is here, and we're hearing some of the ways through that. I know one of your keywords is then commit. How great a commitment is still required, do you think, in terms of reaching some of these extraordinary pipeline challenges?
I think if I can summarize, I think today the talent will always be available, but are you tapping it and creating it earlier? I think my colleagues mentioned that collaborating early, trying to really commit on job placements, trying to work with local communities to really create fast-track trainings and programs will allow that cycle to really benefit mining industry and organization in it. But I think the commitment comes only from really showing the commitment to hire great talents, and in return, I think the majority of the ecosystem will support you to upskill and really develop these talents to be ready for the workforce.
Right, and of course, Abdulaziz, it's not just about finding this generation, it's about establishing, as we keep saying, a pipeline. This has to be there in perpetuity, doesn't it? So in terms of commitment, how much further have you got to go, do you think?
Well, when we talk about the recycling part of it, mining recycling is a must. It's part of the mining industry to complement and comply with the environmental requirement. I think now, with the commercial opportunity that exists with the recycling and mining, also included the training part of it. So I think we're going to have opportunity in the training sector for recycling and for the environment.
But you've had to move really fast. You said it yourself at the start.
Yeah.
You had to look at this and think, we need workshops just to tell us what we need. And you've done that, and you've moved ahead. You've started to create that pipeline.
Absolutely.
But maybe the pipeline's that big, and it's got to be this big. So how great a growth have you got to look at?
What's surprising us is the interest that you attract when you mention these type of industry. We are very surprised to see the interest from the regulators, from customers, and even from the commercial people. So I think this sector, in particular, which comply with the environment, the recycling, it have potential to grow, including the talent, pipeline talent, from both sides.
Abdul Rahman, let me ask you something. I want your honest answer here. So you're in the heart of science and technology. You see a lot of young people coming through who are bright people who are keen to get involved in science and technology. Where does mining fit on their list of priorities, though, today?
I think, yes, in mining, we have still in the beginning of innovation. We need more invention ideas that help to solve critical problems that industry may face. So we are building our capability now to work on, for example, exploration. We have we have some weakness in inversion, 3D inversion of exploration. We have some difficulties in mineral processing. So we still in the beginning of the localizing all of these technologies here in Saudi Arabia.
The foothills,
Yes.
really. Okay. Jeff, it's a similar question for you, but Bob Wilt said yesterday, as CEO of Maaden, he said, we want to be up there as a better option than Google and a better option than Apple, and we're not far off. What's it like in the States at the moment? Because, it's been a backtracking world for you, hasn't it, in terms of attraction to mining?
But at the same time, I live in San Francisco, and San Francisco is home today to the top 5 big companies in the world. And so what we're seeing now also with AI in particular is the pressure on jobs that are desk jobs, right? Things that can be automated and so on. So I think what cannot be so fully automated is basically, so let's open a mine fully automated. It's just not going to happen in the next 20, 30, 40 years. And
No,
so
but you can have automated control.
you can have
rooms,
automation, but
you have a more comfortable environment. Is that helping?
yeah, and so I think students are looking for taking those skills where they now no longer have a job in companies like Apple, and taking that talent into new companies, including mining companies, as long as those companies are willing to be innovative.
Last thought, Walter, is over to you. How do you hold on to these? You get these bright young things, they're in, you've got them, but over their shoulder are all these incredible things happening in other sectors. How do you hold on to them?
So I think the attraction is that in the mining industry, there is so much opportunity. You can actually accelerate your career faster than you might be able to in a pure tech company. The biggest challenge we have, though, is you have to be present. You have to be at the work site. You're not going to do this on a totally remote kind of work status, and that's hard. I think if we can keep the challenges out there, those who are hungry and love to innovate will be with us.
You've all got a massive challenge ahead of you, and you've all made strides on that road. I wish you the very best of luck in an urgent time, I think it would be fair to call it. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I'd like to encourage you to leave. Khaled, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Because we're going to move swiftly on now to another perspective, which is, it's the sort of everything, and I think it ties very directly into attracting young talent, which is, how clean an industry is this? And I mean that in terms of its transparency, traceability of these minerals. How good a product are you offering people who, and let's be honest, this is a generation behind us, maybe 2 generations behind some of us, who have different interests, who have seen and learned a lot more through the internet about what's going on in certain parts of the world, whether that's illegal mining, whether it's organized crime, there are human rights issues left, right, and center. What is the effort being made to overcome some of those challenges? Well, that's where we're going to go now. And we're going to look at deeds rather than just words as well. Someone's just taken my notepad away. So perhaps I'll get my notepad. In the meantime, let me invite our panel to come and join me up on stage, and I'll introduce them once they're here. Our panel, ladies and gentlemen. As I wait for my notes, please give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Matthew Chamberlain from the London Metals Exchange, very good to see you. Thank you very much for being with us all. Thank you. Great to have you all here. Hi, nice to see you. Hi, Mark. Good to see you too, Isaac. And thank you, Mathieu, for returning.
I think you're here.
Returning my minerals.
My critical minerals.
Matthew might have been
I know,
here.
but he's gone now.
No. I think he got Matthew.
Grab, please do. Oh, are we all jumped in wrong seats? We can- I just had a word in my ear. C'est mélanger, a nice mixture of where everyone stands. Look, thanks very much indeed for joining us here for this. Let us be known by our deeds, how to scale up transparency and responsible mining supply. So perhaps a quick wave from everyone. Matthew Chamberlain, CEO of London Metals Exchange. Mark Robinson. Mark is the Executive Director for the Extractive Industries Technology Initiative. Inga Peterson. Inga is Executive Director of the Global Battery Alliance. Juan Ignacio Diaz is President and CEO of the International Copper Association. Karim Daou is the Deputy Director and Head of the China Unit for the OECD's Global Relations and Cooperation Directorate. And Isaac Tando. Isaac is the Executive Officer for the Minerals Commission in Ghana. So thank you very much indeed for joining us. You'll get a sense here, we've got a strong representation from the organizations that are trying to, well, not just trying to, are instigating traceability and transparency across this incredibly complex and diverse sector. Perhaps that's where I'm going to start, because let's cut to the quick. And Mark, I'm going to start with you, and I'm going to pick up on a reference you made, actually, which is when we were talking, you spoke very honestly about the lens of political realism that comes to play in what you're doing. There is this urgent need for more demand, certainly more supply, and it's got to come from somewhere, and it's got to come now. And that puts pressures on all of you guys who are trying to establish greater traceability, greater transparency, because suddenly that is not the single most important thing in the room anymore.
Indeed. I mean, the theme of this conference has been urgency and scale, and I think everyone appreciates that. But urgency must not drive out transparency. Urgency means that there will be lots of new actors coming into play, seeing opportunities for fresh investments. Some of those actors may not be familiar with or willing to pursue established transparency standards that have been signed up to by many of the major mining corporations, who are members of the EITI amongst others. So haste must not displace the urgency and the consistency of the need to focus on transparency. Why is transparency important? Because citizens and policymakers need to know who they're dealing with. They need to know that they're dealing with reputable actors who have legitimacy in the way they function and committed to achieving positive development outcomes as much as seeking good investment opportunities.
Okay, thank you. And I'll come back on one or two of those. Karim, same question for you, really. OECD right at the sort of starting line of establishing these very valuable measures and standards by which all mining companies and jurisdictions should be working towards. Are you on the back foot at the moment? Things have changed. They've changed quite dramatically in terms of need and push, and maybe the environmental elements also have just taken a bit of a backseat over regulation and how much time people are going to spend looking at these things.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would say more than the back seat even, because if we need transparency, this is to ensure that mining and more broadly speaking supply chain management is undertaken in a sound manner, in a responsible manner. And the OECD is in fact the guardian of the OECD due diligence guidance on the responsible management of mineral supply chains. It shapes legislation in large consuming countries. It has served as the model for the EU regulation on conflict minerals. It is referenced in the US legislation. So yes, we need transparency to be sure that there is a responsible behavior throughout the value chain. But allow me also to give you a little bit the big picture about why this is becoming ever more important in the landscape of the political economy of critical minerals development. You mentioned that demand is increasing, but the problem is that there are tensions not only on production, but perhaps even more on investment. We need more investment in critical minerals to meet the demand for downstream industries, be it for green electrification, digital devices, defense. And the problem is that the profitability of the business, in particular for the upstream segments of the value chain, extraction, refining, smelters, is at stake. There have been dominant positions of a certain number of factors, and there have been a lot of companies that have been crowded out of the business. So we need to de-risk, and we are doing a lot of efforts with OECD members to use a number of mechanisms, blended finance, guarantees, equity injections. There are a number of tools that OECD and G7 countries are developing at the moment, but also we need to invest more, including in risky jurisdictions. In jurisdictions where the governance is not as strong as in OECD context, and even if mining is expanding even in OECD countries. And for that, we really need to ensure that the footprint of mining is better than it had been for decades. And that's why transparency, traceability is of essence. And so we do a lot of work. I mentioned the guidance, which is about for not only mining companies, but big multinationals in downstream industries, ensuring that their inputs are responsibly sourced. But we need also to ensure that this happens throughout the value chain, and we do a lot of work on traceability for that.
Yeah, the work is there, the work's being done, it's implementing it, and it's buying in more support and more, if you like, more adherence to that message. Juan Ignacio, I see that copper prices are up again. They've been rocketing up recently. The drive is there, the need is there, etc. How do you persuade your copper providers that this point of traceability and transparency is the ultimate goal for you?
Well, thank you for the invitation. Interesting question, because what I think that the answer is not in the laws or the regulations or inside the mining companies. The answer to that is dictated by the end users. They are the one dictating how to produce copper. It is the end user, the manufacturing, the OEMs. Those are the people that are saying, guys, I want copper. I want more copper, but I want it circular. I want it available. I want it responsibly produced. I want it with low emissions. And I want it with efficiency. That's the material competition. In the copper industry, we're not alone. So we need to listen to that. And we need to go to our providers and tell them, guys, you need to help us produce this copper in a responsible way, not because we want it only, not because society is demanding it, it's because the end user is demanding it. So we need to sell the way that people want to buy.
But that's the old story, isn't it? The end user's demanding it, but he doesn't want to pay extra for it. So who's going to cover the cost of that? That's
oh, well, you can speak
issue.
with my friend over here. He'll tell you how to charge a little bit more for that. But definitely, the world, the investors and the society are demanding not only more copper, but better copper. And we are absolutely bound towards that way and making great progress.
Inga, this comes at a time, as we've said before, about rolling back of some of the, maybe the key environmental goals of many minerals producers as well. And you're in a world of battery development, which is, of course, very much about a green transition. How do you stop that roll back in terms of readiness to comply with the needs for your batteries?
Mm-hmm. Thank you also for the invitation to participate in this very relevant conversation. So indeed, we're seeing regulatory simplification in many jurisdictions. I'm not sure we're allowed to call it a rollback. It's under the simplification agenda.
That's a very diplomatic, very nice phrase, regulatory simplification.
Exactly. But ultimately, I think what's generally perceived as a moment of crisis or reckoning, maybe even for the sustainability sector, I think is also a real opportunity. Because before we had much engagement around sustainability as an asset, as a marketing tool, as hopefully a market differentiator, but it wasn't really mainstream into key business decisions, procurement decisions. So what we're seeing now, if our membership is a sort of proxy for that, we cover the entire end-to-end battery value chain, so mining companies, cell manufacturers, OEMs, recyclers. We're seeing really this rallying by companies for whom sustainability is not nice to have, but it's essential as a measure and as a proxy to risk management and resilience. So if you're an automotive OEM and you're procuring nickel, lithium, cobalt, you want to know whether risks, whether it's human rights, indigenous people's rights, biodiversity, whether they're managed properly, so that you have a more resilient supply chain. Because the risk of supply chain disruption is real. We see this all over the world, and it's actually not just in the upstream. You also see social unrest related to construction of battery gigafactories or recycling infrastructure. So it's really spans the entire value chain, this need to have your social license to operate and everything that it entails. So what's been missing from our point of view is how do you translate all these good efforts that are happening upstream and across the value chain to produce more responsibly, to lower your carbon footprint, into a tangible market differentiator when it comes to the end product.
Yeah.
So we're trying to work on that demand side and bridge these efforts. And for us, the key is really in comparability of products and suppliers and in assurance. So are the claims that are being made in relation to a product, to a material, trusted? These credentials that are being passed through the value chain, and traceability is obviously the key enabler to have that information flow also on a quantitative measure. So we're working on issuing product-level sustainability certifications to enable that comparability and market differentiation.
Right, and so as Juan Ignacio pointed out as well, the end user is the critical element if they buy into this process. How much are you seeing that across the world? And I mean, there are certain jurisdictions which are easier for you to work with than others. There are traceability issues which are more perhaps concerning than others. How much of a sort of gradual coming together is there, or is there not?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, obviously, if we look at the battery industry, geopolitics has entered this play in a major way due to supply chain concentrations. So this desire to decentralize, to build up regional supply chains is driving more transparency and traceability, with the interest in provenance being the key driver, maybe more than sustainability. But if you establish traceability along the supply chain, you can easily introduce also these sustainability metrics. So we're actually seeing traceability and transparency moving from nice to have to a more of a core requirement. The reasons for that are different in different regions. Indeed, at the moment, I don't think the European market, the end consumer who purchases an EV, is ready to pay a premium for a sustainable battery versus one with no information on these metrics. But where we're seeing real traction is investors, finance, procurement department, including public procurement, who are spending public money to electrify their public transport fleets, bus fleets, for example. So they're really needing that comparability and these harmonized metrics. And I think once we have this buy-in of investors, and we're working, for example, with the World Bank, the IFC is on our board, EBRD is interested in these kinds of metrics, we're hoping it'll trickle through also to private finance, B2B procurement.
Okay, Matthew, if I could bring you in here. I mean, you're part of a similar picture here in terms of the importance of establishing these regulations. You have a certification system at London Metals Exchange, which has shown that some have dropped off the acceptable list and then found their way back off the naughty step to rejoin. So how do you see this geopolitical shift that we've been working with in the last year or so?
Yeah, I do think it's a fascinating time, and we have the privilege at the LME that in many ways our market is sort of a microcosm of the broader physical market. So yeah, we need to have stocks in our warehouses to settle our contract, to drive liquidity, just like the broader physical market needs to have, as you said, David, that supply coming on stream. Yeah, I go back to 2017 when we first implemented the OECD due diligence guidance, and obviously cross-referencing to the EITI guidance as well. And at that point, we had exactly this debate, which is this the right thing for our market? And I think it's all about timeframes. If we'd been planning for the next 1, 2, 3 years, we would never have done that, right? But we need to plan for the next 10, 20, 30 years in terms of how our market operates. And in that sense, it was exactly the right thing to do to implement these standards, to make that a base requirement of listing metal on the LME, because in that, over that multi-decade span, absolutely those requirements are there. And indeed, we are going further because we do believe in this, and to follow up on sort of Juan Ignacio's point, it absolutely is the case that there are end consumers who are willing and want to pay a little bit more for that higher quality metal. And so what we're now doing is going to the next step, looking at the initiatives like Coppermark, which is, I think, a very visionary step that the ICA launched, has now been spun out, as you know, into its own entity, Aluminium Stewardship Initiative for Aluminium, how we can look at the premium pricing that is attracted by metals meeting those requirements. But I think it's a really important point, and you referenced it. It's about individual consumer behavior, but it's also about security of supply. Because when you look at the G7 work on standards-based markets, where is that coming from? Obviously, there is some interest, some of the G7 members, of having these standards for their own sake. But I think the unifying factor that we see now across the G7 is a realization that no single country can flood the global market with standards-based metal. It is possible to flood the market with low standard metal. It is much harder to flood the global market with standards-based metals. And in that sense, those standards implemented by exchanges, by industry, give you not just that consumer choice, but also that security of supply. And that, I think, is how the debate has evolved, but it certainly hasn't moved away from those core requirements.
You're getting a lot of nodding from Karim there as well, as that's obviously a critical area in which to develop it. Yeah. And you want resource-rich countries to come into the fold, if I can put it that way.
Yeah.
But I will come to you in just a second, Karim, but I want to bring in Isaac Tando on the end there. Isaac, you're from Ghana. You're part of the Minerals Commission there. Can you give us a bit of insight into a resource-rich country that perhaps is looking to move more into these circles? What sort of work are you doing to I don't know if tackle is the right word, but to manage the illegal mining, and I use the word illegal usefully, the informal mining perhaps that takes place in Ghana, and of course which is not coming through the exchequer, it's not coming through the tax take of the government.
Thank you, Dave. So what we've been looking at is to tackle the problem in 4 legs. The first one was is the regulatory framework that we're changing to try and address some of these things. One of the things we've done is to look at the licensing regime, which used to be a bit cumbersome for people to acquire licenses to do the right thing. What we've done is we've worked on it to make it easier for people who want to engage in proper mining to be able to acquire the necessary licensing and permitting. What the regulatory regime has also done is to introduce another tier of the mining scale. We used to have the small scale and large scale. There used to be some gray area. You don't know where to place some sizes of mine. Now we've introduced the medium scale, and the medium scale is to form the bridge between the small scale and the large scale. In that case, you are able to transfer some knowledge, standards from the large scale to the medium scale and scale it down to the small scale. The other thing we have done is to also tackle the importation of excavators into the country. We are tracking every single earth-moving equipment that is entering Ghana. We started that from...
Okay, so just to clarify, so all the earth-moving equipment that comes into Ghana, you know exactly where it's going?
Yes, exactly. So in 2024, excavators were the 3rd highest commodity imported into our country. And you wonder what is happening, because you just have about 19 large mines and a few small-scale mines. So you wonder what was happening. So the first point was to tackle the importation of these excavators. So you need to acquire a permit before you can import. And by the time it gets here, the guys will be ready at the port to put trackers on them and geofence the excavator wherever it's going to work. Once the excavator tries to move out of the geofencing, the engine shuts off. And it costs you a hell of money to try and get it back, because I will be charging about 100,000 for that, bringing it back online for you. The third thing we have done is to introduce the responsible cooperative and skills development for this small-scale mining. and that is in 2 tiers. Those who are working in areas that can be formalized, we are putting them under the cooperative, and we are building smaller plants for them. We're working with the World Gold Council to do this. In that case, you can trace every single ounce that is coming from the area. When you pick any dory or any bullion, you know exactly where it's coming from. The other tier is where the guys are not doing the right thing and we cannot formalize them. We give them training. Training in agribusiness, training in building small to medium scale enterprise businesses, and other training for them to be, because if you are moving them, where should they go to? They need to some source of livelihood. So,
but sorry to interrupt you there. Can I ask you then? You know, you have a carrot and you have a stick, yes. And I'm wondering which is working more effectively, because here you're talking about almost like a voluntary offer to say, we're going to get you out of this, and we would like to encourage you into a plantation, into that sort of thing. How is that working?
Yeah, so I was coming to the fourth leg. And the fourth leg is the formation of the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat. And those are to enforce and make sure that those who are doing the wrong thing are arrested, prosecuted, and punished appropriately. So if you look at the 4 ways in which we've put this together, ultimately, you will get to a time that you cannot be doing this. We also have the introduction of the gold board, which is to regulate the buying and selling of gold from the small-scale mining sector. It was established by an act of parliament. And what it does is that no one in the small-scale mining space can sell or export gold from Ghana except through the gold board. So what the gold board does is, if you have an off-taker, it brings the forex exchange to gold board. A gold board buys this gold in cedis, and then be able to export whatever the off-taker is buying to them. And so far, the gold board last year bought more than 100 tons of gold, breaking in about $13 billion into the economy. And if you look at it, it's working, because the cedi was one of the best performing currencies in the world. Okay. So a time will come with the establishment of the cooperative mining. A time will come. If you go and do the wrong thing, you may not be able to sell the gold. Okay. We are not there yet, but that is where we are getting to.
On the way. Isaac, thanks very much. I know, Mark, for you, and indeed for many of you, bringing in countries from Africa, perhaps in particular, but there are other parts of the world as well, is a big next step, and a really important one. I imagine you applaud the sort of efforts that are being made by a bit of a poster child down there within the African continent. But still, issues like traceability are incredibly challenging, as I think, Isaac, you would probably accept.
Yes, indeed. I mean, half of our 55 member countries are indeed in the African continent, so vitally important. And I know the Ghana experience very well and applaud it, because the gold board experiment and certainly the tracking is a really effective way to keep a close eye on the utilization of licenses intended for artisanal miners, as opposed to larger operators to benefit from it. So I certainly applaud those efforts. I may draw your attention to a forthcoming project that Karim's team and my team are working together on, a major effort to actually combine forces on traceability and accountability in the Great Lakes region, where we see a lot of evidence of movement of minerals illegally, sometimes from illegal mines, sometimes from mines occupied by armed forces or under the control of individual politicians. So there's a real need to ensure that the flow of critical minerals like tin, tantalum, and tungsten, as well as gold, are moving and, well, first of all, produced legitimately, then being exported fairly and benefiting the origin country and communities. That's not currently the case. We know from export figures from some of the countries which are already members of the EITI in the Great Lakes, notably the DRC and Uganda, that there's some very strange figures in terms of the actually stated capacity for production in relation to much greater exports. Yeah. So our multi-stakeholder structure in each country in the Great Lakes members, and we hope to bring in additionally Burundi and Rwanda, will give us a much better hold working with the OECD and its due diligence guidance and our multi-stakeholder oversight structure in each of those countries to provide a much firmer handle on traceability.
But you remind me there, a lot of this work started with the Great Lakes, and and you're just pointing out that is still a massive issue and a problem. What's your school report looking like? I mean, I'm going to be honest about it. Where are you? Where are you? You're not growing as you should be. You're not developing as you should be. By now, surely we should be further advanced than we are.
I mean, I would nuance this assertion because hadn't we worked with the Great Lakes, DRC would not have had access to mineral supply chains. I mean, we've started the implementation of the guidance 15 years ago, subscribed, developed even with all the countries of the Conference of the Great Lakes region. And this was the condition sine qua non to make sure that those minerals that were traded and got access to value chains were not tainted with human rights violations was the condition sine qua non to access the market. And that's why it was referenced if you wanted to be listed in the US market, in the Dodd-Frank Act, etc. And to my knowledge, it's the only example of OECD work that is referenced in Chapter 7 resolutions of the UN Security Council on the use of force. So there's been implementation. It has allowed to better know what are those minerals that are traded that are not tainted with human rights violations. But this said, I agree completely on the assessment, acknowledgement that there are still a lot of minerals that are traded by warlords or else are illegally crossing borders, and that much more could be done. And we are joining forces precisely for that reason. Just another very quick point.
Briefly,
I want to bounce very briefly on something you said. There are some jurisdictions that are compliant, others less. How do you distinguish? And then Inga said, how do you reward those that are compliant? Really key issue. That's if you want to ensure, that there is more transparency, traceability. At the end, it's to reward those that are behaving responsibly, doing good business. But here you face an issue. At the extractive segment of the value chain, you have jurisdictions like Chile, Juan knows it very well, super compliant on all ESG fronts, etc., and others much less compliant. But then you're faced with this situation whereby for 19 minerals, key minerals out of 20, at the refining stage of the value chain, China has 70% of the market share. That means that you don't distinguish between those minerals, this is in particular true for copper, lithium in Chile, for instance, that are responsibly extracted, and others that come from less compliant jurisdictions. So you are faced with this challenge. Either you have much stronger traceability systems, or you develop parallel supply chains and parallel investment in smelting and in refining. That's the situation G7 countries are facing.
Give us some encouragement then as to how things perhaps are, even within Chinese companies recognizing the value of being part of your alliance.
Yeah.
Or being around the table at least.
Yeah. This concept of standard-based markets, as is captured also in the G7 roadmap, is obviously the direction of travel we all want to go in. But voluntary standards can only take us so far. So we need this anchored in regulation as a condition to market access. And in the case of batteries, the EU battery regulation has requirements on transparency over provenance through the digital product passport, the battery passport. If we roll this back, I don't know how significant the willingness is of some actors to submit to this. So this market access window has been a main driver, especially for Chinese companies to come around the table. And we are fortunate to have them around the table, and they've been extremely productive and constructive in their engagement, participating in operational trials across the value chain. If we don't have a requirement for that transparency, for that proof of standards, I think the picture could look different, because then it becomes a race to the bottom again on cost, especially in the absence of price parity between internal combustion engine and EVs, for example. So yeah, really, really emphasizing that. And I think there is some work to be done in terms of facilitating businesses to prove that standard-based market as well, because you referenced the EU conflict minerals regulation, but it's taken years to recognize a scheme that would actually enable, to showcase compliance. And if the EU battery regulation, for example, follows the same blueprint, we're just using very valuable time to find an efficient model to implement standard-based markets, to prove it, to make it comparable and assured.
Thank you for that. I think, Mark, you made it very clear that this is not a perfect world you're working in or that you can achieve. But Juan Ignacio, as the LATAM representative on this panel for the moment, we talked about informal mining down one end of the table. There is another type of mining, and it's run by organized crime. That's rife across vast parts of Latin America. Are these areas you simply cannot touch?
Look, I think that there's a different perceptions, and I think that we are the ones that need to change that. If we see the mining world 100 years ago versus now, and many people have that image, yeah. I mean, 100 years ago, it was all about taxes and salaries. That was the biggest challenge of the mining companies. Pay your taxes, pay good salaries. Today, what we're talking about is the day-to-day of a mining company. The safety of our people, the access to water, waste management, the access to energy, community engagement, the labor laws, human rights, things that in the past you wouldn't even think about it. Today, this is the standard that is embedded into the formal copper mining of the world, at least International Copper Association's members that are bound to a really strict standard. We created the copper mark. We were worried about it. So I think that this is in today's world, this is the standard. We will be rewarded by these standards? I don't know. But I know that this is the minimum standard today for the industry.
Yeah, so putting it into that sort of historical perspective makes a lot of sense. Matthew, I just wonder, we're getting close to having to wrap this up, and we started on the geopolitics of today, and they are very challenging geopolitics, and they're creating, I would say, many waves and ructions within the sorts of work that you're all trying to do. Throw forward 10 years, do you see a brighter vista for the sort of work that all of you are championing, or are we going to have to accept that as this critical minerals explosion continues, you can't have everything?
I'm naturally an optimist, and actually one thing that gives me a lot of optimism, so we have this system at the LME called LME Passport, and that allows producers to voluntarily log the sustainability data, and it has to be real, measurable, audited sustainability data associated with their product. And to be clear, right now that's a voluntary thing. As long as they meet the OECD baseline, anything above that is voluntary. We have many hundreds now of disclosures on that platform. And if you look at the trajectory of those disclosures of the underlying work, this is an industry that wants to do the right thing on the whole. And as it continues to do that, we can begin to leave behind a little bit those who don't want to do it. We've talked about delisting LME brands that didn't meet those requirements. Let people go further, hopefully with the help of government as we get into the standards-based markets. Ultimately, I am optimistic, and in 10 years' time, I think we'll be in a better place.
I don't think any of you can not be optimists in the work you do, to be honest. But Isaac, I'm going to finish with you. We talked about Ghana. Yeah. What about the sense of an African mission in terms of this sort of effort? Because there's no point just picking out one country from another in a way. Is there any way that there could be a collaborative effort within the continent of Africa?
Yes, Dave. And I think the continent is catching up because most countries in Africa are changing their laws and kind of following the best international practices. With that in mind, I think we're working towards the right direction. I've had a lot of African countries visiting Ghana to see what we're doing, and I believe that is the right way to go. And even with our tracking system that we deployed, it is such that it can be deployed on the whole continent. So we've started from somewhere, and I'm confident that we will soon catch up.
Well, I know you have lots of support coming from right across this panel here. But can I just thank you all very much indeed for exposing some of the challenges and accepting those, but putting forward a very strong message about how to improve the regulation of this incredibly complex industry. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So if I ask you to leave stage right, if you can, that would be great. I'm just going to move over to here because we're going to take a perspective now on another element of the copper industry, and that is the whether we call it the transition or not, it's one of the critical powers, which is nuclear power. And how does that fit in terms of what we've been discussing here? Critical minerals tends to look at different perspectives and at different elements, but nuclear is also a topic which more and more countries are revisiting, are considering whether this is something they should be doing after what has been probably a bit of a 10, 15, 20-year backwater for nuclear. So I'd like to invite Fifi Peters to join us now, the lead from CNBC Africa, and to take that panel. Fifi, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. An absolute pleasure to join you today for the very first time to discuss, as has been mentioned, the role of nuclear right now in this renewable energy mix. Many of you who have been following developments in the industry would know that there has been quite a number of changes, particularly in the past year. I make reference to the fact that the World Bank right now has started or signaled a shift to start refinancing nuclear. We've seen private companies as well taking their energy security future in their own hands, with the likes of Amazon building their own modular reactors, as it were, to secure power for their AI and their cloud ambitions. And we've even seen significant tech players, such as the likes of Microsoft, making major announcements and being one of the major companies to join the Nuclear Association, the World Nuclear Association, as it were. And so in light of some of the projections that have been put out there, particularly from the International Energy Agency regarding nuclear demand expected to double by 2050, we ask a very important question right now as to the role that nuclear can realistically play in the renewable energy mix, and what ultimately this does mean for industry, what ultimately this does mean for policy, and what does this mean for the energy transition. And with me are my esteemed speakers and panelists who all wear different but relevant hats, and who will all weigh into this discussion. Beginning with the gentleman on my right, Mr. Alessandro Petruzzi, founder and CEO of Terra Innovatum, who are currently developing micro-modular reactors that can complement renewables and support industrial decarbonization. Good morning.
Good morning, Fifi.
And also have Mr. Richard Skalshop, senior partner at McKinsey & Company, who are offering a system-wide view on energy economics right now and critical minerals and deployment pathways. So Richard, good morning to you.
Good morning.
And it is actually you that I want to begin with, sir, just to help us understand the lay of the land. McKinsey does a whole lot of research in the space, and just looking at a bird's eye view of the renewables landscape and what is going on right now. And we're seeing a whole lot more happening in renewables. We're seeing them coming on the certain grids thick and fast, but also we do know that intermittency of renewables does remain a challenge. In light of this challenge, sir, when you look at renewables, what role do you reckon they can realistically play within the, or nuclear, what role do you reckon nuclear can realistically play within the renewable energy complex?
Great question, thank you. Well, I think the starting point for me is when you look at energy demand, it's growing tremendously, and over the next 20 years or so, we anticipate at least a doubling of global energy demand. So that's the starting point. We need a lot more energy generation. Of course, renewables have many fabulous advantages. Low and reducing costs. We've all seen what's happened to the levelized cost of electricity from renewables, installation costs. The scale of renewables, I think, has taken many by surprise. Many projections just keep on being outperformed. And yet, as you've already touched on, there are some significant challenges with renewables. What's really remarkable here is when you look at nuclear and you look at renewables, it's almost like the perfect complementarity between the two. The strengths of one are the challenges of the other, and the challenges of the one are the strengths of the other. So just when we've got intermittency and firming challenges with renewables, those are significant advantages of nuclear. Cost, of course, is a challenge, but I think what we have to do is when we look forward, it's not just the cost of a particular power source. You really have to look at it at a grid, country, regional scale. And when you do that and you start looking at higher and higher renewables penetrations, you start getting to levels, it varies by country, obviously, in the nature of the grid, but from 60% renewables penetration and upwards, could be 70, could be 80 in some regions, depending on the grid, the cost actually starts getting very high because you have to overbuild in terms of generating capacity. You have to build firming capacity like batteries or hydroelectric storage. And you've got real intermittency challenges. So that's when the costs actually start ramping up significantly for renewables. And that's where nuclear starts becoming quite competitive. So that last 20, 30% of build out for expansion, nuclear ends up, in our view, making a ton of sense to complement renewables.
Okay, Alessandra, and I'm sure that there are many elements of that response that you'll agree to, but before I do come to you, I would like to welcome one other speaker who will be joining us for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, can I just ask you to help us welcome on stage right now Mr. Xavier Saint Martin Tille. He's the CEO of Orano Mining, and it is a global player across the nuclear field, a cycle which is also central to secure the fuel supply. Xavier, please come through, sir.
Nice to meet you.
And so I will be kind to allow you just to settle in.
Thank you.
To the discussion, Alessandro, and I'd like you to just pick things up for us. As Richard was talking about the complementarity of nuclear with renewables, one picks up for the strengths, one picks up for the weakness of the other. At Terra Innovatum, you're currently developing a Solo. I'm sure many people in this room know about it. I'm sure many people don't know in this room about it, but it is a micromodular nuclear reactor. You have said to the market it's set for commercial deployment by 2028. So speak to us about how you are looking at this opportunity, how you think that small scale nuclear technology can coexist, can complement, and can also balance some of the intermittent challenges that renewables currently present.
Thank you, Fifi, and good morning, everybody. The Innovative mission is to generate safe, clean, affordable energy through a micronuclear reactor which is providing 1 megawatt electric scalable. Our vision for the future is to have a distribution of energy in all countries that may need to increase the electricity need. And the reason is because we think when we started the construction and the design of the reactor in 2018, we've foreseen that the major issue was the grid. The possibility to extend the grid in already developed country, US, Europe, or in underdeveloped country is a tremendous effort that needs a lot of money and a lot of time. So our idea was to develop a micronuclear reactor that is easy to transport everywhere. Everywhere you have a road, you can reach with our reactor. You can erect the reactor in a short time, and you can provide the electricity as behind-the-meter application. This does not mean that we cannot be connected to the grid and contribute to the stabilization of the grid and to the mix with the renewable, which I perfectly agree is the perfect mix between nuclear and renewable energy, solar and wind. The solution we are proposing is such that we can produce the reactor in a factory, which contributes to the other part of the cost that you were mentioning. Because what the nuclear technology was not able to do so far is to produce the reactor and to standardize the construction of a reactor. Our vessel is very small, it's 2.5 meters diameter, 6 meters tall, and thanks to that, we can produce in a factory. And we can, through the standardization, reduce the cost and timing. Scalability is the last attribute that I would like to talk about. We produce 1 megawatt electric, but thanks to the modularity and thanks to the safety aspects that I may tell you later, we can put several reactors close to each other. So basically from 1 megawatt electric, we can arrive to whatever number of power you need in a surface that is very limited, because being the reactor small and low power, we eliminate the need of an exclusion zone. This means that we can have 1,000 reactor, 1 gigawatt in a surface that is less than half square miles or 3/4 of square kilometer, which is an enormous amount of power in a very reduced surface.
Sure. So it's no surprise that for you the maths does make sense. And you're talking about supplying electricity and energy to countries and jurisdictions that have great need. I mean, I come from the African continent where that is exactly the case. And I come from a country that is also in quite big support of nuclear and the role that it will play, not only for the present, but for the future in addressing some of those electricity needs. And I'm talking about South Africa. Sir, I hope you have had enough time to settle in, because I'm coming to you now. And we are having a conversation, or rather, it's the first round of just setting the big picture. And I wanna understand the big picture from your point of view, sir. When you look at the role of nuclear within the broader low-carbon energy mix, alongside the likes of solar, alongside the likes of wind, as well as the hydro, versus the intermittency of renewables, how do you envision that role?
Good morning to everybody, and sorry for having running late. But no, maybe to come back to your question, I think we are discussing about the value of having the proper mix to have the proper solution with a low carbon solution. And I think this is very dependent on the country, the potential of the solar, of the wind, of the hydro of the country. But we can observe, and the data are very clear, that the country having a proper mix achieve to have electricity at a very low carbon level. Currently, we can see a trend, and in fact, we are already moving in the future with ongoing projects. There are something like 50 projects ongoing. Several power plants have been commissioned this year, and the trend is very clear. Today, 40% of the low-carbon electricity is produced by nuclear power plants. And it shows it's relevant, it's important, it's not unique, and the proper combination. And it has to be a decision, a political decision by each country, what is the proper mix, and after how to engage all the industry to deliver this mix. So no, I look at that as a mix. After, according to the country, it can be a large reactor or small and medium reactor. And I think this new offer is very interesting. Us as Orano, we want to be in a position to provide fuel for all type of solution. We see there is a growth. It's happening. The trend is very clear. And so we have to get organized. And many countries have already made their decision and are moving forward.
I know that Orano also does quite a lot of work, sir, in terms of looking at the comparative life cycle carbon footprint. And I'm wondering if you are able to talk to that, the carbon footprint and also the cost profiles of nuclear versus renewables. And just any thoughts that you are able to share with this and what this has meant for investment decisions. And that's you again, sir, Mr. Xavier.
Yeah, again, I think I will not oppose renewable and nuclear. And at the end of the day, it's a magnitude of carbon footprint which is very different from coal, for instance. Okay. We are talking small differences where there is already a very big difference between those low carbon solution versus coal or gas. And when you look at, yesterday I looked at the data of Europe last year, for instance, for last year, all the countries having a good combination of the solution between nuclear and renewable achieve low performance between, I think, in the range of 10 grams of CO2 per kilowatt, where you see some countries running at 500, 600. So at the end, I think the difference is quite significant. And I think the key question is about finding the proper mix and having a long-term view to roll out
the industrial program to achieve this mix?
That is the key question. And for any of you, just feel free to opine on what the proper mix does look like in this environment. But Richard, I'm hoping that you can also just expand on that regarding the cost curve. I mean, you made reference to it in your intervention, but when investors are looking at allocating into the space, by way of the data that you're collecting right now as McKinsey, how are they viewing sort of the cost curve, like 2030, 2040, and how is that informing investment decisions?
Absolutely. I think there's a few elements to this. Obviously, recent track record of nuclear builds in some markets like the United States, where I'm based, is not good. Large-scale reactors have been incredibly expensive and exceeded capital forecasts by sometimes up to 2x. However, that doesn't mean that it needs to be that expensive. This is not a question of physics. This is a question of construction and permitting challenges. When we look at other regions, France in the 1960s and 70s, we look at Korea, we look at China, we see what even large nuclear can achieve in terms of costs, which starts getting to be quite competitive. And then, of course, you bring in small modular or micro reactors like Alessandro's been talking about, and that too can be a game changer. The success story in renewables is really an industrial and manufacturing scale success story. And we can see those drivers of reduction in cost in nuclear coming into nuclear. I would also mention two other elements here. One is policy certainty around energy frameworks, national energy policies is really important because, and we see positive signs there. COP28, a lot of support for nuclear, what the US is planning now with the quadrupling of nuclear. This provides certainty and runway so people can actually start building out industrial value chains. And hopefully we see the continuing drop in cost of renewables and nuclear so that overall energy costs are manageable.
Alessandro, can you pick up on the point that Richard made around permitting and what your experience on the permitting environment is like right now, where you see rooms for innovation on the regulatory front, rather that could accelerate the deployment of advanced nuclear solutions a lot faster alongside renewables?
Yeah, in the US, we are applying our licenses at the US NRSC. And thanks to the last changes and push of the administration, current administration, there were a lot of deregulation, but not simplification in the licensing process, in particular in the direction of the micro-reactor, like we are. The period of licensing has been drastically decreased for a construction permit. Now the estimated duration is 12 months. That's the reason why we are targeting our construction permit by June 2027, with operating license in just 6 months. There are still some challenges that are on our side. Basically, we identified 3. One is related to the multiple license due to the presence of multiple reactors on the same site. This is a topic that is under discussion, strong discussion at US NRSC and towards the simplification and approval. The second is the insurance liability, because so far the level of insurance is connected with a law that was based on larger reactors, so there is the minimum of 5 million for reactors. And the third element is the remote control of the reactor. In particular, if you want to go to micro-reactor, as we think is the right choice, we need to implement a possibility of autonomous operation of the reactor with a remote control. Otherwise, the presence of several people and several monitoring staff on the site will make the cost too high. Okay. We are confident that all those 3 items are very well known and under discussion, and they will be very soon solved, and we can proceed ahead with the micro-reactor technology.
Well, we wish you all the best, and we hope that your confidence is well placed. But in closing, just in the 2 minutes that we do have left for this fireside chat, can I just ask each of you, if you could remove one barrier today or maybe tomorrow, that can unlock greater integration between nuclear and renewables, what would it be? And Xavier, I put it to you, sir. I think just try and lift the mic up. Yep. It has, you know what? I'm going to allow time for perhaps maybe a handheld to be brought to him. Okay. It is on the way.
Yes, it works.
All right.
Just, I think what is very important is to have a clear direction and not to change. And I think the direction now is very clear. Several countries have engaged that route. When it comes, for instance, to produce fuel, we need to understand what are going to be the needs and to scale our mines, our factories to what is going to be the need. And I think having a clear will and a clear direction is very important, and it will enable us to deliver effective, cost-effective projects.
Okay. Clear direction, understanding the need and meeting it. Richard, for you?
Very similar one. I think having policy certainty, and yes, it's national energy policy, but it's also support from various stakeholders, obviously within the nuclear industry, but also within the renewables industry. You look at COP28 and the broad support there was there. I think when you got many people marching in the same direction, you can start making industrial plans at the scale that are required and have certainty in those.
Okay, that policy certainty and marching as one. Final word.
I may add, in addition to this, that definitely we need to consider the fuel cycle of each technology. On the same table, we should really see the cost, drawbacks, and advantage of each technology, nuclear and renewable. And in addition to this, I would say scalability and behind-the-meter application I see as a trend that we need to push more in the future, because, as I said before, the real bottleneck of the increased demand of energy will be not the production of energy, but will be the distribution of energy.
Okay.
So the grid.
And it's that bottleneck that we'll unpack in another platform, in another discussion, I'm sure. And I think that all of you have put the case quite aptly that, I mean, nuclear, it's no longer a theoretical debate. It's practical right now. And the question is no longer whether nuclear and renewables can work together, but rather how quickly we can make it happen. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And can I ask the audience just to help me thank them for their time with a round of applause?
Thank you.
As well. Fifi, thank you very much indeed for moderating that panel, an important element, an essential part of the energy mix, of course, and I think a very clear message coming there, a need for clarity amidst a degree of uncertainty, which actually links rather beautifully to our next panel, because uncertainty is in the title of this session, and it's about how you deal with uncertainty, but very much in a financial and investment sense. How and where to invest without strong price signals. That's the challenge, and I'm delighted to hand over the moderating duties to Jeffrey Lorch, who's a partner for North American Metals and Mining's co-leader at McKinsey & Co. with this panel. Jeffrey.
Very much.
Perfect. Good afternoon. It's wonderful to be with you today, and we have a great panel here to discuss a topic of everyone's concern, which is pricing in commodity markets and the uncertainty it creates, not only for investors, but also for the mining companies themselves as suppliers, as well as end users. Today on the panel, just to walk through the individuals with us, we have Roger Baxter of Southern Palladium. We have Chris Gracious of Goldfields. We have Randy Smallwood of Wheaton Precious Metals. We have Nicholas Snowden of Mercuria Energy Group. And finally, we have Chris Mayberry, founder and chairman of the Primary Commodity Fund. Thank you all for being with us today. We're going to start out with a very straightforward question, which is, what's really different about today's environment from a pricing perspective? There's always uncertainty. What really makes today's uncertainty different? Maybe starting with you, Roger.
Jeffrey, thank you very much, and great to be here at FMF. Let me start off by saying that when you say what's changed in terms of complexity, in terms of uncertainty, the big issue in my view is pretty much this issue of complexity of issues, as opposed to, so we know what the uncertainties are, or we have a pretty good idea of the known unknowns. And how we manage them through the cycle, et cetera, on the mining space, whether we're dealing with it internally from a company perspective or whether we're dealing with the external related issues. But I think the world has become a lot more of a complex space, especially when you're dealing with the ESG issues or the EESGs, because if you don't have the economics up front, you don't have the environment, social or governance coming out of it. So I think the best way to define it, if you take a mine manager from 30 years ago, their set of skills is completely different to a mine manager of 2026, where you've got to really have the ability to manage the complexity of the uncertainties which you face.
That's great. Maybe over to you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. And first off, really happy to be here. It's been a great conference and pretty exciting times. And I guess that's the point around, for me, it's not the price is the price, but it's the uncertainty of the price in a higher commodity environment, I think, creates increased uncertainty around costs. So it's labor availability. There's going to be a lot more money going into the ground. So how do you get access to the right people? Cost inflation. I think that also leads to uncertainty around, government and regulatory uncertainty, fiscal regimes. I think in this environment, everyone wants their increased share of the pie. So, we're seeing potentially changes to royalty regimes, tax regimes. That creates cost uncertainty as you're trying to make long-term investment decisions. And then, regulatory uncertainty, as we talk about, we see governments really focused on their critical metals strategy and how they can protect their own interests in that. So that regulatory uncertainty, I think, gets heightened in this kind of environment.
Excellent.
Yeah, I would just say, our focus, we're a precious metals company, but the bulk of our production actually comes from base metal mines. We purchase non-core precious metals from as a byproduct from these base metal mines. And so, just understanding market conditions, not forgetting the fundamentals, not getting caught up in market emotions. That's one of the biggest challenges is keeping it focused on the fundamentals. The comments in terms of community and the changes over the last 30 years in terms of what it takes to manage a responsible resource extraction operation has totally changed. In our company, we spend a lot of time not only on government and regulatory, but also community, making sure that especially when you're funding development, you got to have the community on side. And it's not enough to just go and visit with the friends of the operation. Whenever we do a due diligence process, we always have an outside team come in and try and find out, what's going on in the background in the local community. The hosts will always show you and introduce you to their friends in that community. And so community risk is incredibly important. You got to make sure that all the stakeholders are getting a positive benefit out of this, right? And that's the thing that I think really is changed over that. So staying on top of that, don't get caught up in the emotions of the market. As we see silver prices and gold prices at record levels, copper now at record levels going forward, just make sure that when it comes to valuing opportunities and making those investments, that you stay focused on the fundamentals. What is driving copper? They're all good, sound reasons. I spent 3 years as the chair of the World Gold Council, and everyone asked me, what's your favorite metal? It would always be silver, because the fundamentals are so strong in silver. And I look at today's market as just finally catching up to where it belongs to be. And so, it's making sure that you have an appreciation for those fundamentals as to what drives the market, and just try and back out the emotional side.
Yeah, look, I think that the last 12 months have been transformative for the metal space.
I think the new administration in the US has really catalyzed immense change in how these markets are going to function now and in the go forward. We are now clearly in a genuine era of critical minerals competition. For the last 25 years, it's been an arena dominated by China, and now genuine global competition has arrived. That obviously creates uncertainty and opportunity. But also we're in an environment where geopolitical forces are driving divergences and impacts on price that we haven't dealt with before. The broader theme of debasement, which has clearly been a very supportive aspect for metals pricing in the last few quarters. I think whilst that does create a lot of uncertainty, it creates a lot of opportunity in the space, and I think that's something that it certainly should be a focus at this stage. We're seeing a lot more money flow into the space. As a trader, we've injected nearly $3.5 billion in the last 12 months into the industrial metals supply side, particularly copper, and there are a lot of new opportunities trading commodities physically. The US is pulling in much more copper than it has in the past, and we think other commodities are also going to benefit in a similar light. So absolutely, immense policy change, transformative for market structure, and that creates uncertainties. But I also think that huge opportunities have opened up for the broader sector.
Chris? Yeah, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to address these very important topics and what's changed. The primary commodity fund, we think about this the whole time. And I think I'll make a couple of points. We spent 50 years building up internationalization and globalization, all of that to be shattered during COVID. Things changed so much. You could depend on getting things just on a phone call. All of that's gone. Overlay that, the geopolitical tensions and how metals now have become fundamental to what's happening in countries. And there's a lot of conversations going on around the world in that at the moment. You don't have to think too far for Greenland or wherever. I think the third thing is we have an increasing demand from all sorts of factors, which we'll touch on in later questions. But there's been a paucity of investment in mining, in discovery, in exploration, in investment. It hasn't happened for 25 years. And you can't turn on the spigot. In the US, a mine takes 29 years to come to fruition. So suddenly, with all the factors that I've said, we just can't keep up with demand. And I think that's what's created a lot of this uncertainty.
Yeah, and maybe a question specifically to you, Nicholas. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about the role that traders are playing in this uncertain time, and anyone who wants to build on that afterwards.
Yeah, look, I think, what role do traders play in industrial metal markets? They're essentially risk managers, both on a physical and price basis. Their role is to manage dislocations for the market on both physical and paper side. And so I think this is an environment where there is a heightened call on traders to serve that role. And I'd say there are probably three things that we've done, I think, in that regard. One is these new drivers of demand. As Chris was talking about, the US now importing significantly more copper than it has in the past. We've worked to facilitate that flow of metal into the US, which is clearly part of the kind of broader industrial strategy there. Second of all, the underinvestment in the supply side of metals is part of the reason why we're certainly in these very tight conditions. We've certainly been very front-footed in this period of uncertainty, which typically restrains capital deployment, to invest aggressively. And we've had some very big recent deals announced in both the Copper Belt and in Central Asia, Kazakhstan in particular. I think the final thing that's important in this new cycle is also to play a role to support producer countries to kind of better capture value in this new kind of commodity bull cycle. And we've set up joint ventures with key governments, both in Zambia and the DRC to really help them capture value from their equity stakes in countries and to provide knowledge transfer on the trading side. So look, I think clearly heightened volatility and uncertainty, and I think that's probably a period where traders' roles are vital to kind of market function.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And maybe coming back to Roger, you talked a bit about how 30 years ago the mine manager's role was a bit different than it is today. I'm wondering if you talk a little bit more about how businesses should evolve to manage in this era of uncertainty and how you're thinking about it from a business perspective and then also just from a classic operations view.
Yeah, Jeff, so I think the most important part to state up front is that there are certain risks and uncertainties that you can manage. And when you can measure risk, you can manage risk. So I think one of the most important lessons that has been learned over the last 30 years in particular, and let me just go back to the comment that was made a bit earlier about communities. When you're working with communities who are part of a project and communities which benefit from a project but are as part of the project, evolving the project going forward, support the project. They'll be your greatest diehard supporters if you can get them on board. So it's exactly the comment that was made a bit earlier about, I think it was Randy who made the comment, working with communities. It's not just about going consulting communities, it's about involving them in the process. So, let me give you a practical example. I'm heading up a company as executive chair called Southern Palladium. We are a development PGM company, Platinum Group Metals company in South Africa. This is going to be a genuine tier 1 asset. We'll probably end up employing some 6,000 people directly from the community. But right from the get-go, the community, this is almost like a model example of how this can work. The community own a 30% equity stake in the company through their Bengwenyama Traditional Council, which is the council that represents the community. They sit on the board, the underlying mining asset board, where there's 50-50 representation and chaired by the community member. The CEO is appointed by us. And just to make the comment, at every single stage in the evolution and development, whether you're dealing with skills development, whether you're dealing with procurement, services, mine planning, and then the longer term issues that relate back to the community from an infrastructure perspective, how we can take the benefits out of the mining operation at the same time for the community in terms of skilling youngsters in the community.
Yeah.
And then working with the other mining companies in the area, we have a structure close by called the Southern Cluster, all the mines in the area working together on skills development issues, on community development issues. You can achieve a lot more through that sort of economies of scale. And so I think we've learned a lot as mining companies in terms of how we manage the uncertainties and make sure that the community, the Bengwenyama community in our case, are our true economic partners in the project. And that's just a fantastic way of managing the risks in the project.
And maybe Chris, for you, maybe talking a little bit about how you as a company are also be able to manage all of the price volatility. It obviously must really, make some of your financial models go haywire when you're thinking about new investments. So how are you managing that?
Yeah. So it's very much a dynamic environment. So as you try to budget and plan the year ahead in this type of situation where prices are moving as quickly as they are, I think we take the philosophy, you have to manage to the downside. So it's continued focus on cost and then not chase the price and look at going after higher cost ounces, bringing up the overall cost of your business. You have to protect against the downside. And then in this price environment, you have an excess margin. So how do you deploy that excess margin? And I think it's such a unique opportunity that we can invest in our business to really future-proof our business. It's a chance to do that, put more money into the ground. So that's kind of how we think about it. How are we going to invest that excess margin for the future? I think that leads to the other, big risk. It's not a new risk, but I think it's accentuated in this is around just talent. So I think we have a big focus on how are we going to develop talent internally, attract the best talent. But I think as an industry, this will be a huge challenge going forward and I think we all have a responsibility for this, is how do we get more people into the industry trained up so we have highly skilled, qualified people to build and
execute these projects as more money goes into the ground over the next 5 years.
That's great. And how about you, Randy? How are you seeing it?
Well, in a sense, our business model is there to manage price volatility. And so it's what we provide to our shareholders is that cost confidence, at least when it comes to cost volatility. And I would argue that our shareholders invest into us to get exposure to the commodity price volatility. More recently, of course, very, very positive. But that's the whole focus of the business model is trying to minimize that. Chris made a good comment about managing to the downside, right? A wise, one of my mentors, Ian Telfer, part of building Gold Corp and part of probably the leading guy in terms of the creation of the streaming business model. I love the way I started off working for him. I'm a geological engineer by background, and my specialty was always project evaluations. I actually realized, I was sitting there thinking about it, I was that mine manager 30 years ago. I was managing a mine up in northern Canada. And so I had the operational background and then the project evaluation specialist. And I always remember what Ian said. He says, it's easy to find a mine to invest into. The trick is finding which mines not to invest into, which projects not to invest to. Manage to the downside, right? Look at it and try and uncover the risks beforehand. And we've built Wheaton around that principle. I use a phrase, and not to take anything away from how important people are, but when we're making a long-term investment, people will change. And so, the phrase that we use internally in our company is, looking for management-proof assets. And to steal a quote from a number of different people, invest into foolproof companies, because inevitably a fool will run those companies. And you want the company to be able to survive that whole process. And so we really do sort of manage to the downside, just to again quote Chris on that. And it comes down to trying to identify where the risks are going to be. The other principle that I think has differentiated Wheaton, especially compared to some of our peers, is that we put a real focus on how profitable our partners are, the operators are. And we monitor, we visit the sites on a regular basis. We get full access to the financials and how the asset's going, because if there needs to be a change, we're a partner in this. And so if there needs to be a change to enhance profitability, if there's some risk that needs to be supported, we're happy to step in and help out from funding studies to modifying agreements. We're not healthy unless our partners are healthy. And of course, none of us are healthy unless all stakeholders are healthy and benefiting from this. And so it's really about trying to identify those risks early on. Our company is built on solid, I mentioned in my first comment, fundamentals. 40% of our company has a technical background of some sort: geologist, metallurgist, engineer, social scientist, political risk specialist. That's how important that we put that in front, is trying to focus on the asset, focus on the community, focus on the stakeholders, and make sure that we're doing the best we can as a partnership to unlock the value and deliver a good, solid product to society.
That's great. Maybe to Nicholas, how are you how's your business evolving? Obviously, your business is built on risk as a trader. So.
Yeah, well, look, I think we're a relatively new metals business. Mercuria has been a long-standing energy trader. It's the third largest private kind of energy trade house in the world. So on the metal side, we're in a rapid growth phase. We see immense opportunities in the markets here to kind of capture share and value. Within the last 12 months, we've become one of the top 3 largest copper traders, having been a new business essentially in mid 2024. But I think volume alone isn't the sign of success. I think our ambition is to grow a long run business, and that's where the kind of capital deployment that we've executed this year in particular is crucial. That $3.5 billion really shows a commitment to the next kind of 3, 5, 7 years in terms of the kind of mining projects that we're supporting and looking to kind of trade volume on. So I think that from a business perspective, it's about growth and a lot of opportunities in the market space in the context of the kind of critical minerals policy backdrop that we see today. So much more interest in the sector and capital, and I think playing a role to sort of support that growth is exactly what we want to be.
Perfect. Maybe Chris Mayberry, if you want to comment on that as well, in terms of how your business is evolving to manage this level of uncertainty.
No, look, thank you. And at Primary Commodity Fund, we view what's happening now a little bit differently. We think that there's been a lot of talk at this event about us going into a super cycle, and we think we are going into a super cycle, but this super cycle is going to be different. And I'll quote Amanda Van Dyke, who says, this super cycle will not be defined by abundance, but by constraint. And I think the economies that are going to do well will have a supply. A supply of what? A supply of these critical minerals that we're talking about. Who ever thought we'd have the President of the United States talking about critical minerals every week? Frankly, we all know here that a lot of the things and solutions that are being proposed might be right, but they're at least 10 years away. So at Primary Commodity Fund, we see ourselves, as opposed to butterflying from issue to issue, we have a laser focus, and we think that as opposed to us trading metals and buying metals, we are trading industrial intelligence. We're researching what's going on in the world and where, trying to see how the miners and many of the people who are doing a fine job here, their supply can be applied to allow industries to thrive, electrification to happen, defense to be built. And I think the role that we are playing at the leading edge of what's happening is vastly underestimated. And I actually think that we do a very poor job of explaining to the world how critical we are. Do you know, if you added up every mining stock in the world, add them all up, private, public, it's 25% of the value of NVIDIA. But NVIDIA can't exist without us. We're doing a poor job. So Primary Commodity, as I say, we're not butterflying around, laser focus on what we can do to build these economies so that they can flow and are not constrained.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing that. We're going to go to some rapid fire questions at the end. So maybe we want to keep our answers to maybe 30 seconds max. I'm going to go through one by one. Tell me, which commodity are you most bullish on in 2026? Roger.
Platinum group metals. And just to say, ruthenium was the best performing precious metals last year, up 158%. Okay. Platinum up 119. So yes, PGMs is a suite.
Excellent. Chris?
Yeah, I have no choice but to say gold.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you had a byproduct you were interested in.
But yeah, if I say not my own commodity, I continue to like the dynamics that we're seeing in the copper market.
Copper market.
Yep.
Perfect.
I think I've already said silver. Silver. Silver conducts electricity better than any other metal. Highest conductivity, lowest resistivity of any other noble metal. So the more silver we use, the better the world is. There's no more metal more critical than what silver is. It has strong antibacterial applications, increasing industrial demand. More than 2/3 of silver is now consumed in high-efficiency electronics, mobility, antibacterial applications all the way across the board. And now we've got precious metal investors coming in. Silver all the way.
Yeah, look, I think copper would be top of our list. I mean, I think you've already seen incredible velocity of move over the last couple of months. I think that's largely been driven by money flows. Really, every metal has risen because of this broad speculative engagement. I think the fundamental support for price really lies ahead. Now we need Chinese demand to sort of catch up a bit with the price move, and that will take a bit of digestion over the next few months. But once China's more front-footed, you still have this very strong pull of metal into the US and severely constrained supply side. Those ingredients really do combine to a real kind of period of tightening and sort of scarcity risk in the market, perhaps more towards the second half of the year.
And critical minerals that holding 21 in your phone, such tiny quantities for the world. They're varying between 100 million and the biggest one's 3 billion. Tiny quantities the world needs to survive. And so those inputs are no longer an input to industry. They are the levers for society to have security, prosperity, and power.
Perfect. And maybe passing it back, one word of reflection to talk about last year in 2025 in commodity markets and one word for next year. So maybe we'll start with last year. Roger?
So we only allowed to say 2 words.
Yes, exactly.
Well, so let's say last year, exciting. 2026 would be more exciting in one word.
Perfect. Excellent. Chris?
You sort of stole my thunder a little bit there. I was going to say dynamic.
Dynamic.
And then very dynamic. So
exactly. Great.
I'm gonna break the rules here a little bit. I'm gonna say that 2025 was the year that we were reminded that gold is not a commodity, it's a currency. In 2026, it's going to be further reinforced. It's a currency.
Yeah, I mean, I think 25 was transformative, given the kind of policy shock we've had take place. I think 26 is going to be a year of volatility.
At primary, we saw 25 as chaos and 26 as opportunity.
That's good. I mean, that's definitely more of a glass half full perspective. That's good to hear. And maybe just, is anyone here comfortable sharing a price outlook for the commodity of interest?
Why, of course?
Yeah, let's talk about silver. Randy, please.
Well, it's funny because I did spend some time on a couple of the bigger news networks out there, and you know, about 2 weeks ago, I was forecasting $100 silver and $5,000 gold by the end of 2026. I'm now thinking it's going to be the end of January that we start seeing that. You know, the movement in precious metals hasn't slowed down, and for a number of different reasons. And so I'm still very bullish. I'm trying to find a bearish aspect to what we see, but as long as we measure things in US dollars or fiat currencies as a whole, but US dollar being our main reference currency, I just don't see anything but continuing weakness in the US dollar. And so it applies to copper, it applies to everything. It's the measuring stick that we're all using and the collapse of that measuring stick, the lack or the loss of independence of the Fed, which is one of the reasons that the US dollar has stood as an independent reserve reference currency for so many years. I think we're going to head back to a gold-pegged currency of some sort. The technology exists that it actually can be gold. Digital gold is coming, and we'll get back to tokens. Everyone wants their currency to be abject to political influence, and that's the only way we can go. So my 5,000 seems kind of light. I think, you know, a friend of mine, well, everyone pretty well known, Pierre Lassonde, his calculations to rebuild the relationship that we had in 1970 with the US dollar and gold would indicate that gold needs to be over $17,000 per ounce just to reestablish the relationship that the US dollar had with gold in 1970. So, you know, somewhere between 5,000 and 17,000. It's a good range.
Perfect. Roger?
So Jeffrey, I think, you know, when you think about these suites of metals that we, you know, you've had the input from Randy on the gold side. If you're looking at platinum group metals, structural deficits, supply over the last 10 years has gone south from a new mine supply perspective, not a lot of new investment in mining. Price was in the doldrums pretty much for a decade. But the industrial applications, jewelry applications, and catalytic converter applications, and increasingly the hydrogen applications have all continued to grow. And then some of the metals like ruthenium, hard disk storage technology, relies on ruthenium in the resins. That's why the ruthenium price is up over 158% last year. And that's because of artificial intelligence growth, et cetera, et cetera. So when you think about these, it's not just about the fundamentals between supply and demand and the fact that these are all now mostly in structural deficit. It's exactly what Chris was talking about at the end, which is we're in a super cycle where the undiscovered ounces are much more difficult to discover. And so the new mines that are going to come on are going to take longer. They're going to be quite a few of them low quality, apart from Southern Palladium, of course. We're still gem quality from a mining perspective. And so I think it's important to put in mind it's much more difficult to bring on stream the types of assets that have been brought on stream over the last 30, 40 years at a global level. And so it does create a lot of opportunity at a mining level. And I certainly subscribe to exactly what Chris was saying on this view that, you know, mining is going to catch up with the rest of the world from a valuation perspective. The economic value of mining has been severely undervalued. The commodities are now demonstrating where the value is going to go to, and the mining companies from an equity perspective are going to catch up. So without giving you a specific prediction on platinum group metals,
it's up.
They're definitely going up. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Any other price predictions?
Well, I mean, look, I think, looking back at the history of these markets, what ends bull markets, is a combination of supply responses, demand destruction, and kind of inventory releases. And I think if you look at those three factors right now, as we've all said, the underinvestment of the last decade means that the short-run capacity for supply responses is very low right now, and it's going to take several years of investment for that part of the story to change. So we don't have to fear a sudden wave of supply from price levels today. And on the demand side, it's very difficult to achieve end demand destruction with industrial metals. It has a much lower price elasticity of demand than, say, energy commodities, because copper, for example, represents such a small part of the cost of the goods it goes into. So copper going from 10 to 13,000 really has very little impact on the price of the car or the building that you're making. So demand destruction at an end level is very difficult to achieve. Midstream, yes, you get a bit of volatility, but that's fairly temporary. And finally, we don't have a huge amount of inventory in industrial metal markets. Since the beginning of this decade, particularly in COVID, you've had a kind of a deficit phase that's run down stocks. So look, I think no one wants to make a big call on price, but I think it's fair to say that with those conditions in place, the likelihood of this bull market unwinding in quick succession is very, very low, absent a global growth shock, which for now is not part of most people's base cases.
That's great.
Yep. Yeah. We'll give my view on gold, and I really want to echo some of the basis is really what Randy's talking about. Is gold as a currency, and in this environment, I find it very difficult to paint a picture of what the downside is, especially as the U.S. openly talks about weakening the U.S. dollar. So I think those trends continue. And the question is for how long that will last. So again, I say, what's the scenario where the current trend will stop? I will quote a survey. I saw a survey of a number of hundreds of investors. And this was when gold was about $4,000. And what was the outlook a year from now? And there were, I think, 15 times the number of investors that said gold would be above 5,000 by the end of 26 versus below 4,000.
We're seeing two or three really big trends, which I think are very interesting. I think the first is we have price-insensitive buyers in the market, like governments, and to an extent companies. They don't care. They don't believe they're going to get stock. If they see stock, they're going to get it. And countries are buying gold because they don't believe in US treasuries anymore, as you know. So that's one, price-insensitive buyers. Point two, we have never seen price floors being set. There are price floors being set for metals at the moment. We know those with MT, et cetera. So that is telling you what's happening. And those price floors are a long way above prices now. And the third thing is stockpiling. President Trump put through $2 billion of stockpiling for metals for the US. At the end of the Cold War, the US had $40 billion. $2 billion isn't going to touch it. The EU has announced that they want to stockpile. We are going to have, again, price-insensitive buyers who just want to buy everything they can get on the market. And we all, I think, don't have to be economics majors to understand what that's going to do to price.
And we're going to leave it there. I want to thank my panel for today's conversation. A lot of exciting price predictions for the industry, and looking forward to FMF 2027 to see how much they've panned out. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Well, a fascinating discussion there about what fit-for-purpose investment truly looks like in this volatile arena in which we find ourselves. And I think what that discussion really highlighted is just how difficult investment decisions have become in the sector, not because minerals lack importance, but because these signals that investors rely on are just becoming increasingly complex, layered, and fundamentally incomplete. Well, that brings us on to one of the most contested ideas in the transition conversation today, and that is the notion of green premiums. So I'm sure you'll agree that the theory is familiar, that minerals and metals produced with lower emissions, stronger governance, and higher environmental standards should command a premium in the market. That sustainability should be rewarded not just reputationally, but financially. The reality, though, is far less clear. In many cases, the costs of producing responsibly are visible long before the benefits even appear. And standards, of course, vary from region to region. Definitions are inconsistent. Buyers, well, they talk about preference, but price still often dominates. And this is not an abstract debate. It is very complex. And to explore it further, to ground it also in both market and policy perspectives, please welcome Christian Hoffman, partner, Metals and Mining Practice, McKinsey & Company, and his guest.
Welcome everyone. Super excited to be here. The session which we will have now is focused, as it was just said, on green premiums, myth or reality. I'm Christian. I'm a partner, as it was said, in the McKinsey Metals and Mining Practice. I lead our green metals work globally, and very excited to be here to talk about this important topic.
Good morning everyone. Very happy to be here and share this moment with Christian. My name is Valère Moutarlier. I'm the Deputy Director General in the European Commission in charge of industry and decarbonization, and particularly looking after the CRM agenda of the Commission.
Perfect. Great to have you. So we as McKinsey obviously also look at, let's say, investment cases for green materials or low carbon materials. And the topic around how real is, let's say, not only customer demand, but also the customer willingness to pay for this is an extremely relevant question, because I think it's very clear customers want low carbon or green products. The question is very much more like, are they also willing to pay more for it? And why is this so important? It's so important because a lot of the business cases for these, let's say, new capacities which need to be built, asset conversions to be done, or greenfield projects to be set up, they need a solid business case. And for many, let's say, products, we still see that the costs are higher for, let's say, low carbon products. And so the question is, these projects need a certain green premium, need a certain willingness to pay from customers in order to lead to a, let's say, bankable business case, which then also enables new capacities. And I think this is why it's a super relevant topic, and I'm excited to talk about it. Maybe kind of taking the opportunity to ask a question to kind of kick us off. What's the general, let's say, EU thinking on critical raw materials?
So in the European Union for critical raw materials, I think it's fair to say that we have a plan. We have a good plan, both in terms of our legislative environment. We have adopted in 2023 Raw Material Act, where basically we play on three different pillars. The first one is basically financing concrete projects to deliver in order to reduce our dependencies. And for this, we have specific objectives. 10% of our needs sourced in the EU in terms of extraction, 40% for processing, and 20% for recycling. So these are the objectives that we put to ourselves in the EU. As you can see, we will not be covering all our needs together. So the second pillar is basically about partnering with other countries around the world. I mean, extremely happy and honored to be here in Saudi Arabia to discuss with the local authorities, but this is part of a wider diversification agenda that we have. Third element of our agenda, promote projects in Europe and beyond. Sorry, and beyond. And what we want at the end is diversification, because I mean, the cost of the resilience on the side of the EU might be huge. And we want to diversify for good and sustainable products. And this is where the green premium kicks in. We are extremely eager to be an actor to promote sustainability and ESG in the business of raw material.
Excellent, excellent. So I think the key question is, who already today pays a green premium? And we as McKinsey discuss this with many of our clients, whether it's actually on the, let's say, producing side of the material or the offtake side of the material. And I think it's fair to say it's not a myth. There are certain customers for certain markets and products in those markets that are paying a premium today to kind of realize a carbon reduction or sometimes also actually achieve certain circularity targets. However, the challenge which we do see quite often is that on the one side, those premiums sometimes do not fully bridge the gap when we look at, let's say, the higher cost linked to low carbon products. And on the other side, that the mere volume of, let's say, which customers are then committing to off-taking might not suffice to kind of justify the business case for an entire project. And I think the question is a little bit around, for us, and this is, I think, super interesting now that we have you from the regulator here. What can bridge the gap if the premium is not, let's say, sufficient, which the customer is paying, and this is hence leading to the fact that certain projects would not materialize?
No, first of all, I agree with you. I mean, this is not a myth. I mean, the way we are working in the Critical Raw Material Act is through selection of strategic projects. And what we see in this process is that the project owner genuinely bring the ESG dimension very seriously. And this is something that in our evaluation of the selected project, we take deeply into account, basically to the same level of the operational and technical element. So on the supply side, we can see that there is an appetite because of thousands of reasons. I mean, one of them being the reputational risk to come with a very tight ESG dimension to the project. We are also working on the demand side. So basically introducing some elements of lead market creation through different instruments. I mean, we will be coming later on this month with our Industrial Accelerator Act, trying to tie green products with public procurement or subsidy schemes so that there is these incentives that as regulator we can bring to bridge the gap. And I think that I do agree with you. I mean, this is not something that we will be able to impose all throughout the different projects and for all the different material. I mean, we need to be selective, and we will probably start at least with green steel in our proposal later this month.
Extremely interesting, extremely interesting. Yeah, I think this directly addresses the challenge which we typically see, that, let's say, right now, I think many players, if you look at offtake is still in many organizations steered by the procurement department. And I think in the procurement department, there's various factors deciding on from whom do you source. And I think what we see nowadays is sustainability, green, decarb is gaining significant importance. But obviously many companies, especially in Europe, are under severe, let's say, competitive pressure. And I think it needs to be a very thorough assessment, whether you can, let's say, pay a higher price for certain materials. So what is your thinking around combining, let's say, on the one side, facilitating new resilient, low-carbon projects on the one side, but on the other side, also keeping in mind that obviously the off-taking industries need to remain competitive, sometimes in a global scale or in a global context.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is, I think, really all about the calibration of the type of incentives or requirement that the public authorities would be putting. On one side, I think that we have, and this might be specific to Europe, but this is a very strong feeling in Europe. We have to better manage our dependencies and to better take into account, including in terms of monetization, our resilience. So basically, when I'm presenting the elements that we might put forward for green, made in Europe material, people are immediately objective on the cost for the downstream, which I understand. I mean, there is a cost to the resilience, and I would wish that our economy brains would pay a little bit more attention and try to develop a little bit better tools to try to integrate this cost of the non-resilience and the dependence. And so for me, we are in a situation where either you have the visibility of what is the impact of the green premium on your cost, or you do not buy it, but then you can have one of a sudden the kind of huge unforeseen destabilization in terms of impact of the dependency and non-resilience on your business model. And I think that in how you project yourself in your business model, this should, I think, be fully taken into consideration. And
right.
Sorry, just one word. I think that if you look at the raw material themselves, I think that the work which is currently launched in the context of the G7 on price floor concept is also something that basically is not unrelated with this issue of basically to which condition do you access an open world market. And I think that here you have also the possibility to think about, I mean, how to introduce concept of green premium in this work.
Very interesting. I like the idea of how you tie, let's say, the green aspect also to the resilience aspect, because I think that's a very important one. And what we are seeing many companies actually do these days is indeed put a strong emphasis on resilient supply chains and making sure, let's say, that there's no over-dependency on certain suppliers. So I think it's a very appealing idea to kind of more closely combine these two things. I think it indeed comes with the challenge that putting a price tag on resilience, I think, is a very difficult thing to do. But I think it's definitely something we and many companies can do better on, because in the end, I think you're right. If you do not care about this, the price in the end or the cost which you might bear might significantly outweigh, let's say, a certain smart investment or buying decisions today.
And if I may, Christian,
yeah.
I think that this is something which is a kind of concept that we basically roll out in different thematics of our policies. So this is something which is strongly embedded in our critical raw material strategy. So basically, no over-dependency and diversification. And this is also a good opportunity for new actors, some that would basically choose CRM as part of their future vision for their own diversification, as it is the case here in Saudi Arabia. But this is also something that basically we try to roll out in clean tech. We have, with the Net Zero Industry Act in clean tech, the same willingness basically to regain autonomy and structure resilience around clean tech with the same approach, which puts some pressure on downstream cost, indeed, but gives such, I would say, that clears such, in a nice way, the horizon in terms of what are the disturbances that might impact your business model, which we have a lot of business communities behind us in rolling out this concept for clean tech, for example.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah. So you're taking a whole value chain perspective when you kind of think around
Absolutely.
these things and how to facilitate, let's say, decarbonization and resilience along core industries. Very, very, very interesting. One question I would have is, I mean, what's the feedback which you have gotten so far on these, let's say, regulatory updates? Because sometimes I think we hear from companies, you know, the intentions are very good, right? But sometimes it is incredibly difficult for us to make short-term decisions now against our competitors, which really then pay tribute to, let's say, the aspirations of decarbonizing, the aspirations towards becoming more resilient. So what's the key challenge you get from companies? What's the feedback? I would be interested.
So what I would say is the first one is the difficulty in mixing our agenda on regulatory stability and foreseeability and our competitiveness agenda. So on the one side, the business community is extremely happy and is welcoming our new impetus in terms of competitiveness, simplification, reduction on admin burden, reporting requirement, etc. I mean, all the agenda that we are pushing very strongly through what we call our omnibus initiative, where basically we look all throughout one sector, for example, sustainability reporting, digitalization, biotech sector, and we push for an overhaul of the legislation so that we bring more simplification and less red tape, which is needed. But at the same time, the business community, I mean, needs to have a stable environment in terms of what are the objectives to be able to invest and not to have, I mean, too many disturbing elements in terms of what is the regulatory environment. And this is something that we try to balance. I mean, this is what we did, for example, for the automotive industry with our initiative last December, and try to give more flexibility to the end of the combustion engine, but with no negative signal when it comes to investment in electric vehicle, for example. So this is one element. The second element is that when we talk to our industrial base, basically what we are doing through green premiums, what we're doing through more, I would say, conditionality for foreign investment in terms of added value, what we are doing in terms of what's in it for our domestic industrial base, for them is okay, because basically this is what they are facing in all the big regions of the world. And they say, okay, Europe is getting the way many other geographical economic blocs have been developing their own policies over the last 10, 15 years. So I think that we are at a stage where this kind of regionalization of the supply chain and this kind of integration of a positive policy and business case for more resilience is well understood and accepted by the European business community.
Interesting. 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 Just to pick on this for 1 second, I think Europe, obviously, with its carbon tax or carbon cost, also is a little bit different to maybe some other regions in the world, if you're quoting this. Many, let's say, decisions in Europe, which we are still seeing is, we would not say, it's not even always a willingness to pay for green, but sometimes it's a pure cost calculation that you're avoiding CO2 cost. And that avoidance of CO2 cost makes it a business case, after all. Do you think this will also, let's say, drive the future developments, or do you anticipate that the willingness to pay, especially if we extend it more towards resilience, right, resilient supply chains, is something which in itself will be valued by, let's say, key industry players?
Well, I think that, I mean, our citizens, our businesses for sure, but our citizens are very aware of the new geopolitical world we're living in. And I think that, I mean, they put some pressure today on this resilience concept at the same level where they put pressure 10 years ago on the Green Deal agenda. I think that for them, and this is very much what you see in all the Eurobarometers when you test and when you go back to the public opinion and the citizens, I mean, they haven't given up with our Green Deal agenda, but they want that we readjust it in the context of our resilience and our capacity to secure our future and to secure the capacity and the resilience of our industrial base, which is very important for them. So yes, I do see these two sides of the same coins as something extremely demanding for the governments and the public authorities, but something which is deeply entrenched in our public opinions and on which we have to strive to deliver.
Excellent, excellent. Very good, very good. So I think to kind of close, I think the interesting idea, I think, what I really liked is, first of all, saying, yes, green premiums are real, yeah? Even though they might not be applicable everywhere, and they might not sometimes be at the level which maybe some players have hoped for a couple of years ago. Yeah? But I like very much the idea that you put forward in our discussion now to kind of take a broader view around green premiums, including the resilience aspect, right? Including, let's say, the sustainable supply chain aspect, to kind of get to a holistic picture for companies. Yeah? And I hope that this will then also facilitate, let's say, business cases for new capacities, new investments, which then kind of help us achieve what you exactly outlined. Yeah?
Sure. Thank you. I do hope so, but I'm confident.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Fascinating conversation there between Christian and Valère. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and really posing an important question there that, if green premiums are uncertain, uneven, or even still emerging, then where exactly does the pressure for change really come from? Well, certainly something to think about. Now, though, we change tack a bit, because up to this point, our discussion has focused on supply, how minerals are discovered, how they're financed, processed, and delivered in an increasingly complex global environment. But supply, of course, well, it's only half the story. Because ultimately, minerals exist to serve demand, don't they? And that demand is being shaped not just by governments or markets, but by customers themselves, by the industries, the companies, and the end users whose expectations are evolving so rapidly. So this next conversation flips the lens. And we are going to get into that with a powerful question. What does the minerals conversation look like when viewed through the eyes of those who ultimately rely on these materials? And how much influence do customers really have in shaping the future of this sector? Well, to guide us through that demand-side perspective, please welcome Carol Alute, Senior Partner at McKinsey & Company, to guide us through this next panel.
At least you get that.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm very excited to be able to moderate this panel, because we're going to focus on the customers, end users who used to be at the end of the chain, but not anymore. Today, the customers, they set the rules. They are defining contract structures, product design. And we're seeing three important shifts. Number one is that regulation is forcing transparency in the chains, especially for batteries, and I'm sure that this will come up in the panel. Number two is the markets are volatile. Everybody has talked about the uncertainty. And number three, geopolitical risk is real, is something that we need to navigate. So our goal for this panel is very, very practical. What can customers do now? What can they do on contracts, on standards, on collaboration, on really fostering innovation and investments, and doing that in a reliable, in a responsible way? So I will ask some questions to our panelists around how the customers are shaping, how also procurement rules are defining the rules of the game, how contracts and capital allocation can be fostered, and what role customers can play in that, how we can get resilient chains, and finally, how we can get broad collaboration across sectors, public, private, and so on. And to help us unpack, I am joined by our 5 panelists, Saleh Al-Saleh, the Vice President of Aramco Transition Minerals, Joe Kaiser, the Chairman of the Supervisory Boards of Siemens Energy and Daimler Truck. We have then Dr. Klaus Kleinfeld, Founder and Chief Executive of K2 Elevation and Chairman and member of boards in tech and healthcare. We have also with us Dr. Fadi Trabzuni, the MD of Advanced Metals Industrial Cluster, who are very well known for titanium alloys here in the Kingdom. And finally, we have Mark Winterhoff, who is the Interim Chief Executive Officer of Lucid, whose cars we have also seen around here. So thank you all for joining the panel, and let us start with the customers as shapers of demand signals. And I will start with you, Saleh. Of course, the question we have is Aramco, oil, moving into minerals. When we talk about customers, which customers are you trying to serve?
Thank you.
And why?
Very good. Thank you, Carol. That's a good question. Why Aramco is into mining? And I think I'll start addressing that point first before we talk about the customers. So we, as you all know, we've been operating in the Kingdom for over 90 years, accumulating very large geological and geophysical data sets, and developing very advanced AI, data analytics, and high-performance computing. And most importantly, we have very competent geologists and geophysicists that we've been using for decades for oil and gas. But lately, we also have seen potential of finding minerals and also in oil field brines such as lithium at very encouraging concentrations. We reported, in fact, in this very forum last year, 4 times the commercial limit where lithium reached more than 400 ppm in some of our aquifers. So combining the prolific lithium resource with our advanced drilling and subsurface mapping, we think we can be a player in the lithium space, a low-cost producer. And for that, we've been working actually with customers in the manufacturing side and then so the battery makers to align our plans with their requirements and the quantities that they need. And this is a very important step, and I think we're going through it right now as we are working on the exploration phase and the demonstration phase. We're also talking to the customers to align the pace of the development, which is a very important point here, is at what pace we should move. And that really will stem out of very effective discussions with the customers. So actually, in parallel to such discussions, we've been busy also recovering lithium from our brines. We deployed several pilots in the field, showing very promising results from direct lithium extraction technologies. So to sum it up, I think talking and working on our strengths in the extraction of lithium, working on surface to find the greenest technologies to recover lithium with the lowest footprint on surface, and aligning with the battery makers and car makers is very important as we are going through it as we speak.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's go to the other side of the panel, to the buyer, right? Because the word is out, lithium. So you as a buyer of materials for your cars, how do you send the right demand signal to your suppliers, especially in a world with a lot of uncertainty?
Yeah, I mean, actually, in the back room, we already shook hands, and Sally and I, working on, maybe offtake or things. So it's very, very important, obviously, to have the contacts to the right people. But how are we sending this? I mean, we know that it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem. Yeah? Unless there's an offtake, unless there is a buyer, there's no investment, and therefore we are willing to give long-term commitments, mainly around volume. But it also has to have flexibility, because I mean we have all seen this in the last couple of years, particularly us on the EV side. It is a little bit of an up and down, and so therefore we need to have flexibility. And the same thing is, well, the batteries and the chemistries are changing, but they're actually not changing that fast. Yeah? We need to look very much forward, because it takes many months, if not years, to qualify everything in a perfect way. So what we typically do is, we have volume agreements, very much forward, looking many years, and then, basically require some flexibility.
So maybe another customer, Joe, Siemens Energy, Daimler Trucks. We talked a bit about the automotive industry already, but also in energy, there's a lot of uncertainty. There is a lot of questions around scope, timing of energy transition, and so on. So how do you handle this? How do you think about the demand signals to your customers?
Well, I mean, first of all, thank you for having me. I can tell you the Future Mineral Forum has never been more important than it is today. So why is that? Well, because those so-called commodities, minerals, used to be readily available everywhere. Today, they are one of the scarcest goods in the supply chain of this planet. So this old saying, saying if on your way up, be nice to people on your way up, because you all meet them on your way down, is very true. So what I'm trying to say is that the minerals today basically are the leverage for all the products, from AI to software to energy to automotive to everything, to technology. And that's why we are very much focused on securing the supply chain, not just by having a supplier and us being a customer, and then we negotiate, and then we'll find a price and then a delivery time. No, that has changed. Today, we are going to our suppliers and try to find long-term partnerships, working together, not just in the supply, but also in enhancing technology, innovation, to make sure that the resource consumption goes down. Why is that? Well, in the electrification age, which we are currently actually only entering, so it's only the beginning of the electrification age. So if everything is electric in this world, all the mobility, everything, we will need 7 times the mines which we have today. 7 times. And so that actually is not feasible, because it takes 10, 15 years for permits and this and that. And the resources are obviously not there forever. So we need to bring technology and innovation into the supply chain area to make sure that the efficient use of minerals is also be secured. So the game has changed from, supplier, customer, pricing, negotiation, off we go, to long-term secure of supply chain and partnerships. First thing. Second topic, geopolitics. Not sure whether the free world trade is going to continue as we used to know it. Maybe it's going to be different in the future. And we need to be prepared for that. And that's why our solution is vertical integration, supply chain partnership instead of negotiations on pricing and terms. And that's what we believe secures our innovation power, our reliability, and then last but not least, the resilience on supply chain management.
Yeah, I said the panel would be very practical. I think this were a number of very practical actions that you shared. Let's go to the kingdom and to you, Fari, because when we're moving a bit more to the rules of the game in procurement, in establishing the relationships in the value chain, you have had an amazing development story with AMIC over the last years. So the question I have is, how are your customers that are very advanced customers across the world, how are they pushing you to do better, to do certain developments? How does that work?
Thank you, Eric. The integration of the value chain, as mentioned, is a key topic that is being debated. If it is really necessary to happen, or industries, especially in this business, can rely on diversified sources of supply of feedstock. Because that diversification is one of those success factors that, in addition to the wider customer base, will help business to survive. And we have here during the sessions and different roundtables during this great exhibition that survival is key to this business, because it is, as we know, capital intensive. It requires time to develop. It takes long-term commitment from all of the stakeholders of these projects. So it is very important that that relationship is fixed between the feedstock supply and the end customer. And this is where price and cost are the variables that can be agreed between the different benefited parties in the total value chain. Of course, as a supplier of the material, I need to be competitive, and as well as a supplier of the base metal. And in titanium value chain, this is what we have done in the kingdom. We have invested in the last 10 years, 12 years, a lot of efforts and capital to develop that industry. It took time and efforts, where specific efforts by AMIC and Tasnia were put into this. But also we have capitalized on the mineral experience that the kingdom has developed in the past 2 decades in aluminum and phosphate and gold, for example. But what we have learned that titanium has its own specific needs in the processing, in the final product. Because as we know, it does not only go to aerospace, it goes into medical and industrial applications. So we think that we continue to evaluate this vertical integration option, but what is key here is that we continue sourcing the feedstock of material through the value chain and be consistent in the product that we make and supply to our clients. These, what we believe, are the 2 key factors that we need to maintain all the time.
Yeah. So this, I think, brings us to now, how do we pay for all the ideas here that were shared? So when we think about capital allocation, when we think about investment, maybe I come to you, Klaus, given your long experience as an executive, but also now as an investor. So when you're thinking about like investments and thinking about structuring the contract, we heard also, Mark, you were talking about like, well, you need to have a customer confirmed, yeah, maybe offtake puts that really in writing. So how do you think about like investment in as de-risked way as possible? Like what needs to come together?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, investing in commodities is not for the faint heart, right? So, because as you said before, it's highly capital intense and it needs a long breath, you know, because there are some cycles that you cannot avoid. So the really good commodity investors do 2 things. One is they figure out at an early point in time, where are the nuggets? Where are the nuggets? That's exactly, I mean,
the opposite of, or the counter position of, Joe, what you would do in a company. You know, you look at how easy is the certain goods available in the commodity markets on the one dimension, and the other dimension, how strategically important for my competitiveness is it? And you look at which ones are the ones in the future, not just today, you know, because today is easy, you know, you need to have a look into the future. What are the critical ones? And then you have to figure out, you know, can I replace them? You know, can I potentially invest in a mine? Can I partner with somebody? Can I form a relationship inside of the industry to work with others? You know, so all of these things. So, and the commodity investor does the same thing, because we see the counter position of that, you know, and try to find out where are these future hot spots, you know. Geopolitics obviously has become a gigantically important dimension in this, right? It was never not a dimension in commodities, but today it's an additional one. It's not just about, is it a war zone? How secure is my contract? It's actually how much in favor is a certain nation at a certain point in time, or is there something that could trigger a response from our president to say, I don't like them and I put tariffs on them, you know, and that could be bad, it could be good for you. You know, it depends on which side you're on, you know. So that's the macro picture. The micro picture has pretty much stayed the same. You know, you basically, on the micro picture, you have to look at where are you on the cost curve? Where are you on the cost curve? Because in the end, you know, if you are low on the cost curve, that's your only safety net, you know, of staying through a low commodity cycle. When everybody, let's say when 80% are losing money and you still make money, that's a good bet. You know, but if you're in the middle of it, not so good, you know. So, and you have to look at how can that be shifted. And again, also geopolitics have come into that game. So that's basically what you see today. And then when you look at contracts, the contracts, you said a lot of these things. I mean, you have to look at, do I have an offtake agreement? How is the offtake agreement structured? Do I have fixed prices? The interesting thing is, and that's changing, and I'd love to hear, Joe, what you think about it. It used to be that these things were done by the procurement departments. And frankly, the procurement departments they always think it's commodity. So I buy a pound of titanium, I buy a pound of something. So for them, it was the price. That has changed. I think it has changed, particularly for those ones that are really rare and that are hot in demand, where it's now on the sea level, and you take it up and you say, because it's so important for my future, you know, I can get a competitive advantage or a disadvantage to this. You know, so, and now they are probably willing to do long-term, you know, fixed prices, where in the past, it's very rare that somebody was doing a long-term fixed price contract because they said, hey, you know what, yeah, the prices are high now, I make a fixed price which is below that, you know, but the moment it drops 30%, they say, oh, you know, I don't like this contract, you know, forget about the contract, I'll rip it up, you know, that has been the tradition there, and I think that's going out of the window.
Oh. So it's a very good framework, like the macro parts, the micro parts, and then how do you secure to get into the money with the project? Maybe to come back to you, Saleh. So when you are investing, like now within a group that is diversifying from oil to minerals, what are the minimum requirements you want to have from your customers? You can, of course, look for the low cost curve assets and so on, but like, what is the minimum requirement when you engage with customers for you to expand in the chain or beyond the current portfolio?
I think what will encourage us to move faster in the mineral space, because it's a new domain for Aramco, is long-term commitments, off-take agreements with end users like Lucid or other companies, battery makers, will encourage us, of course, to move faster. And I think we are entering into a long lead items. These mining projects, even direct lithium extraction or lithium, are capital intensive. And before we commit to larger scale projects, we want to ensure several things. I think it's not only about the geology. There are many factors that need to happen to come together. The end user long-term commitments, the supply chain, the geopolitics, the technology, I think another important aspect is where do you stand in the cost curve? Because the price, we've seen all what happened to the lithium price recently being very high and then went to a low point and now rebound since for the past couple of months, but that's also not sustainable. So where do we stand in the cost curve is very important. And for companies like Aramco, where we invested a lot in technology, we believe that technology and AI and computing are our tickets really to lower our cost and be able to withstand tough cycles. So I think the long-term agreements, strategic partnerships with key companies are really a major enablers for Aramco, and I'm sure there are similar companies. And once we secure that, we have internal things to do. I mentioned lowering the cost curve, using our expertise and our capabilities and what have you, focusing on the prolific parts. And I think there is maybe another element that we haven't talked about is the environmental aspect. The way that we produce minerals, because they contribute to the energy transition, I think the greener they are, the better they were, and they were more sustainable for the future. That's why we think that the new trend of mining methods, whenever they can be applicable, like the direct lithium extraction, using wells to extract minerals, can have much lower footprint and emissions than other methods. That's why we are, for example, a company, we are interested in these waves of technologies that can enhance not only our cost curve, but also the way that we produce and extract these minerals.
All right. So you're bringing us really to the stability of the chain and the stability of the business. But when we talk about resilience, Mark, Lucid has announced several agreements when it comes to critical materials.
Yeah.
So what is your strategy, your philosophy behind this? What kind of trade-offs are you trying to make?
Yeah, I think, Klaus, you just said that it became much more strategic and long-term. Up until recently, we would have looked only at the price. And now we're making, as you said, we have off-take agreements, particularly around graphite, for instance, that is years out in the future. And we will, we have discussions about lithium. We have diversified our magnet sources as well, which now, as a matter of fact, will cost us more. But if you could just go back last year, we had 2 instances, 2 times, where we almost would have stopped production because of having no magnets. And for us, although automotive is actually not a very high margin business, but if you can't produce, that's the biggest impact. And if you're paying a little bit more, it's not good, obviously, but we're willing to do this in order to have stability. So much more long-term perspective. Then the procurement team, together with our engineers, they come to me to take those decisions. It's not anymore done, somewhere on the lower levels in the procurement side. Then if it's a long-term topic and it might be a little bit more expensive, that's okay. If it's a very high risk commodity or something that we need in order to even continue to produce. There's a lot of changes that have happened. And I mean, some things we even stockpile, that we buy magnets as an example. Or when we talk about recently, as not necessarily minerals, but the semiconductor issue end of last year, we now really need to make sure that we keep our production running. So we are much more forward-looking, and it is definitely a C-suite discussion and decision right now. And we take and bite the bullet sometimes, where we pay more to make sure that we have the availability of those components.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we were trying to be practical, but what you're saying is, like, in today's world, to be practical, you actually need to think strategic. You need to have a long-term view to be today and tomorrow practical. Maybe, Joe, I will come back to you, because when you started your sharing, you were also positioning the role of the FMF and the forum here, people coming together to address certain challenges and to really find good solutions. So when we think about collaboration, when we think about cross-sector collaboration, public-private collaboration, where do you see that companies, stakeholders can be competitors competing for the same materials versus where should they really come together and invest together, de-risk together? And what is stopping us from collaborating more? Because collaboration is like really the big word here, but like also everybody says it's so difficult. So what's your view on that?
Well, it really depends, right? So if you look at the public-private partnerships, the collaboration, and I mentioned that earlier this morning with the meeting with His Excellency, the Minister for Industry, this Future Mineral Forum has a fundamental task also for the future. Not just bringing people together who are of the same interest. It is about telling the global society how important minerals, mining, is for the greater good of mankind. Like AI, there is no AI without minerals, commodities. There is no going to Mars space without that. There is no next generation TikTok or all that great social media stuff without minerals. So we need to bring that connectivity from what people would like to have and to own because they feel good about it to what it takes on the mineral and the mining sector. And that is a joint effort between the public and the private to bring the society closer to that relationship. Because if we need 5 times the mines in order to, to bring the electrical age, the fourth industrial revolution, men going to space, to the moon, to Mars, what have you, we need to have that connectivity for societal acceptance. And this forum here, is the perfect forum to get that started. Public sector, private sector. So that's one. Or the private to private sector, well, it's a complicated matter. Everybody is, jumping to, well, we need to collaborate, we need to work together. Well, if you are competitors, complicated. You need to see what is in for both parties. That's the central question on collaboration. Is it a scenario which we can create, which is of mutual benefit, or like the Chinese people typically say, win-win? Then it can work. If it is like, well, if I give you something, I don't have it anymore, never going to work. Could work short-term, but never in a sustainable long-term way. So at Daimler Truck, for example, the future of mobility could be diesel, could be hydrogen, could be battery electric. Nobody really knows at this time where this is going to go. But things will be changing at some point. So what we do together, we work on together with other competitors like Volvo or Scania and create a hydrogen universe. Where we say, what, it's good for everybody to share the risk and the benefit and share the IPR. This works because everybody's got benefit from risk sharing and benefit sharing. If it is a vertical relationship between supplier and customer, well, you need to see who is the best supplier, because if you work with the best, you are safe. And then what interest do the suppliers have? Do they want to work with one or with more? And the third one, of course, is what will be the future of technology in that industry? Because maybe you don't need your supplier anymore tomorrow because diesel engines are no good anymore. So this all comes together, and this is what good management is about. To sort of have a vision, have the right team, have the right people, and the right supply chain to figure out what's best for you. That's how I would try to summarize it.
So on our objective to get win-wins, right? There is like many shades of gray. Let's maybe focus on one.
Two things. Ideally, win-win. Both partners have a benefit. The other topic is a bit more complicated, and this is a subject of like, push the stakes so high that neither party can afford to lose.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe let's focus on the public-private win-win. Maybe Fadi, I come back to you because you have been navigating that during the development of AMIC, and how do you see also there like the enablers for more win-win in public-private, and how does it help your development?
Yeah. Specifically for titanium, it's a mineral, it's a metal that it has its own dynamics. And the relationship between the makers and the client or the market is really decided on based on few factors. As we know, the application really impact the industry, and the evolution of that specific space of industry, especially when you go into multiple clusters and multiple markets. So the collaboration part, we know that there are some limitations, natural limitations, especially when it is private to private. But for the titanium industry, we see that the government role is key into enabling the globalization. And this is how we were able to integrate the local titanium production in Saudi Arabia into the global supply chain. So there are a number of government agencies and ministries are working, supporting to leverage, the government-to-government relationship with other countries to ensure that there is an opportunity for those countries to source qualified titanium. Today, Saudi Arabia is the second largest titanium exporter after Japan to aerospace industry globally. And this is a big achievement. Yeah. And we can capitalize on that success. Now, we have to keep the support by the government to the infrastructure. And this is, a call to the government, infrastructure, ecosystem development, that need to continue in order to increase the trust, which is very important in this industry between the suppliers and the clients, because we depend on each other over the time when there are up cycles and down cycles. And we need to make sure that the flow of material continues and the flow of production continues, because that's what will make it survive at the end of the day.
Very good. It's a very exciting example of collaboration and of success coming out of it. We have only 1 minute left, but Klaus, I want to give you the last word on the topic of collaboration.
Yeah, I'd be happy to comment on those both aspects. And when Joe and I were at Siemens, we did actually partnerships with competitors, and from my own experience, I can tell you, I think the biggest hurdle for this is your own ego, right? Because if you run large companies, you think that you can do it on your own, and to realize the risk is too high, you need more juice behind it, and then to intertwine it in such a way, which you said, Joe, that everybody loses when you lose, or everybody wins when you win, But I think hindsight, I would say the biggest point is get your ego in check, and say, look, we're gonna go. And by the way, you see this as a huge trend in the Silicon Valley. When you see what NVIDIA and ChatGPT is doing, they are building a whole ecosystem, and it's very hard to penetrate that. Very hard to penetrate that. So that's becoming a competitive weapon, And on the public-private partnership, in fact, on the commodities industry, this is more the norm than the exemption, So because, and I think for good reasons, because there are a lot of countries who say, look, I want the minerals, I want a certain control in it, and therefore a mining license comes with an investment or some shares in addition, which I think is a pretty good model, and on top of it, because you need a license, literally a license, so the license comes from the government. It has huge impact also on the communities. huge, many ways also if things go wrong. So I think there have been many well-established ways, and then it goes back to the question of how stable is the government. So we just had this discussion in a South American country that we've all probably listened to.
Very good. So thank you to all 5 of you for the great sharing. I think the only thing I want to say as maybe a summary of this, this panel is that none of the 5 of them are faint-hearted in their approach to this topic. And I hope also for all of you that you will use the words that came up, collaboration, innovation, to get to, as Joe, you were saying, like to get to these big 7X and other challenges that we have ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Good session.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for that very insightful panel. And I think that's the perfect place at which to break for lunch, everybody. I hope that you will use the opportunity to visit some of the other stages as well, and the global arena, not to mention the international exhibition, as there is plenty going on outside this plenary. But when we do return here at 2:30 p.m., we will be talking about one of the most spiky issues in front of the mining industry, and that is what can be done about its reputational report card. Do hope that you will join us for that. See you all back here at 2:30 sharp. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome once again as we move on to our, well, what is actually, this is the last afternoon of the conference session. So we're moving into some of those big issue areas, and one of those is the reputation of your sector, the minerals sector. Where do you stand on it? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it indifferent? And what can you do about it? And where are the real pinch points, if you like, in terms of ways to improve it? Well, to do that, we're going to embark, as you can see on the stage, onto another of our great debates. We're pulling together experts across the field here who can bring their perspectives, whether that's national, regional, international, from international standards across to national interests, to bear on this particular panel. So the first thing I would like to do is to invite that panel to come and join us, to take their places. Our debaters here on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, you can applaud them as they arrive. Suleiman Saleh Al Othman, Chair of the Saudi Gold Refinery. Vicky Bowman, who is the Senior Advisor for the Institute for Human Rights and Business. Tanya Constable is the CEO of the Minerals Council of Australia. We have also Pierre Gratton, who's the President and CEO of the Mining Association of Canada. John Houchin, who is an advisor and board member of the Global Investor Commission on Mining 2030, the GTMI. Also joining us is, where are we on my list? Don, where are you? Where have you gone, Don? You're here somewhere. Don Lindsay, former CEO of Tech Materials, board member of BHP, and also previous chair of the ICMM. John is next to the other John. I'm glad you put the two Johns together. That's really helpful. John Stanton, CEO of the Weir Group. And you will know Fifi Peters, anchor for CNBC Africa, and the media representative for this sense of reputation. So look, thank you very much, all of you, for joining us. We thought about this topic, and the wording in the actual title is, can the mining industry's poor reputation be turned around? Now, there's a premise to that question about what we think that reputation is. So what I want to do first of all, before we look at ways in which perhaps things can be even better than they are at the moment, is to get a pitch from each of you as to where you think that reputation report card stands at the moment, and then we can look at where perhaps the problems are and the opportunities. So, Pierre, you're bang in the middle, so let's start with you. Pierre Gratton, the Canadian hat is on, off you go.
Thank you, pleasure to be here. I've been in this business now for almost 30 years, attending conferences and panels like this for all that time, and throughout that period, I've seen panel after panel after panel where we tell the world or whoever's in the audience and listening that we are a terrible industry that can't be trusted. And I find that's a really interesting communication strategy. I'm trying to think of if I sold cars and I went around to tell everybody, hey, this car is going to break down after 5 miles, but I really want you to buy it if you'd want to buy my car. I think this industry seems to love self-flagellation. We love to beat ourselves up and tell everybody that we're terrible. I don't accept the premise, at least in the Canadian context, and I know my colleague from Australia would probably say the same thing. We have years of data, opinion data, reputational data, that shows that mining has a very strong reputation in Canada. It outperforms many other sectors of the Canadian economy in terms of reputation. And it has been growing over the last number of years, particularly with all of the hype around critical minerals and an increasing recognition of the essential nature of our industry, which I think our industry has known all this time, but because we're not consumer-facing, the general public may be less aware of, but now there's an increasing awareness of our essential nature. That does not mean, a good reputation does not mean an individual project will necessarily have support. That's, I think, where we move more into the world of trust as opposed to reputation, and where relationships start to really matter. And that, I think, so even in a Canadian context, though it's uncommon, projects can be turned down. But you don't see any sort of, you rarely see high levels of conflict around projects in Canada, and I think that's probably the same for my colleague in Australia. We do see it elsewhere, but we'll let Tanya...
We'll let Tanya speak for herself.
Speak for herself.
Thank you. Very clear message about the report card there. Thank you for that. Too much self-flagellation is the message. Vicky, you've got human rights written into your title with Human Rights and Business Institute.
I do, and I hang around with a lot of different sectors, not just mining, and I do sympathise with this idea that mining spends an awful lot of time sort of looking at itself and telling everybody how terrible it is and how it needs to fix itself. Whereas the garment sector, personally, if my daughter, who's 18, told me, "Mummy, I want to go into mining," I'd be delighted. If she told me she was going to go into fast fashion, I would be quite horrified. And the tech sector, which I also work on, hasn't really come to terms with its impacts, and its impacts are not visible because they are algorithmic and they are societal. Whereas the problem that mining has is all of its negative impacts are highly visible, and particularly when it makes mistakes. And we've seen in the last 10 years 2 or 3 really significant mistakes which have set back a lot of the progress which I think colleagues here have been making. Brumadinho, the tailings dam failure, 272 people died, farming communities destroyed. And then my own former company, because I've worked in mining, Rio Tinto, blowing up a 46,000-year-old rock shelter because it could legally. So it was doing something which was legally permissible, but societally entirely unacceptable. And it was very good, honestly, to see the top people of Rio lose their jobs. And most of us in Rio, or former Rio people, were delighted because we really felt that that was a wake-up call for senior leadership across the mining industry, that just because it's legal, it's not acceptable. The other thing that I see in this sector is that there is a tendency to wait until people have put it in front of you, when I say people, an NGO, Global Witness and so on, rather than admit that this problem is already there. And my expertise is in Myanmar, and the rare earths problem in Myanmar in terms of the environmental destruction. Those of us living there have been seeing this for the last 6 or 7 years, but it's only in the last couple of years that the buyers of these products are really admitting, yes, there is a problem, we have to work on them. But good that they have people like VW are now saying, yes, we're talking to the NGOs, we want to be part of the solution. So I think this is a whole of supply chain issue as well, not just the mining industry that needs to self-flagellate.
Very important to show the context also between national and different parts of the world with different jurisdictions as well. Vicky, thank you very much indeed. Suleiman, let me come to you. Huge resources available out there. You're a sort of new kid on the block, if I can put it that way. So reputationally, how do you look at even the word reputation in terms of mining here?
I can say that cars, it is resulting in an accident. So we should not use car and just walking in the street. In this case, mining, it has a side effect in the environmental if you don't follow the international standard of the mining law and apply the entire system to protect the environment from leakages, from dust control, from any harm to the society. And of course, there is a slightly effect from this result. But on the other hand, you're already giving dreams for the people to find a job in the remote area, this is a golden chance for them to build their self, to build their housing, to build their family based on the income which they are generating from this. And also, all of us, we are based, and wherever you are, based on the mining results, where we can have our comfort for building your house, for using your mobile, for getting to the moon. All you need the minerals to get it to serve the humanity. So yes, mineral, it is the dream for the people to reach all kind of the minerals, and the government, they are making an action of war to reach to minerals, like what's happened in rare minerals. And where it is controlled, it's politically, it's becoming very important. So the reason for it, they want to be able to sustain and to control power and to live life. So everybody needs mining, and it is a dream for government, for citizens, for youth, to develop their dream and to achieve their target.
Okay, so you're growing the reputation now, early doors, as to what it offers for the people, its relevance, which I think is an important point. Don, let me come over to you. Whether it's through tech, whether it's through BHP, whether it's through the ICMM, you've got different perspectives here. There are different contexts to it. But what would your report card be?
So to answer the first question directly, I think the reputation of the industry is actually better than people think. It's improved a lot over the last 4 or 5 years. We saw evidence of that in the ICMM roundtable yesterday. But to get to the second part on how can we improve it more, and that to me is all about education. When people understand something better, they generally have more confidence. I would do that education in 3 different phases. The first is around the question of teaching people just how much they depend on it in their everyday life. The second is educating people about how much the industry itself has improved over the last 20 years, because it is quite dramatic. And the final part is to give people more exposure to actual individuals who work on the front lines of industry that they can relate to. If I go back to the first question, people don't realize that the whole life is dependent on it. The smartphone, for example, has 61 different minerals. The screen, the battery, the circuitry, the casing, all of it is mined. The computer you worked on today, the car you drove here in, the chair you are sitting on, the building we're in, the electrical grid that powers this room, the medical equipment, the infrastructure for our cities, every single bit of it involved mining. I used to ask audience in my speeches whether anyone stored their photos in the cloud, and almost everybody put their hands up. And then I would say, you do realize that the cloud is not in the air, it is firmly on the ground, and it's made of metal, copper, and so on. And so many people would shift in their seats thinking, oh yeah, I thought it was in the cloud. So I'd say, please tell me you knew that. Please tell me you knew that. And of course, then I'd say, I know you didn't know that, but now you do, so go home and tell your family and friends. That's what we have to do. On the second one, in terms of how much the industry has improved, there are so many stats that Tanya or Pierre could share with you, but it is dramatic. I'll just leave it at that for others to illustrate that. And then finally, on the people in the industry, I want to draw 2 examples. In 2012 in Australia, the super tax was introduced, and the industry got together and made this campaign. Mitch Hook was the guy driving it at the time. That was like the stars of the campaign were people from the front lines of the industry that people could relate to. And next thing you know, they changed the whole perception, and the super tax was abandoned. In Canada, with the oil sands industry, they did something similar. Quebec had previously hated the oil sands. By the end of the campaign, 60% of people in Quebec supported the oil sands. It can be done. It's been done before. We've got to do it again.
Okay, but reputationally, you think it's stronger than people perhaps think. Yes. Let me get a media perspective then on that. Fifi, not just a media perspective, you also can bring in an African perspective. And I'd be interested to know what your views are, partly from what you've heard, but where's your pitch?
Yeah, I think the great thing about bringing a media perspective is that ours is not necessarily an emotional one. We represent the views of the multitude of stakeholders within the industry. So in terms of the reputation of the mining industry right now and how it stacks up, it depends who you're asking. So if you're asking maybe a commissioner from a revenue service right now, probably give it an 8 out of 10, particularly in the past 2-3 years where the royalties that have come from the higher profits as a result of the commodity prices have been good for revenue service commissioners. If you are an investor right now, probably also you're looking at the industry a lot more favorably because of the returns that it has given to your portfolio. You speak to governments, and I speak to governments within my line of work quite a lot, particularly mining ministers and those who are related to the minerals and the energy portfolio. And it's a little bit mixed, particularly in this present moment in time. The conversation is, how do mining companies now move from just royalties to equity? There is a belief, and I believe a justified one, to say that, all right, particularly on the African continent, quite a number of the minerals you made reference to, sir, that are used in absolutely everything. Africa, highly endowed in them, and yet when it comes to some of the value-add propositions on the value chain, the supply chain, as it were, we're not there. The minerals come out of the continent, get processed elsewhere, and then afterwards imported back at a higher premium. So you speak to government officials right now, and perhaps it's mixed. And if I can just finish off by also representing the sentiments and the views of workers as well. I mean, when things are great, particularly in this present moment in time when commodity prices are doing all the right things for quite a number of producing companies, It's wonderful, the sort of the social stewardship that some of these mining companies do show by way of providing the adequate safety and the adequate housing and all the adequacy, as it were, that they can to workers. But there is always a contention around pay, and particularly when you are seeing these fat profits and fat bonuses going to individuals in the corner office, and you're reflecting on where you are, and is that it depends who you're asking. You'll get a different score probably most of the time.
Well, I'm going to ask Tanya then, which I think we don't need to hear self-flagellation again, Tanya, with the Australian perspective.
Well, thank you, David. And I want to pick up on something that Vicky said. She was talking about the cave disaster that we had in Australia. So when we have that, we should be apologising, we need to fix it, and we need to get on with it. But in terms of the mining industry as a whole, we shouldn't be starting with an apology. We should be starting with clarity, confidence, and pride in this industry.
But you've got to start with an apology.
No, not at all, not at all. Our industry in Australia didn't appear overnight. It's 170 years of making mining work in Australia. So this is an industry that has built the hospitals, it's built the schools, it's the ports, the rail, the roads. All of those things in terms of communities, that's what Australia's been built on the back of the mining industry. A poor reputation, it indicates that this is an industry that doesn't take responsibility for its own actions. And I would say that it certainly does take responsibility. We have the highest environmental, safety and governance standards in the world. Our friends in Canada are also leading in that light, but I like to think Australia is still ahead of the pack, no matter what. A poor reputation, it indicates that this is an industry that takes more than it gives. And I think Don talked about the fact we have stats. 1.1 million Australians, that's 1 in 10 Australians that are working, have a job in the mining value chain. So that's directly and indirectly benefiting from the industry. And it also indicates, as others have suggested, that mining is connected to the future. Everything we do, modern mining, is based on, modern mining is contributing to everyday life.
Okay, so, I'm going to hold you there. I'm going to bring up Cabor for you as well in a moment, because reputation is a funny thing, isn't it? It's not always reality, it's often perception. And bad things affect reputation far quicker than good things. So, John Houchin, investors hold back from mining. They have done for years, and they do it because of reputation. So what's the report card from your perspective?
So I do agree to you with a bit of caution, and expectations are quite high from the investment industry on numerous things. And I also think we need to talk about our collective efforts that we're going to do together, because I do think this industry has a great potential to cooperate in much more ways than we're doing currently. We're only as strong as our weakest link collectively, and a few hats I have on. One of my hats is I'm chairman of Peace Gold, which is an artisanal co-op gold mining setup in Ituri in DRC. And we have We have 50 million artisanal miners in the world, giving a livelihood to about 250 million people. If you're from an outside and you think of mining, you think about cobalt, artisanal cobalt mining in the DRC, which goes into your electric car. So we can't shy away that we have an issue with these challenging topics, that even though we have much better, bigger mining companies that are taking the responsibility they should be doing, we as a collective should be doing more and cooperate more to take on these challenges. They're not easy. I'm not saying they're easy. They're very challenging, but we have something to do there. And I think one thing coming out of the Commission, which I think is important to discuss, and it's not going to be one solution fits all, but it's actually setting up an international minerals agency, to see an agency focused on minerals, not energy, but on minerals, because I do think, I mean, quite frankly, if we're going to transition away from fossil fuels into the electrified future, this is the most important industry on the planet, and we need to cooperate a lot more.
John, thank you very much, and I'm going to come back on that point to Pierre and to Tanya as to some of the things you said there. But John, you've waited patiently for a chance to come into this debate. What does your reputation report card look like at the moment, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the big question for our industry is around pace. And can we move fast enough to deliver the copper, the battery metals, the critical minerals that are going to enable the energy transition, enable the tech and AI revolution, enable stable geopolitical situations through national security, and allow global living standards to rise for anybody. And the mining industry is the critical rate-determining step in all of that. And today, we are moving too slowly, and there's no way we're going to be able to deliver all of those things. And when I pick at that, why is that? It's because there's a lot of friction, there's a lot of stakeholder misalignment, and frankly, historic disinterest. So governments, particularly in the West, weren't that interested. You know, the capital markets put the handcuffs on to a degree. I think, you know, the reputation among the public is poor because what they get comes from reading about fatalities in the media or environmental issues. And I think we've suffered to a degree from regulatory overkill as well. So there was all that friction, and that's why, you know, a greenfield project today is taking 15 to 20 years versus the 7 years it would have been around 15 years ago. So we've got all of that friction. And so the big question is, can we remove all of those inhibitors? So for me, you know, governments are waking up. I think the capital markets, you know, see that they're a critical part of the equation, as John said. But we've got to do more to improve the reputation in the eyes of the public, to let people understand that, you know, the industry is so critical to all of our futures. And for me, improving the reputation is one of the final pieces of friction we really need to work together on to enable the industry to sort of throw off the shackles and really get moving.
Right, okay. 2 Johns here and Fifi there. I'm going to throw this to both Tanya and to Pierre to start with. The industry is too slow. You're as strong as your weakest link. I'm going to be honest with you, Pierre. You look at Canada's external efforts over maybe the last 20, 30 years. You can't tell me there haven't been some, and you said it yourself, some damaging projects out there which have affected your reputation. So, and there's a benefits issue. There's a disparity between those who benefit hugely and those who don't benefit at all. So are you underselling the reality of that reputation? You seem quite blasé to me.
Blasé. What I was trying to say is that I think we do undersell. Not only do we undersell, we actually put ourselves down. Yep. I pick up on a point that Don made before. In our surveys, we ask Canadians, do they think mining has a good reputation? And then we asked, do they think Canadians deserve to have a good reputation? And the number for deserve to have is much higher. So there are a lot of people who actually think, oh yeah, and maybe it's because we keep telling them we don't, that they say, oh yeah, it doesn't, but it should because we think it's actually really important. So individual incidents, of course, can harm the industry. And to Tanya's point, how we respond when those incidents happen is absolutely critical. That's one of the reasons when we developed our Towards Sustainable Mining initiative, one of the key areas that we focused on was around crisis management. Because how you respond when something goes wrong, if you respond poorly, you will do more harm to your reputation than you would if you actually responded in a really responsible way. A lot of people, as we've developed in the standards world, have often looked at that particular piece of Towards Sustainable Mining and said, that's a weird one, why is that there? Well, it's precisely because we recognized that that is actually a critical area that you have to get right. You can destroy a business when you have a tailings dam failure. There's no question. And those should never happen. And we have to really manage our tailings impoundments as responsibly as we can, which is why that's another key part of TSM. But how we respond when something does go wrong is also really, really important.
Important to make the most of a crisis, as they say, which is an unfortunate phrase.
Well, you know, there's an example for I could quote. Like there was when Tylenol had that incident in the 1980s, I think it was, when their bottles had been tampered with and people were poisoned. Their response, was immediate. They had every single bottle pulled off the shelves. They took a hit But then they came back into the market, and within no time at all, their market share had increased because their action actually increased people's confidence in that company and in their product. And that's what we need to do
Who
well.
are the people? And I suppose that's part of the
Americans.
question. Right. The general public.
The general public, consumers. Their sales actually increased once they came back in.
Vicky, this point about a crisis and responding to a crisis is clearly important. But I think you have a perspective also on what the tax take might be, what the fair fiscal share of any exploitation and excavation of mining might be. And that doesn't need a crisis to change, does it?
No, I mean, it needs good practices where there's a balance between what's investable and what's fair. And I think we are making progress on that. And I think in particular, Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative and the push to publish mining contracts is a really strong step forward. When I was working for Rio, we felt that the fact that our Mongolian investment had a published contract was actually a positive for the company. It's often the governments which are resistant to this, actually. And that's why I think there's a broader issue of what role do governments play in the reputation of the industry. And often it, particularly, and I'm not talking about Canada and Australia, but in other countries, the governments are the problem.
Fifi, what's your thought about that for the governments, particularly in Africa?
Yeah, that's a fair point that Vicky's making, and I'll use the South African context where most people would be a little bit familiar regarding what the country has tried to do in the historic while by way of addressing the equality or equity issue. There was an empowerment scheme that the country did put in place to ensure that mining companies took a portion of the equity of the companies and made sure that it was distributed to workers. And then there was a new government that came into place, and the goalpost was sort of shifted. And so mining companies were saying, okay, but we've met the equity requirements. It is not necessarily our responsibility that the partners that we shared the equity with have sold out because the investment lockup period has now ended. And so we can't be expected to do a new empowerment deal because we've already done our share. I understand that in terms of government also having to play a really, really big role, and I agree with you. It's policy certainty, right? The policy needs to be put in place, and let's not shift goalposts. But I'd like to pick up on the point that you made around crisis management and ensuring that you respond correctly when something wrong happens. And I'm just interested in how your industry is thinking about a potential discomfort and an eventuality that I think may happen. I'm no expert, but with all the increased investments in technology and artificial intelligence and all the innovations that are efficientizing your businesses, what does that mean for workers? And what does that mean for how you will address the issue of workers in future, and particularly on the African continent, and I speak from a South African perspective as well, whereby the mining industry is still quite a critical employer. Who plays the role there in terms of ensuring that some of these workers who are going to have their jobs replaced by technology have relevance in this future world that we're going to? Is it the mining companies that perhaps need to be at the forefront of this reskilling? Is it government? Is it both? I'm just curious about how you're thinking of responding to a potential crisis that could happen in future.
This is reputational damage around the corner, possibly in terms of jobs and the like. A thought, Pierre, Tanya?
I think there's a couple of things, and I'll pick up on what I've observed over the last couple of days, and it starts with the ministerial meeting. We got down to a range of issues about the importance of the industry and critical minerals, and but we didn't get to what can we all do about it. We talked about cooperation, we talked about collaboration. I think there is a role for government in talking up the industry. I mentioned right at the start, pride. We do not talk, governments set a framework and then they step back and expect that the industry will talk up the industry. But it's all of our responsibilities to talk up this industry, because if everybody doesn't do it at the same time, then it is only the industry talking about itself. So the personal stories that Don talked about coming from the industry, the closer you are to a community, the more support there is for an industry. We've observed that in Australia. That's where the show and tell comes in, the industry talking about itself. So you can respond to crises there. But this audience here is not the real audience. It's the audience out there that may not be close. It's the capital cities around the world that need to know about this industry. And that's where I think a responsibility that everyone has to talk about what we're all doing. So I think that's important. And understanding that not everyone receives information in the same way. We might be talking up campaigns, but the phones that we have, the digital experience, is where it's going to make a difference. It's not the TV campaigns anymore. It's how young people, women, those audiences receive information.
So let me bring you in on that, Don, because you brought the mobile phone up, and then John.
I was going to make 2 quick points. One, addressing the technology versus employees and their jobs and so on. This is something that's been evolving for years, that if you go back to when autonomous trucks first were introduced, we had to negotiate with the unions to get everybody on side. And generally, most major companies made commitments that people would not lose their jobs. They would be retrained and things would evolve elsewhere. And generally, I think Pierre and Tanya would say that that's generally what's happened. As AI comes in, I'm not sure it's going to be as dramatic in the global mining industry as it is some other industries. I'm involved in insurance, for example. There are going to be thousands that lose it there. So I'm not unworried about it, but it's something that I think we can have confidence, at least the attitude was right there. The second one was more on the Tylenol and emergency response. I wanted to give the example, and John and I crossed paths on this, but when Boumediene happened, and the day before I had been sitting beside the then CEO of Vale, I mean, it was a horrific tragedy. And we as an industry had to mobilize right away. And I can tell you, I was chair of the ICMM at that time. And literally, we had a phone call with all 27 CEOs the next day, and we were all in person, sitting around a table within 2 to 2.5 weeks, figuring out the process we were going to go through to develop what today is called the Global Industry Standard on Tailings Management. We call it Global Standard. And we worked with PRI, we worked with the Church of England. Everybody was actively involved. Everybody had to sign on and commit. And it was a very intense time during my 3 years as chair. We had 8 years worth of meetings because like 90% of it was on that. And that set the groundwork for what's going on today about consolidated standard on everything else. So the industry really mobilized quite quickly.
And creating these standards, these programs for standards. John?
Yeah, 2 points. I think, as we look at where we are at this moment in time, the societal purpose of the mining industry is probably the most important it has ever been in the whole history of the industry. Yeah. So we've got a huge opportunity collectively to talk about what that means, to engage the communities, the public in that story, and what a critical role mining is going to play in helping the world be a better place for absolutely everybody. And so I think the story is there, but we've all got to do a much, much better job of communicating that and educating. I know we do it well in some parts of the world, but generalizing in the round, it's not where it needs to be. So showing the true purpose and inspiring people around the purpose of the industry to create a better society for everyone is really important. And then on the point about technology, I mean, I think AI is going to have a big influence on the industry and helping us speed up and do things better and more efficient and more sustainably, embedded within software and within the equipment that the industry uses. I think there's a big opportunity, but I don't think it's going to eliminate a lot of jobs. I think it's going to create new jobs, different kinds of jobs, and new opportunities, and actually make people and communities safer as well. And I think the technology piece, the technology part of the story is really, really important, and we need to tell that better, whether it's around tailings or safety. There are technologies emerging and that are available that can do a much better job of managing these risks than the industry has done in the past.
That technology question I'm going to bring to you in a minute, Suleiman, actually. But before that, Pierre, you wanted to say something, then John.
Well, I wanted to follow up on Don and John's comment and also the response here. But they've largely made it. But I mean, in my observations of South Africa, there's so much larger labor participation in mining than, say, in my country. But my country used to be more labor intensive, and we did make the transition towards more automation, and it goes back many years. It has made our industry much safer. Now, you're less likely to get injured in mining than you are working for the public service in Canada. That is what automation, that is what technology has brought to the mining sector. So it's a tough conversation to have in a country that is so reliant on employment in one particular sector. But I think it's a necessary one, and it'll make the industry. much safer than it is today if you can get there.
John.
So two things, access to capital, access to tools. I spend a lot of time with startups and exploratory processes. There's a bit of a bonzana out there, we all know that. And many of these, I'm glad to say, they know they need to do the right thing, because we know if you do the wrong thing initially, you get legacy issues that carries through the whole life cycle of a mine if you do it improperly. The problem we're seeing right now is getting that kind of access to capital in many places. We need to help, for instance, African banks, smaller local banks, to start building that capacity. It's been the merchant banks traditionally who's been doing that. I don't see that anymore. I think the capital markets have changed. We have a big challenge there. And they also need access to all the tools that these people have developed, that we have developed, the standards we've developed. They need to be accessible so they're implementable at a very, very low basic level, so they can do the rudimentary risk management procedures, so human rights on water, on environment, on tailings, what have you. So we're off to a good start. So once again, the collective effort needs to be reinforced. I think we can help each other, to be honest.
That collective word is obviously going to be crucial. I think we all recognise that. But Fifi, I might be slightly wrong on the way I've interpreted this, but it seems a bit rich to use the mining sector as a whipping boy for reducing the number of jobs available out in a world where it's becoming safer, technologically advanced. It's not their fault.
Absolutely. And, you know, we want a safer world because, I mean, you can imagine you are the child or you're a wife of a mine worker. You get called by a company who tells you that your husband is not coming home. You can imagine that you are the same child, as it were, who reads a SEND statement or statements out on a particular news service that tells you that, okay, there's been this many fatalities and unfortunately we did our best and our best wasn't enough. It was a fall of ground because in many of these instances, it's beyond the mining companies' control. And I agree with you, automation, increased safety, that's fantastic. But to the point that you did make about countries like South Africa and actually on the African continent that are very labor-intensive in our mining industry, a lot of that labor is to no disrespect to them, low-skilled labor. So when you speak about the net gain of more jobs as a result of automation, I'm really curious about what kind of jobs we're talking about and whether these low-skilled workers are ready, relevant for this kind of work. In my view, and again I go back to, as we transition to this world whereby in the net it is a positive, what happens to the cushion and who provides the buffer for these workers who at this present moment in time don't have the skills to match up to whatever industry needs that requires a lot more technological prowess?
And I wonder also, Vicky, are we too westernized in our, even on this panel perhaps, our attitude towards what reputation is and looks like? So when we talk generally about artisanal mining, it's with a little bit of a frown. It's a dirty word. Informal mining sounds better, but illegal mining is used far more often. Yet you've had an experience where in Myanmar, for example, illegal mining it might be, but it's the small guys doing it. It's not the big boys who've come in and they're starting to rape our land and take all our resources. So is that reputation question is a nuanced one?
I mean, it's a very, in a way, frustrating discussion that one has at local level, because often there is precisely that desire to see small scale and artisanal because it's seen as being ours, even though you can show people on the map that this is what's destroying the riverbeds, it's making a huge mess. But it's still felt that this is going to generate more local benefits, more jobs, and in some cases that is indeed the case. And so it's really important for countries to be assisted to help legalize that and regularize it, as we're seeing in the DR Congo, as we're seeing in Ghana in the gold mining sector. That's an extremely valuable part of improving mining's value to local people and also the reputation. I also want to throw in here that I fear that one of the reputational setbacks that we're facing right now is the sort of resource imperialism that we're hearing coming out of the White House. Because again, that's playing back into this idea that mining is something that foreign companies come and take away from you. And I really wish that while it's great to hear governments talking about mining, they need to be careful about the way they do talk about it. Otherwise, it will put people back into that feeling that these are our resources and we really don't want even the best Canadian miners to come and take them.
So at the very time we're talking about, okay, how can we talk more about the relevance of these critical minerals, the reality is in short term, John, we're going to take a step back again. We're going backwards in terms of reputation. Suleiman, do you want to come in on that?
I'd like to add one more thing. Now, when we talk about the technology and the mining to be automation fully, this is cost money. If it's suit in Australia or in Canada, because their wages, it is about $10,000. But if you go in DRC, their wage is $80. Where you want to do? There is big comparison. There, they need technology. But there is about 100 million, they need to work. So they need standard equipment where they can work and they earn and they survive with their family. So what it suits in Europe and what it suits in Australia, it does not suit in Africa. So every country has a standard. But if you will educate the 100 million, they will be a doctor and they will be a professor and they will not get an $80. They will enhance. But the mineral wealth, it is located in Africa and it is mined by international company and to go to the West. If you develop these people, they will be able to educate themselves and to support themselves. In artisanal mines, if you provide them job with the big companies, they will not do. But what they get, it is better income. So if you will be in their shoes, they will work like them because this is the majority. Most of the Africa, they work on the artisan because they have the wealth. If a nation, United Nations, any organization, they are helping them and they are organizing them, they will be using the right environmental, the right procedure, the right things. But technology, not everybody can afford it. Automation, it is not everybody can afford it. If this is, has been advised for the industry, it is good and it is excellent if you go for undermining where the risk is going. But in South Africa, where they go 4,000 kilometers down, there is a human. And there is some accident that's happened. So this is our industrial, we have to accept it. As we accept driving and we might have an accident and we die. So it is the same thing. Every business, it has a point of risk. So this is the industrial of mining. But as a miner, we have to follow the protocol of the environmental. It is the best international standard. Where it is not applied because the government, they are not doing their role and they are following up their system to monitor the people and monitor the selling for the aquaregia or whatever chemical, it is harming the environmental.
Okay.
This is what I'd like to address.
Very strong point there, Tanya. Yeah.
Can I just respond to that? And I understand that different countries are going to be at different levels of regulation. Their legal systems are going to be different around the world. But the bottom line is, if we get it wrong in one jurisdiction that might be coming through, it affects the whole industry. It affects reputation. And these countries have enough support at a global level. Institutionally, we've got support in terms of funding for legal arrangements. There's great work being done here on centres of excellence that can contribute to enhancing reputation, to enhancing legal standards, to make sure that we get it right first. Because the one mistake we make, if we let artisanal mining go on in the world because we are at different standards, then it's going to affect all of us, including the advanced economies. So it doesn't matter. We need to be working together. We need to be sending in big companies, sending in medium-sized companies to help get it right. That's the beauty of the technology. That's the beauty of the work we must do strategically in strategic partnerships to get that work right along the way. And I think we've all got a responsibility to make that happen. So I think this conference is a good start.
Right, let me get a company responsibility. Dawn, if I could come to you then. Look, Suleiman has said before, this is a dirty business. And I don't mean that in a moral sense. I mean, it is dirty work. It's dirty work.
It's a beautiful business.
It's a beautiful, dirty business.
It is a beautiful business.
I'm not disputing.
Because I'm becoming multi-valuable of my business mining.
Dirty is beautiful. I'll give you that, maybe. But there are certain realities about mining, and don't try and brush over those. Maybe it's part of the general, the reputation that you need to build is, you know, that's what it is. This is very earthy stuff.
I would say that notwithstanding that it is an extractive business, extracting minerals from the earth, it's all in the eye of the beholder. There's a very famous photographer named Ed Bertinsky who literally went and took pictures of rock faces and old mines, and he's one of the most famous photographers in the world. They sell for thousands and thousands of dollars, and many people appreciate that what they're looking at is creation of wealth and livelihood for families around the world. And so again, it's all your perspective.
No easy answer to this, but let's get to very last couple of minutes. Nuts and bolts, how do you do that? How do you sell that story? You held up the mobile phone idea, 62 different minerals. But we've heard that for a while now. That doesn't make any difference to most people living in London, New York, San Francisco, wherever it might be.
But I think the three segments to it that I said, yes, you've got to learn about your cell phone and the chair you're sitting in, but learning more about just how much progress the industry has made, how technologically advanced it is, and finally meeting the people. What we could do, what that campaign in Australia in 2012 was extraordinary, and we could do that more in other countries around the world, and it's to meet the people. Once you meet people and you get to know them, that you trust them more, and you'll have more faith that they're doing the right thing for you.
Yeah, Vicky?
I mean, I think one of the key points is that there needs to be an acceptance there are certain no-go zones for mining, which are too valuable in terms of either the environmental value or the social value. And again, that comes back to governments making those decisions, not mining companies. It's an issue around land use planning that some areas need to be protected. Because what we've seen often in the mining industry is that the good miners, on doing their due diligence, realize that and pull out, and then the government just gives the license to somebody else. We need to have a land use planning framework which protects things which are valuable to the wider ecosystem, the wider society, but then elsewhere we should mine, but mine responsibly.
Well put, John.
Yeah, just to build on that, I think there's too much work. There's lots of good work going on at the moment around reputation, but it's quite siloed. And in many areas, I think we need to have much more joined up sort of system-based thinking and collectively as an industry between the miners, the governments, the communities that we work in, the suppliers to the industry, you know, have a much more strategic collective view of how we build the skills and capabilities and do the right things by the communities and the environment that we operate in. And if you go back to, you know, what I was saying earlier about, you know, governments of the West waking up quite late in terms of the importance of critical minerals, so they now get it, but you've got, you know, probably 20 years behind in terms of policy response around education and skills and awareness, and we need to really, really catch up on that. So as my organization, we're thinking a lot about skills and the workforce of the future and strategic workforce planning and how do we have the right capability in the right place to support the growth of our business and the industry, but we're sort of doing that in silos, and many other organizations are probably doing that in silos, and we need a much more collective response with, you know, academia, governments to say, how do we build for the future now and put all of the building blocks in place that we're going to need to, you know, deliver a just transition and more broadly what the mining industry needs to deliver on.
Can I ask for, I don't mind who gives it to me, but a view on this? We're geopolitically, this is a challenging time, and I think everyone recognizes this. This is also, for critical minerals, an extraordinary, probably defining moment in terms of the growth, the opportunity, the supply. But that means that people want stuff fast, and that is a challenge for all of you in terms of standards, in terms of traceability, transparency, all these things. Who believes honestly that the reputation of mining is going to be climbing over the course of the next 5 to 10 years? Or who might feel that at best it's going to stay where it is? Pierre?
I think it's probably going to climb in the near term. I think what happens in the medium term will depend on how we conduct ourselves. There's so much of a frenzy now around critical minerals, but it's just going to take an accident. It's just going to take something going wrong somewhere. Some, you know, people opposing, you know, a major project and getting international attention around that. Because we have to mine so much more to meet the challenge in front of us. And it's inevitable that there will be some places and some projects that are going to face resistance and opposition. And that's where it's going to get more challenging. Right now, I think we're at the beginning of this great frenzy and we're loving it. How we manage it going forward will determine the answer to your question.
Okay, and I'm going to let John, as you're pretty much in the middle there, you can have the last word, John. We're in the last minute.
So once again, we need responsible capital who's prepared to pay that bit extra to make a proper due diligence. I agree we can shorten timeframes. I think we need to shorten timeframes. We're not talking 1 year. I think that's ridiculous. But once again, I caution against cutting corners too much. That's a big no-no. We've learned from experience the legacy issues is going to cost you much more than cutting the corners. So stay sharp, because you're doing a good job.
Stay sharp, I like that. This is not a black and white debate, clearly, and it's got a long way to go. Thank you so much for contributing to that discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel. Thank you. We're going to move back there. Well done, Sue.
A huge thank you to David and his wonderful panel there. Such an engaging look at what's really such a thorny issue in this sector. I think what was established there was that it was really confronted head on that this is something that the industry has lived with for decades, that gaping chasm there between how mining sees itself and how it's often perceived. And what I think was shown was that the sector knows it's changing, improving standards, investing in technology, engaging much more seriously with communities and with the environment. But reputation does not move at the speed of operational reform. And whether you think it's fair or whether you don't, perception does shape reality. It affects access to talent, to capital, and to the trust required just to operate. So if rebuilding confidence is one challenge, the question that follows is probably even bigger, because beyond reputation lies responsibility. So this next conversation asks us to lift our gaze beyond individual projects, policies, or even debates, and to consider the minerals age in its entirety, what that means for humanity, what kind of choices it demands, and what obligations come with the power to extract, process, and deploy the materials that underpin modern life. Well, to guide us through that reflection and to explore what responsible leadership looks like at this scale in this industry, please welcome Richard Price, Chief Legal and Corporate Affairs Officer at Anglo American, who will guide us through this discussion.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Richard Price, and I'm Chief Legal and Corporate Affairs Officer at Anglo American. And I'm very pleased to be chairing this panel with you. It's great to be with you after a very stimulating couple of days at the Future Minerals Forum. I'm mindful that we only have 30 minutes, and I think a lot of interesting things to cover. So I'm going to take the liberty of introducing the panelists myself. Not that they need much of an introduction. To my far left is Dan Jorgen. Dan is the Vice Chairman of S&P Global. Dan is well known for chairing the CIRA Week and is a Pulitzer Prize winning novelist. It's
not a novel.
No, it wasn't a novel. For his book, The Quest, Energy Security and the Remaking of the Modern World. To my immediate left is Sir Paul Collier. Sir Paul is a professor of economics and public policy at the Blavatnik School of Government at the University of Oxford. His work has covered various strands of economic development and issues of democracy in countries with low income and high natural resources. So I'm going to start with Dan, perhaps to talk about a challenge which I regard as a generational challenge for us in the industry and in society, in that we are facing a pending shortage of copper. And copper, as you know, is essential to power economic growth and human development, which is why I consider this to be a generational challenge. Dan, you released a rather important piece of work last week.
Oh, you have a copy, great.
Which we have a copy. And this is about the future of the copper market, in which you forecasted a rather alarming impending deficit in copper supply. Could you start by elaborating on your report? And then in particular, I'd be interested in your views on the implications of this shortage for development and for humanity at large.
Well, thank you very much. Very glad to be here with you and, of course, with Professor Collier. Yes, we called our study Copper in the Age of AI. And I was thinking, if this conference was not 5 years old, but 10 years old, and we were here, we'd be talking about what we said, one vector of demand, which is lighting, construction, all the machinery and so forth. But in the last 10 years, we've added 4 other vectors of demand to copper. One is energy transition. An electric car uses 2.9 times more copper than a conventional car. A second new vector is, of course, AI and the incredible appetite of electricity. And thirdly, after that, you get to a new vector is defense, and that spending's going up. And then somewhere, maybe 5 years from now, we're going to have humanoid robots walking around, and they're all wired. So what we basically say is we are in an age of electrification. 15 years from now, global electricity demand may be 50% higher than it is today, and that means we need about 50% more copper, and then we'll get into it. It's doable, but there are a lot of obstacles to it below ground, and there are a lot of obstacles to it above ground.
And Dan, I mean, specifically, where do you forecast we will be when it comes to the copper market by 2040?
Well, I think if you take into account that we have our databases on mines, is that it takes 17 years to bring a major new copper mine on. So if you started today, it's almost 20 years away from now. So basically, we didn't do a specific forecast. What we did is a bottom-up analysis, and then we matched the demand needs against supply and said, how do you get there? And it means obviously everything from new mines to brownfield expansions, to more predictability in terms of investment, and something we talked about before. It needs the investment community to support these long-term projects in one way or another.
And maybe before I turn to Sir Paul, just one further follow-up, which is, if we do end up in a position by 2035, 2040, what have you, where there is a significant shortage of copper supply. There just isn't enough supply to meet this increasing demand, which is growing prodigiously. What happens? I mean,
Well,
how does copper get allocated?
Well,
in
it's a
those
shortfall. Are you going to have 2 billion more air conditioners in the developing world? Or are you going to have all of these data centers for AI? Or is the battlefield going to be as electrified as it now appears to be in Ukraine? So there are going to be trade-offs. Price will be a big determinant of that. But I think that for AI, for these data centers, I mean, we see in the US, 20% of copper demand will go into data centers in the US. For defense, you could say that demand is inelastic. It has to happen. So there'll be trade-offs. So I think the trade-offs will be in terms of economic development. I think it will negatively impact the developing world.
Okay. My fervent hope is that we don't have that kind of a shortage where we have to make choices between things like AI data centers and air conditioners for India,
Right.
Which is getting increasingly warm, and where air conditioners are a matter of life and death.
Right.
So in order to get to that point, we're going to need to increase copper supply at an unprecedented rate, which is going to require us to build mines like we've never built before. Sir Paul, our ability to bring those new mines to market will be predicated on the relationships between industry and host governments. where those ore bodies are located. And obviously, there's a long history in terms of those relationships. Can you comment on how the relationships have evolved and how you think they will need to evolve in order to facilitate greater mines?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is great news that it's part of this transition to electrification which can benefit so much of humanity. But, you say it takes 17 years on average for a mine to get from start to finish, to producing copper. Let's look at the copper country in Africa, which is Zambia. And so this is a huge opportunity for Zambia. But if we look at the relationships between countries like Zambia and the mining companies, if we look at that history, it's a history of mutual distrust. And there have been behaviors on the side of the companies which warrant that distrust, and there have been behavior on the side of the governments which warrant that distrust. Both mining companies and governments have behaved in a very short-termist, opportunist way that snatched quick money now at the expense of a mutually trustful relationship. And so there's a lot of the past that needs to be lived down. How do we live down that past? And here, my economics comes in useful, right? Sorry, you've been lectured to by two professors of economics, really. And the guy I'm going to invoke is a good friend of mine, Nobel laureate, called Michael Spence. And he came up with a theory, called theory of signaling, which is perfect answer to the problem, how do you live down a past distrust? Well, you come across Mike?
Yes, yes.
So so what is this theory that's so valuable? And it says the way to live down a reputation of being untrustworthy is to do something that if you were the guy they think you are, you just wouldn't do. It would be too costly for you to do. So let's try and apply that. You've got to do some behavior which is so out of character with the crook they think you are that they say, this guy's changed. Huh? So we could imply it in turn to the government and to the company. Let's start with the government. What sort of things have governments of Zambia in the past done which really, really breached the confidence of the companies? And I can tell you, it would be reneging on agreements on rights to operate. It would be restricting licensing. It would be insisting on employing some relative of the government, of the president. It would be all sorts of lousy behaviors, insisting on taking an equity component and giving it to his cousin, the president's cousin, that sort of thing. So that was the sort of the behavior that has to be lived down. Now,
go ahead. I want to add something, though.
Yeah.
So, but I think the problem, if we look forward, is that public companies that are mining companies live in the financial markets. And the financial markets want predictability and they want returns pretty fast. And if you're talking about committing billions of dollars for 17 years, that's, Google or Meta is a better investment.
Yeah.
But I want to introduce a different concept, which you may disagree with, which is called the obsolescing bargain, which is the flip side of what you've been talking about, which is you have a great ceremony, you make the deal, you have flags on the table, you have toast to the project ahead. But then once the company's committed and starts to invest billions of dollars, the government changes, maybe the cousin gets involved, or just the populist government comes in, and the terms start to change. And that in itself really starts to hit the gears of investment and the tempo of investment, and that becomes a big problem for the companies and a very big concern of the investors. The phrase is the obsolescing bargain, that the deal that's made gets changed once Richard's company has committed $3 billion. There's nowhere else for them to go. They can't take their $3 billion back. And so I see that as one of the really big challenges ahead. As a CEO of one of the other companies said to me the other day here, all I want is a little bit of predictability.
And partly the answer to that, where you've got political change, two rival parties, is you try and do something which is agreed with the opposition. And that's a difficult thing for the government to do, to reach out to the opposition and say, here we've got a common interest. We've got a common opportunity. The politician I admire most, I don't admire very many, is Helmut Kohl, who was the German Chancellor in 1992. And he saw the need for a big tax increase to rebuild East Germany. And he said, I won't be Chancellor for very long. This is a 30-year commitment. We need this to be a cross-party agreement. We're going to impose a new tax. It was called the solidarity tax, but it needs to be agreed across both political parties. And so he reached out to the opposition. To their credit, the opposition said, yes, this is a moment where both of us have got a common interest. That's the sort of behavior we need in an African government now, reaching out to the opposition so that it's secure a cross-party long-term agreement. Now, fortunately, Zambia is now led by a president who's a breath of fresh air to Africa, President Hichilema. He was from neither the main party nor the opposition party. He broke the two-party system, emerged from he's from a minor tribe, and he is a self-made businessman. And so he'd already made his money. He wasn't seeking the presidency for his own self-interest. And there he is, the president of this country, and he's got an opportunity to change the future of the
Paul,
country.
the question is, as we're looking at these big numbers that are necessary, are you going to get that? Are you going to get that stability and predictability around the world that enables these projects to go forward and investors to support those projects and those investments? Given the time frame, 17 years could be almost half somebody's professional career. It takes that long to get one of these done. And yet what we see is that the urgency is greater because we have these 5 vectors of demand where we only had 1 vector before, and it really is a big challenge. And it's obviously also mining technology, Richard, has to continue to improve to be able to meet the need. This is I think, as you said, it's a generational challenge.
And Sir Paul, I mean, you referred to that, history of mutual distrust, and that has to be kind of lived down, and we need a fundamental reset there. Are you optimistic that that's going to happen? Are you seeing sort of green shoots?
I'm seeing across Africa a new sense of realism, because there's a very simple reason. Africa is the one region where population is still growing very rapidly. And so Africa is an anomaly of a very youthful population ruled by very old people, very old men, basically. Zambia, again, is an exception. President Hichilema is not an old man. He did break this system. He broke it by getting a youth vote. And the youth vote is the big hope across Africa, that the youth vote will sweep out the politicians who don't face reality and start delivering good economic policy.
But you know, the other side of that is, of course, no continent, the least electrified continent in the world is Africa. We have a chart in there of per capita electricity demand in North America and per capita electricity demand in Africa. And so if one continent that in fact needs this copper development for electrification is Africa, in a sense, from its own point of view, economic development more urgent than any other part of the world.
What are the youth of Africa addicted to? Like everybody else's youth, they're addicted to these. And what do these things need? They need electric power. And so the youth of Africa will vote for electricity without a question. So the challenge of meeting that electricity and seizing the opportunity of producing the copper which will enable it is a very exciting campaign pledge to get the youth of Africa, and of course the youth of Africa, once they've voted you in,
right,
they are increasing the
I mean, in
future.
Africa, sub-Saharan Africa is going to be, what, 20% of world population?
Yeah, and what are the youth good for? They're good for innovation. They're really good for adopting new technology and adapting it. East Asia, for all its fanciness, has got its demographics disastrously wrong. China has grown old before it's grown rich. And so China is now increasingly threatened. It's running out of young people. And so the people who can adopt and adapt are in Africa. The companies that need that are across East Asia, not just in China. They're Japan, South Korea, Taiwan. Right. Where will they move to get youth? A lot of them will start to move to Africa. That's a huge opportunity following in the wake of this critical
No, I think one
movement.
thing to note, this conference has grown from 5,000 people to 20,000. That says something about Saudi Arabia, and one of the questions, of course, is Saudi Arabia, all the effort that's now going into mining, is it going to be a big source of copper development? And will predictability of the rules mean that things happen here faster than they would, say, in the Andes?
Dan, if I may, just in the few minutes remaining, take us back to where we began with your report and this booming demand for copper. I've never seen so much conviction around a commodity as I do around copper, with all these drivers of demand, and it seems like every year there's a new driver that's been discovered. I mean, 3 years ago, I don't think we were talking about copper for AI data centers.
No, that only started in November 2022. The world changed when ChatGPT came out.
And you're now talking about robots?
Yeah, 3 years from now we'll be talking
robots. There's going to be a sixth vector. We don't even know what that is. How confident are you, and how convinced are you that this boom in demand is going to be sustainable? Because a lot of big investment decisions, including by companies like mine, will be made based on that.
Well, you never want to say, trees don't grow to heaven, cycles reoccur. I think a lot will depend on what happens in the world economy. The age of globalization in which goods, ideas, services, and people moved easily from one part of the world to another. We've ended 3.5 decades of that kind of globalization. We're in a more fragmented world, and that will certainly what happens to demand and economic growth. We have conflict that we didn't anticipate. So there will be those, call them exogenous factors, and that will affect that. I mean, when we look at $13,000 for copper now, I say how much of that is signaling the future, and how much of that is because of disruptions, because of tariffs, because of economic protectionism, because of the dollar. It's kind of hard to sort out. And it's obviously for you guys, when you're making a 17-year decision, you know, no one has a crystal ball.
So, I'm hopeful that that opportunity will be seized in Latin America, where there's a lot of copper.
Yep.
All along that east coast, the Pacific coast, there's copper. Chile, great producer in the south, Peru in the north. So you've got
Argentina.
Chile. Yeah, so you've got China, you've got Latin America and Africa, and as you say now, Saudi Arabia, which is itself a great critical minerals country. And Saudi Arabia is a key player because it is one of the very few which is both producing its own industry for critical minerals mining and financing it, setting up its own SOEs, and investing in, these things
Now,
abroad.
there's one other country we should mention, the United States. If I said 17 years for a new copper mine, when we looked at it in the United States, I don't know if anybody in the audience can guess it, the average mine in the United States takes 29 years. Well, we have a new system in the United States. We talk about above ground challenges, these challenges of permitting, which are many countries around the world, and then judicial reviews. And perhaps we're seeing a change in that, and the state of Arizona may become also join that list of more productive sources of copper.
Well, if my own country ever discovered copper, it would take a century.
Right.
So there's some countries which are just encumbered with delays from all sorts of sources. It doesn't have to be like that. It is possible to do these things really quickly, but in a way that does live down the past. And that's, I think, the big hope and the opportunity.
So I guess, Paul, what you're saying, there really is a legacy, a historical legacy that sits on the mining industry today, and its orientation may be very different than the mining industry of 30 or 40 years ago. But you're saying there is a historical legacy that's
there is.
And
it has to be lived
people's
down.
minds.
Yeah, it has to be lived down, both in terms of the physical process of degrading areas and, probably more importantly, in the fiscal process of profit shifting and tax avoidance. So,
Richard, do you want to comment?
Well, yes, no. Sir Paul, I mean, you've written in the past, and it's been a focus of your research on the resource curse, and that's somewhat about, you know, the past. Mining needs to boom to address this demand that we've been talking about. Many, many more mines will need to be built. There's a great opportunity now for producing countries to reverse the resource curse. How, again, are you optimistic that that can be done?
Well, put your legal hat on, and but now think of the golden rule. Don't do to others what you wouldn't do to yourself, right? And I want you to think of yourself, at the moment, you're behaving like a poacher, and I want you to behave like a gamekeeper. In other words, you've got to offer to a country, to a government of a country, that you will introduce rules which will limit your ability to shift profits and minimize taxes. You will agree to things like what is the maximum interest rate we can charge our subsidiary when we lend money to them.
Sure.
That sort of behavior. And accepting those restraints, which, if we look in the past, not all companies behaved honorably. So it's that sort of thing that's the signal which will say, we are a changed animal. That's demanding. It will be equally demanding on the governments, but in this stalled relationship, somebody has to move first, and the mining companies are in a good position to do so.
But I guess there is the ideological baggage, I'm thinking as you're talking, to just being opposed to mining based upon either you don't like the market system, you don't like the idea of people, digging in the earth, or because you invoke images that are 50 or 100 years out of date, and it's politically useful to do that. And we see that operating in some countries today, where there's a very significant mine that's been shut down just because of this kind of, really on ideological grounds, and not really paying attention to, in fact, this particular mine in this particular country delivers 5% of the country's GDP. They've shut it down. It's the second largest export resource for the country. They've shut it down. And that's the sort of resource curse in reverse.
Yeah, completely. And but let's not exaggerate the gloom. I'll give you another example from Britain. Right? It doesn't concern critical minerals. It concerns oil. We discovered oil in the North Sea. The British government, or British governments, over the last 50 years have changed the tax regime on taxing oil out of the North Sea. 50 years, they've changed it 25 times. In other words, every 2 years, on average, the regime's tax code has changed. And now, that's pretty extreme by any standard.
But that's an example of, in fact, a really obsolescing bargain. And what does that do? It leads to disinvestment. It means that I'm thinking of an oil company in London that's investing everywhere except the North Sea because of that. And so the cost is, what is the cost? There's a real cost to the Treasury. And Britain's still going to import oil. It's just not going to produce it itself.
Undoubtedly, it was a stupid thing to do, but I'm saying that oil is still being extracted out of the North Sea, despite 25 changes in 50 years. African governments don't have to be as saintly as one agreement for 50 years to be better than...
That's a great example, Paul.
Yeah. So I think we shouldn't exaggerate the difficulties and the misbehavior of Africa if we benchmark against other countries. The level of policy instability is quite considerable at the moment, almost everywhere. So, on that note, I would say there's an opportunity for Africa, there's an opportunity for Latin America, just as there's a massive opportunity in Saudi Arabia, and I hope they seize it. And I think the youth will be on the side of change.
So thanks, Sir Paul. Thank you, Dan. So perhaps to wrap up, I mean, we did define this, what I think is a generational challenge, which is, meeting this soaring demand for copper with sufficient supply so that we don't have to make some hard choices down the road. I'm optimistic. I mean, that will depend very much on the relationships between industry and producer governments in the small number of nations that have significant copper ore bodies. I'm actually optimistic that that's improving and that we'll get there. I think both industry, governments, and others who have a stake in this space have learned a lot of lessons from the past. I think we do things better than we did before. There's a strong recognition of partnership and mutual benefit and the like, and that's going to be necessary to facilitate.
Paul, let me say, when we started this research project 6 months ago, we didn't think we would come to the conclusion we came to. We started looking and said demand's going to grow, and then we looked at the pace of electrification. We looked at everything, as I say, from electric cars to the electrification of the battlefield in Ukraine. And we said these numbers, when you just do it bottom up, the numbers are much bigger than anybody's recognized. And I think once you see what the task is, then it both emphasizes the importance of copper as a metal of electrification, but there's a challenge there that I don't think has been really appreciated about, you talk about conviction, just the direction that things are going in and the requirements. And you asked a question which made me think a lot about, well, what are the trade-offs? So who will make the trade-offs between air conditioning? Lee Kuan Yew, the founder of Modern Singapore, said air conditioning is what made the tropics work. Between that and drones or data centers, those are going to be big questions. And you need this kind of copper production processing machinery in a world that is more divided and more contentious than it was 10 years ago. You need it to work. And for the industry, it's an opportunity, but it's a pretty big challenge, too.
Absolutely. Sir Paul, any concluding remarks from you?
Yeah, I think we've not really talked about India yet, but India's the major place where if it got squeezed out of the ability to have enough electricity, that would be really serious matter, because that's 1 billion plus people with in a well-educated young population and enormous opportunities for growth, growth which will need electricity undoubtedly. And so squeezing India out of the supply of the copper that's needed to benefit from electricity would be a global disaster.
I agree. Well, I sure hope we don't have to face that down, and that the industry and government will rise to the challenge, and that we'll create the supply of copper that we need over the next decade or so. Thanks very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Richard and panel, thank you very much indeed. And such a timely reminder, I think, that when we really drill down, if you will, on responsible leadership in this sector, it's not about technical solutions, is it? It is about values, it's about trade-offs, and it's about long-term consequences as well. It's also about how societies balance growth with stewardship, which is not always an easy thing to do. It's also about who benefits and ultimately who bears the costs, and how decisions that are taken today really do shape opportunity for generations yet to come. And of course, we won't know what that looks like. We can only do what we can in order to make that happen. Of course, at its very core, this is a question of agency. As I think we've discussed a lot in the last couple of days, minerals, well, they're not destiny, they are tools. And how humanity chooses to use them, and it really is about choice, that is what will define whether this era is remembered for progress that was inclusive, that was sustainable, or we may also be remembered for opportunities that were missed. So as we advance towards the conclusion of this forum, much of our discussion has focused on, well, many things, including markets, including policy, capital, of course, and technology. Ultimately, though, the focus of the future of the minerals sector is going to be shaped by one particular thing, and that is by people. It's not just the leaders and the decision makers in this room today, but those who will inherit the consequences of the choices that all of us make right now. Those who will work in the industry, innovate within it, who will challenge it, and ideally, they will improve it. So this final panel, it looks forward. And to guide us into that future-focused conversation, please welcome Scott North, co-founder Yeti Adventures, and his panel.
Emil.
Emil here. Vivek here. Yes.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us this afternoon for this great chat we're going to have from some excellent panelists from the Future Minerals Pioneers program. We'll be speaking today about a new generation shaping the future of minerals. And firstly, I want to thank His Excellency, the Vice Minister, Khalid Al-Madifa, for putting on such an amazing event, really opening up the kingdom to the world to show what the possibilities are. So thank you. I would now like to go along the line and each of the winners of the event to just introduce their name and the company they're from.
So I'm Vivek Shankar Varadarajan. I am co-founder and CTO of Uncharted AI. We are a very early stage startup. We are building mineral exploration technologies for the mining industry.
I'm Dr. Rayyan Al-Qahtani. I'm a founder of the GeoFault team.
Mil?
My name is Emile Spirer. I am engineer from the École Polytechnique Fédérale and advisor for the Groundbreak team.
I'm Rahaf Mubarak Al-Qahtani. I'm a lawyer. I came here with my sister, so I think you know about that. We focus in the safety and so.
Pleasure to meet you all. Wissam Al-Zamel, Director of Innovation at the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program.
Thank you. Look, I've learned a little bit about what you've worked on so far, and it's amazing, and it's amazing to see what the future could be for our industry. Your Excellency, first of all, what was the origin of the competition, and how does the innovation align with the Future Mineral Forum's work?
Thank you, Scott, for bringing us all together here. And thank you for those entrepreneurs that really have competed very hard, and they have proved that they will deliver a great solution. Some of them, or all of them, is a disruptive new solutions to the way we do work, and we need that very much. But before I get this, also at that last end is Wissam, which has been working for more than 8 months on this under the leadership of Jamil Al-Ghamdi and the NIDLib team, with a strong team, and they have delivered what we thought at that time would be a very difficult competition to work all around the world and bring everybody attention for how much this industry needs and where we're there. We started, I was telling them we need the whole world. They said, let's start with only Saudi Arabia and we go next time. I said, no, you are strong enough. And now I think they want to go even beyond, beyond what they have started. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here, and thank you for beating hard, and thank you, Nidlib, for it. And I don't forget the sponsor. There was a great believer that have paid for this, Maaden and Isnad and Asas, and they more than they wanted. They have paid for some of the lots of cost of that, but they more than that. Hopefully, they wanted the solution this brings. Our industry, the world needs more mineral and more than ever needed, and our industry has always been as a backstage industry. And for it to deliver what the world needs and to attract the talent young generation look forward to, we need to disrupt the way we do work, and this is a way of a disruption. And those entrepreneurs who is going to bring the solution and deliver the new mining tools and the new mining legacy that will be far different from the place I worked in. And that's what I hope for. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you touched on it quite well. It's about innovating, but then also collaborating with the other companies and the big mining companies also. So it's great. So I'm just going to ask a question first to Wazim. How does the Future Minerals Pioneers program align with the Vision 2030? And what has been the responses from industry and participants alike?
Thank you for the question. So for the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, our main target is to diversify the economy. And to achieve that, we need to accelerate progress in the key sectors. And the only way to do that with the help of these brightest talents, with the use of advanced technologies, maximizing the use of our assets in the kingdom, as well as to promote global collaboration. And this is why, under the leadership of His Excellency and the support from the Ministry, we have launched a series of programs that attract startups and entrepreneurs from ideation up until commercialization. And one example of that is the Future Minerals Pioneers. You said about the response. The response was very heartwarming. We received, since the inauguration on September, more than 1,800 applicants. And our acceptance rate was very hard for the first round, so it was around 18%. So we got 371 teams applying from 57 countries. We wanted to focus for the first round, and then we only accepted 70 teams representing 32 countries. Inshallah, as His Excellency mentioned, next year we can go bigger with the support of the partners and the ecosystem, private and public sectors.
That's great, and it's for the first year. Those numbers are massive. Imagine, I think the world is now watching, and they see the possibilities. So, I personally think that number could easily double next year for the applications, which would be great for the industry. Now, I'm just going to ask each of the winners to maybe go into detail about their pitch, essentially. And what their business is about. So first, Vivek, can you share some insights about your company?
I would love to. At Uncharted AI, we build robotic systems that can take existing data and go into the field, refine the hypothesis of what we already know and where the uncertainties are that can be refined, and integrated back into the existing knowledge base, and then do this multiple times. During the competition, we basically showed an example. We took, Saudi Arabia has a very good database from SGS, and we took that database, we took a small province, and we applied our algorithms. We showed these are the probable possibilities of where we could look more, and where we can apply our surveys, and we also propose to use robots there. And that's overall what this brings in for the mining industry is that we can find resources faster and at lower costs, and meet the demands of what the community needs. It's about 6x of what we can produce nowadays. And Saudi Arabia is stepping up and opening it up for the world. It's a great opportunity for us. We thank NIDLIB and His Excellencies and all the dignitaries to give us this opportunity and participate and make us a part of this, right? It's a great honor to be part of this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a quick question. Like, this is a continuous theme. I've sat on a few panels throughout the week, and data has just been such a key, and you know, the feedback loop of data. So, are you able to maybe touch on your feedback loop when you pick up the data, then you process the data? How is your process different than what's, you know, done now?
So now there are certain processes that are either manual or semi-manual, right? There are people who are they are using robots. Mining companies are quite advanced, some of them. They are using robots to do surveys, but there's still a part of manual processes. The data is fragmented. There are different techniques that are used in different suites of softwares. They're not all unified. If we could unify all of this and probably integrate it all together into existing and plug them properly into existing workflows, it can greatly enhance how we look for minerals and how we discover and produce minerals, right? So that's our goal, and that's we would like to play a small part of a bigger value chain that has trillions of dollars in it.
Yeah, and you know, big picture, what's the goal for the company? Like, how quick do you want to cut down, you know, from first retrieval to making a decision, or the cost saving? What's your end goal?
So our during the proposal of a solution that we came up with, we were able to, with very approximate calculations, we were able to reduce the cost almost 3 to 4x and times by at least 2x, right? That was our initial calculations, and it looked really feasible going forward. And we would like to bring this to fruition as quickly as we can. And that's why we're looking at engagements here in Saudi Arabia, if we could work with people on pilot opportunities to see if we can enhance what we know, right? I've been in the industry building robots and artificial intelligence, machine learning systems for over a decade. And I think I have some experience that I can bring into the field and enhance these processes.
Yeah, I'm a true believer of going forward, the industry, how you actually change, especially the exploration side, is you change your unit economics. When you change the economics, that's when the step change really happens. Yeah, thanks for sharing. I'll next move over to Ryan. Are you able to maybe give some overview of your company and what you achieved?
So as a known, there is around 12 million of tons of phosphogypsum in Saudi Arabia, and it's surrounding 3 million of tons worldwide per year. So these phosphogypsum causing environmental and operational costs. It's in result of that, there is high storage and operational costs. So our solution to upgrade this phosphogypsum to ultra-pure calcium sulfate. This ultra-pure calcium sulfate have got potential economic for the mining sector, so to sell it worldwide. It's used a lot in the different fields, using in the pharmacological, semiconductor, batteries, agriculture, and radioactive shielding. So these that's our solution. So we will using the waste to give economic potential. In this phase, after the competition, we are open for investment, researching, expanding our funding. Lastly, so it's a global solution starting from Saudi Arabia.
Fantastic. And thinking about you know, where you are now and what the potential is. Kind of what stage are you at now with your pilot? Are you at a pilot stage or a testing or?
We finished, and we take the final product in the lab setting. Now we are going to a pilot. That's why we are open for investment for more research and more going in the market.
Right. And I think, you know, thinking broad and a big picture, is there a lot of environmental savings here for communities and stuff like that too?
Can you repeat?
Communities, local communities.
Yeah, there is a lot of communities. That's why we are focusing on the mining sector, because it's growing fast in Saudi Arabia and worldwide. So we want to be a part of these growing.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't studied that side of the industry too much, so it's very interesting. It's something I'll be doing some research on the way home, back to Australia.
Doing recycling will be a great value. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Now, next we'll head over to Emil. Can you maybe share some insights with yours? It's something I think that it's an exploration. So it's something I'm very passionate about. So are you able to share?
Yes. Groundbreak is a team of scientists, young, lovely, a little bit crazy scientists. I'm young also, but with 50 years of experience. This team is now developing the experiments of the future in the most advanced lab in the world, the CERN in Geneva. Our technology divides by 7 the cost of the exploration, by dividing by 10 the number of drillings and chemical analyses necessary. And then we provide a 3D image of the subsoil down to 600 meters. For this, we use the muon tomography, which is known. And the muon tomography uses the natural shower of particles coming from the sky. And those particles, they can go down to hundreds of meters, maybe kilometers of rocks.
Yes.
And our team has built the smallest directional detector in the world, which is this size. And at the limit of the knowledge in subparticle physics. It's small enough to go inside the drilling, down, and we need only 4 drillings to explore a site of the size of a football field. And if we had 2 drillings, we double the surface. We have the lab successfully developed a prototype and tested prototype, and now we want to prove it in the field.
It's, you know, thinking about what Vivek was saying, and then we're talking about changing the unit economics of exploration, then the tools that you're innovating with, it's, you know, we could be at a place where you could drill thousands of holes and it'd just be at such a lower cost and your hit rate be so much more than it is now. Can you just share with me, just thinking here, that how long does the sensor have to be actually in the ground? Have you done some tests on that to determine the shape of the ore body or what could be down there?
So the question of the timing is important, because the muon, there are not so much. In a 2-centimeter surface, you have 1 per minute. So we have to wait from weeks to months to collect enough data to send it through Starlink or something else to our computer, and to build the 3D image with the AI. And also the data we can give to other institutes of research that are interested in the soil composition.
Fantastic. So thinking like a broad picture here for a geological survey, they could have kilometres of drill holes, just every kilometre step out doing a drill hole. You put your probe down or your instrument down, leave it there for a month, and it should shape or show if there's a possibility of something there?
Yes, because the image gives you the shape of the deposit, its size, the position with a 1 meter resolution. So the company after who comes, they know exactly where to drill, and with the first analyze, they have the result. And if needed, they can abandon the site because there is nothing.
And maybe my last question here is, and you might not know, but what, between, say, 2 sensors or 2 drill holes, what has to be the spacing to have a continuous read?
It depends on the depth, but typically it's 150 meter because we have an opening of 60 degrees approximately.
Okay, yeah, my mind's blown that's even possible. Imagine that. We drill a hole and it gives you a 3D image. You know, I am a true believer that one of the next frontiers is undercover, and going undercover or going a lot deeper, this is going to be a real key tool for our industry. So look, congratulations for getting it to this stage, and I think it just shows that the type of people and the type of dedication from these even research organisations are putting to actually change our industry. Yeah, it's very humbling. So thanks. Next, I'll move over to Rahif. Are you able to share some about what you've built and put together?
At first, we know the minerals is very dangerous for the human, so we focus to combine AI and learning intelligence in the mining industry. At first, we started for a system, started with a drone with a camera slider. Then we have a spider, robots, and we have also 3D AR glasses. And you saw it before.
Yes.
It's very good technology, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let's talk about first the future of minerals now is so big, and we wanted to develop something in the technology with an AI engineering, which is my sister Shada. We started, let's say, algorithm, which is cloud point. After the drones come in the underground, we collect a data using a camera slider. We collect X and Y, and to make it a 3D model of the cave, or let's say the mine, we have to add a Z. So how we gonna come with Z?
Secret sauce.
It's algorithm, let's say mathematics.
Yes.
So within AI and all of this, we bring the 3D model of the mine, and we have it. We're gonna do a data process within AI algorithm, as I said. And after that, we're gonna have analysis for all the risk and all the dangerous, starting with gases like H2C or CO. And also, the other risk, like it's very a lot. I don't know when to start. Let's say we can know about a lot of risks before using an AI, let's just like that. So we care about the safety of the worker. So it's gonna, we work the accuracy, it's became 97%. So this is a good. And also, there are other parts. The worker is gonna use an AR glasses, which is show the pointed cloud, or let's say the database for the mine. So it's gonna be so comfortable to him to use. It's a very safety. He's gonna know what's the risk it's going to happen, or what he have to do, or what he have to be careful about, like that. And also, it's not just about the safety of the workers. It's more like we help the engineering to make up plans. So if you saw the big picture, it's have a lot of benefits, not just for just safety.
Yeah, I think digital twins and all those types of things, they're great teaching and learning. but then also hazard prevention. And I guess my question is, if there's a failure or something goes wrong in the mine, can you then send in the drone, do the mapping, take it out, and then the operator can actually step through and understand what's happening in there from that perspective also?
As a start, let me tell you something. Underground, they're not GPS. So when we talk about the shaft mines or that's deep underground, it's hard to get a data. So the idea of the drones is bring all the data we need to make a cloud point to make it to 3D model. So
Yeah, okay, fantastic. And is it a continuous, like every time there's a update to a shaft or something like that, would you then go send the drone down again and remap it?
exactly. When we talk about the drone, it's not take a lot of time. And why we use a drone? Because let's say, it's going to the places that the human can go. Even the smallest or the dangerous places. So that's the idea from it. And we can let it go like every day if you want, or like whatever you want, because it's just like 5 minutes. And it's depends on the shaft or let's say the mine.
Fantastic, yeah. I think that is, from a people and safety perspective, that's something we definitely need. It's, once again, very innovative. And that's the whole point of these programs, right? And it's amazing that the ministry and the kingdom are putting these events on and these programs on, because no one else is really doing this. So I think there's a real opportunity here for the kingdom to really be the epicenter of innovation for the industry. And I think, Your Excellency, my next question for you, what's next for the future minerals pioneers? Can the FMF partners help? How do they put this innovation actually into practice? Because it's one thing, bench scale and everything like that, but it's another thing putting it actually into the field. So, what's next, and how can these contestants and next contestants, how can the partners help them and work with them?
Yeah, thank you, Scott, for the question. And my mind is blown. Now we have a faster traditional data acquisition on the geophysicist. We have a processing of a recycle. We have the plant, but we have a recycling plant. I had learned cosmic radiation, which is a new thing for me, but never thought of. And a lawyer that talks more of artificial intelligence and mining than I know. So I never thought that this program or this championship will bring all this. His Excellency Bandar Khaif has always directed us that use cases is where entrepreneur is test and also value creation is. And therefore, the next step for your question is two. One, he has instructed us to help them, to help those ideas to be tested on the field, on the ground, in companies that are having a real operation and in real need for those technology, because this is the real test. If somebody wanna use them, wanna put money into them, then they are very successful. And I think all of those and the other ideas that are there deserve major investments. Saudi Arabia is the second largest in the emerging economies in terms of venture capital investments. Saudi Arabia is the Middle East capital, or the largest Middle East venture capital deployment and investments in this part of the world. So we are the capital of venture capital in the region. And the mining sector requires major investments, major contribution from young talent, from entrepreneur to bring the new mining, the new fast discovery of minerals. We cannot wait 10 years for the discovery and 5 years for developments, and also kills people. And we have one of the, because of the mobile equipment, we are one of the highest fatality industry in there. So we have to be safe, we have to recycle, and we have to discover faster. Therefore, I have been instructed this morning, one, we were with His Excellency in the CEO breakfast. We brought 28, I think, or 30 top CEOs in an early 7 a.m. breakfast to say what is next. And they have come, talked very highly about the technology, about enabling talents, about this industry that need to incubate talents and entrepreneurs and technology. And there is an excitement, not from only Saudi Arabian company to provide use cases, but also to use funding. The second thing is that, so we will work around. The second thing, His Excellency maybe will, if I may announce, Your Excellency, Bender, that to have this on an annual basis, to have it larger, to contribute, so our partners, country partners and business partners, and most of the mining businesses are here, you have seen them, and they're on the stage or on the booths, or will be helping us to have it a bigger, better, and a provision for successes. So we'll have bigger, larger awards, but more than awards, we'll have venture capital with us to invest, and a proven high, large company majors providing use cases to prove the concept and scale up and build the pilot, but beyond the pilot, scale it up into an investment. So thank you very much for all of this. And again, Jamil, Al-Ghamdi, Wissam, Zamil, and all the team, thank you very much for bringing us to this level of quality and this level of degree. Shukran.
Look, it's, as I said from the start, this is amazing that the Kingdom has put this on, and I can only see, 1,800 this year, next year, 3,000. Good luck to the people that have to process all the paperwork. But I think just to wrap everything up, so talking about there will be another one. Is this what you're saying next year? Yes? Yes? Cool. Fantastic.
Wissam will start tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic. No rest.
Partnerships are open right now.
Yes. And then lastly, just to wrap up, there are two groups that couldn't be here. So Neo Mining Technologies and OMQ. Sad they can't be here on the stage with us. But yes, now to wrap it all up, if you can give a round of applause to Your Excellency and the winners of the program. I think our industry has a very bright future. Thank you for all attending.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, what a fabulous way to wrap up the last panel of the FMF 2026, really looking at that future-focused approach to how we truly harness and drive forward this remarkable industry. So as we do come to the conclusion of the forum, it feels appropriate to end with reflection. Over the past 2 days, we've explored minerals from every angle, as a driver of development, a source of strategic competition, a test of governance, and a foundation for the technologies and economies of the future. We've talked about urgency, we've talked about scale, but also responsibility, trust, and long-term consequence. What's emerged is not a single answer, but it is a clear understanding of the choices now facing governments, industry, and society. Those choices are becoming more complex. Expectations are rising, timelines are tightening, and minerals, well, they're no longer operating quietly in the background. of the global economy. They are shaping the very debates around security, resilience, sustainability, and fairness, often simultaneously and mostly under intense scrutiny. Well, this final conversation gives us the opportunity to step back from the immediacy of policy announcement and market signals, and to consider those choices in a more holistic fashion, to reflect on what leadership looks like when priorities collide, when trade-offs are unavoidable, and when long-term vision must sit alongside practical delivery. It's a chance to talk not just about policy or strategy, but about direction, about how ambition is translated into outcomes. So I'm now delighted to invite His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Kharaif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Saudi Arabia, to the stage. Well, Excellency, I'm sure you'll agree it has been quite a 3 days, has it not?
I sure do, and I would like to start by thanking you for your great energy throughout this
You're most welcome.
couple of days, which I'm sure everybody here appreciates, so thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So as we close this 5th edition, what gives you the strongest confidence that the momentum that we've been seeing this week will actually translate into real progress over the coming year?
Well, I think I would like to talk about two things. One is the momentum itself, the value that we have been able to bring to this, not just the event, but the overall sector, the involving young generation to be part of this. I mean, just this session was talking about the capabilities of the youth, of how they can come up with ideas, and the importance of their engagement in the sector is key. So I think this is I would say, the soft power of the FMF. The other part is really the fundamental interest of governments, which we have seen in the MRT, is clear. I believe that today, the Future Mineral Forum, plus the MRT, have great reputation, credibility, and this will allow us all to do much more than just talk. I think we have been able, through this 5 years, as someone have put it yesterday, I think, to grow from a teenager to an adult with a lot of experience. And this experience definitely is a collective interest from all parties. And that, if we talk about the soft power, this is really the hardware of the forum. The organizers, our team is keen ensuring that there is momentum also throughout the year, which will make us comfortable. And I really applaud those who have started with us from day one and continued. They helped us to bring the level of trust in what we are doing, growing from 32 or 30-something countries to more than 100 is a very important milestone. And today I can say with all confidence that the Future Mineral Forum plus the Ministerial Roundtable, the MRT, do represent the global community of mining.
Well said. So as participants leave Riyadh, sadly, and return to their governments, their companies, their institutions, what would you say is the one mindset that you would like them to carry forward until the next time we meet in 2027?
Well, first, I would like them to spread the word that they have met the best minister of mining globally, the minister of Saudi Arabia. So I think this is... But jokes aside, I think to continue the momentum, to really take this energy back home, spread this energy, believe in what we are doing, be confident that there is a team behind them who will be very happy to turn their ideas, their dreams into reality. We have done this here in this country. When I started this job, and I talked about this yesterday in the dinner, I thought to myself, I come from the industrial side of the ministry, and that's what I know. So, and I have a lot to do from that angle. So the pressure that I had to also take on the agenda of mining was huge. But I thought to myself, I don't think there is much that we can do in a few years in mining, so let's focus on industry. But today, I'm happy to say that I was wrong, that we were able to do something in 5 years and to show the world that from scratch we have been able to build an industry that is I think was left out of many of the global initiatives, including technology. We have seen that technology is something being introduced newly, unfortunately, in mining, and that's why I'm a great believer that mining technology will be a key component of the growth and solving of problems. So this is my pledge to everyone who have been with us. Please rest assured that we will continue to work on the initiatives that we talked about, but most importantly, we need to be also creative. We need to have new ideas, and I can assure them that today we have great capabilities to turn these ideas into reality. The other thing we asked today, as His Excellency mentioned, when we had the breakfast with the private sector, we asked them that they need to have also an open-minded agenda, because I worked in corporates, and I know that a large corporation, it is very hard for it to open its doors to entrepreneurs and to people who will just test things. But it's key component if we are really looking for technology to be enhancing what we are doing. For governments, I was very, very pleased to see the governments, the representative of the different governments in our MRT with a different scope of discussion. In the first year, everybody had a text reading their message to us. This year, it's different. Everybody is genuinely interested in participating with ideas and initiatives that is not only related to their own country or jurisdiction, but to the global community of mining.
You're absolutely right. And, with that sort of exponential evolution that's happened in the last 5 years, I do want to ask you on a personal level, what has it meant to you to see the FMF community, or to use your words, the FMF family, grow and to have such an impact as it now does?
It gives me great pride. It's very personal to me when I think about it, honestly speaking. And when I called it a family, I meant it. Because everywhere I went, I can feel the pain of people. I can feel that everybody wants somebody to, ring the bell and move. And I'm happy that Saudi Arabia was the country to do so. And I'm also very proud that when doing so, we were very open and very clear that it has to be collectively. I remember the early days of talking to the founding partners, including Maaden, who is a great partner with us, and others, and other countries. And we told them clearly, and I remember this very well, we want you to be part of everything we do. This is not a Saudi thing. This is a global thing. We kept our commitment, so it gives me pride, and also it puts a lot of pressure on us. We have, I look at my home, my children, I have 5 kids, 4 girls and 1 boy, and I see that my job, like everybody here and the community we created, is really to make the life of our children much easier and to ensure that we build a better world for them.
And I must ask you on that note, I was not aware of your family situation. Would you want your children to go into this industry? Because we have had conversations in the last couple of days about how this is a traditional, classic sort of industry, and it may have trouble attracting the young folk of tomorrow. What would you say to that?
I think this is not only for mining, this is also for industry. It's a challenge, but the good news is we are moving towards adaptation of technology. A couple of years ago, I was in Santiago in Chile and visiting a headquarter of Anglo America in the middle of the town, and you can see engineers. You know, they remind me of my son when he's playing with his video games. They are running mines that are 800 or 1,000 kilometers away. This is the kind of technology that we are adopting. We see more and more mines using equipment and remote. So I'm confident that if we do the right job as a mining community, we will be able to attract the new generation. We'll be attracting young people to join the sector. We also need to show them how important mining is. It's just not it's not widely known how mining actually touch our life. And I think this is something we have talked about even today, and the need for us as a forum also to work on ensuring that the mindset of the young generation is geared to getting interested in mining. This is one way of attracting them. I mean, the Future Mineral Pioneer is one tool. We have so many other tools. 1 Mile by NIDLIB is a similar tool. We have in the Saudi Industrial Development, the Industrial and Mining Hackathon, which also bring young people to be more and more comfortable with the sector. From that angle, I think I'm quite confident. It will need a lot of work, or at least some work, but I think the people here today and the overall forum can achieve that.
I believe I might have time for one more question for you, I think. So I'm going to ask you. Obviously, in its 5th year, a lot has changed in that time. I'm just interested in what you can tell us about the fundamental shifts that have happened in the industry that you personally have seen. For example, what's being discussed now that simply wasn't 5 years ago?
I will give 2 examples how actually, at least from us, from our side here in Saudi, as a policymaker, as a ministry, what we have learned from participants, especially private sector, and we went back to the drawing board and changed. One is we heard international players saying, you know, your existing licensing process and the size of plots is not big enough for our interest, so you need to do something about it. We went back to the drawing board, we changed our regulation, we went to our center of government, and in a few months we were able to change it. The other example also is junior miners, and this was not a concept that we were adopting in Saudi Arabia, but all of the global players told us it would be very hard to come to Saudi at an early stage. We need somebody to be working before so we can come. And also we did that. We created a program incentive program. Last year was launched with a budget of almost $180 million, which kicked off this opportunity. So I think there is a lot. I'm just giving some examples, but there's a lot. If you just walk around, especially in the technology zone, you will find so many great ideas that can be incorporated. It is our responsibility now to guide the participants, understand how we can help each other. One of the things we talked about today with NIDLIB is that they have to accumulate all of the knowledge they have now gotten from the different activities that they did and make a short list of different technologies that are almost ready to be commercialized, and we will be happy to help through, as His Excellency Khalid mentioned, through the large companies, how we can give them access to test their technologies and so on. We can create a platform of service providers globally. Today, one of the challenges we face in this country actually is how can we bring service providers. A lot of people think it's just only bringing mining companies. Mining companies will need also so much offering of services. This is much needed. We can also look at how we can help other countries to adopt some regulations. And I think what is interesting, especially in this year, the presence of what we call customer or user countries, industrial countries, G20 countries, is key to also give more credibility to joint efforts like Saudi Arabia with any other country that can help build a project or invest in a project in Africa, for example. This is the kind of ideas I hope that we will be able to see coming. In addition to what we have been doing, standardization is key, the framework is key, the centers of excellence is key. We will continue to ensure that we build a robust system that allows the community of the Future Mineral Forum and the MRT to continue performing and adding value as throughout the year, inshallah.
Excellency, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. And thank you on behalf of everybody for all of the care and commitment that you bring to building this wonderful community. It's been a privilege to close this conversation with you. Please thank His Excellency, Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Kharaya.
Thank you, but I have something just to say. I need to close with also really appreciating the work that the team has been doing. I would love to take credit for the forum, but really the people who take credit is His Excellency Khalid Al-Mdaifer for his great work. His true belief that Saudi Arabia can lead was something honestly very important that brought us here. I would like also to thank our team in the ministry, especially Ali Al-Muteri and Abdullah Al-Ghamdi. Also Aldo from our team, who's orchestrating many of the content. This is just a small group of, I had, if I start putting the names, it will take a long time, but it took a lot of effort, and we have a very, very strong foundation to build on for the future. Thank you, Khalid, and thanks for the team. Thank you.
Well, as we draw the main programme to its conclusion, one thing is very clear. Minerals and the conversation surrounding them is certain to evolve at pace. So once it was seen as a technical or industrial issue, is now viewed for what it truly is, a defining factor in global development, economic resilience, and international cooperation. The decisions discussed here over the past 3 days will shape not just supply chains, but entire societies, and all of you are integral to that. So in just a few minutes, it will be time to kick off a celebration of partner appreciation right here on this stage with Danielle Deporto. But now, I invite you to turn your attention to the screen as we take a look back at the last 3 days here at the Future Minerals Forum 2026.
Welcome to the 5th Ministerial Roundtable at the Future Minerals Forum. Today, Riyadh hosts representatives from more than 100 governments, making the Ministerial Roundtable the largest gathering of mineral resources leaders in the world.
We are here today because we recognize that minerals are central to global development.
It has also become the premier space for government and industry dialogue on minerals.
None of this can be achieved without partnerships.
We can accelerate mineral supply, ensure benefits reach communities, while providing jobs for many young people.
Together as one global cause, we are laying the foundation for the mineral supply the world needs. Together, we can make this happen.
Its main messages are that you should treat others with respect, you should influence through empathy rather than force, and be genuinely interested in what others care about.
And that, therefore, we need to be thinking in the FMM about how we are all going to work together.
Ministerial Roundtable is where this cause comes to life, a global working platform where shared vision and responsibility becomes collective action.
This is not a forum about incremental change. It's about alignment between governments, industry, finance, technology, and society to shape a mineral sector that is fit for the future.
This year, we are happy to welcome an extended family members, bringing together stakeholders including governments, organizations, private sector, academia, and technology providers from around the world.
What is happening today will seriously impact demand, impact prices, and will impact how to attract capital.
This is a capital-intensive industry, and to be successful, you have to have long timelines. You have to have strong partnerships.
Incentive price to build new capital assets is very small, so there is no incentive to build new capacity because there is some capacity in the other place.
Mining is a key pillar for the economy of Saudi Arabia, for the diversification of this economy.
Investing, stockpiling, protecting our mining companies, and fixing our mining ecosystem because this industry is so important to our national development.
Now, where mining became interesting to the world is during the energy transition discussion a decade or so ago, where, hey, we're going to need this stuff.
Today, we do not simply recognize winners. We celebrate pioneers shaping what comes next. And the award goes to...
Our objective is to seek a better world where we can unleash the potential of our people, especially our young people.
Human element is actually extremely important. The talent that the industry needs to be able to unlock that potential and to leverage technology.
Technology can actually help you be more sustainable, can help your economics, and can help the overall supply for a world that needs a lot of everything.
It's very sure AI will reshape our industry for future.
I think today the main question that all of us have to answer is who do we want to open the door to?
Riyadh, welcoming the world, offering gateway to opportunities, collaboration, and enduring partnership, both in mining and beyond.
Because any industry, in order for them to stay competitive, they have to invest on innovations, and I think you cannot do it without the human capital.
Human rights, indigenous people's rights, biodiversity, whether they're managed properly, so that you have a more resilient supply chain.
Is to bridge between, is to form the bridge between the small scale and the large scale.
Why is transparency important? Because citizens and policymakers need to know who they're dealing with.
How important people are. But when we're making a long-term investment, people will change.
We should be starting with clarity, confidence, and pride in this industry.
Saudi Arabia is committed to working with partners to build a resilient, responsible, and future-ready mining ecosystem.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies and esteemed guests, as the sun sets on this 5th chapter of the Future Minerals Forum, we gather here for a moment of reflection and celebration. Over the past few days, Riyadh has been the epicenter of global dialogue, collaboration, and innovation. In the mining and minerals industry, together we have explored bold visions, groundbreaking strategies, and transformative partnerships that will shape the future of this sector. This journey would not have been possible without the collective wisdom and contributions of the global community present here today. Today we celebrate not only the milestones we have achieved, but also the networks we've established and the objectives we've set for the years ahead. Before we conclude, allow me to express our profound gratitude to the organizations whose endorsement has made this event possible. These institutions exemplify dedication, innovation, and a spirit of collaboration. Please join me in welcoming the Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, His Excellency, Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Kharaif, and Vice Minister for Mining Affairs, His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al Madeifer, onto the stage. It is my pleasure to honor our endorsing organizations now onto the stage. The Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, welcoming now the Ministry of Energy. Next, on the stage, we will welcome representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Bringing now to the stage the Ministry of Investment. Next up, we welcome the Public Investment Fund. Thank you very much. We now welcome our founding partners, beginning with Maaden. Next, we welcome Isnad. And next, we welcome to the stage Hadid. Welcoming Invest Saudi. Welcoming Saudi Aramco. And welcoming to the stage, Riyadh Bank. We now move to our strategic partners, whose support has been instrumental in advancing this forum's vision. First up to the stage, Ajlan Brothers Holding Group. Now welcoming Al Ayuni Investment and Contracting Co. And Amak Al-Masani Al-Khobra Mining Co., Amak. Next to the stage, the Arabian Geophysical and Surveying Company, Argas. Welcoming Manara Minerals Investment Company. Now the Modern Chemical and Services Company, MCS. Welcoming Maaden. Next to the stage, we welcome the National Committee for Cement Companies. And welcome to the stage, the National Industrial Development Center. Welcoming the Royal Commission of Jebel and Yanbu. And welcoming the Saudi Chemical Company Limited. Welcoming Saudi Exim, EXIM. Please welcome Saudi Gold Refinery. Welcoming the Saudi Industrial Development Fund. Next, we welcome Tasnia. Welcoming, next to the stage, Vale. And next to the stage, we'll welcome Zahid Group. For our next section, allow me to invite our platinum partners to be recognized. Abdelatif Jamil Machinery. Abdelhadi Al-Khitani and Sons Group Holding, Al-Khitani Holding. Al-Yamama. Al-Khorayef Mining Company. The Australian Laboratory Services, ALS. Basic Materials Treatment Factory Co.
Can you call them as groups to come up?
Sure. And CGI. CGI Holding. Gold and Minerals, LLC. Jack Rijik Al Rashid. JCHX Mining Management Company Limited. Metso Limited. Najid Gold Company. Nesma and Partners. Saudi Arabia Airways. Excuse me, Saudi Arabia Railways. Saudi Comidat Company. The Saudi Dolomite Company. Saudi Red Bricks Company. Solb Steel Company. The Boston Consulting Group International, BCG. The National Shipping Company of Saudi Arabia, Bahri. Traxys. Weir Minerals Processing Equipment and Services, LLC. And Worley. May I please invite all of the Platinum sponsors we've just named to come up onto the stage for a group photo. Next, we will recognize our Palladium partner and our Gold sponsors for their valued contribution. Our Palladium sponsor this year was Barrick Mining Company. And our Gold sponsors are Al Amri Labs Co., Al Nafi Steel, I will re-invite our Palladium sponsor, Barrick Mining Corporation, along with our gold sponsors. So our gold sponsors will begin with Al Amri Labs Co., Al Nafi Steel, BCM Group, and just a stage note, if everyone coming to the stage could please remain on the stage, we will get a group photo at the end. Thank you so much. So in addition to BCM Group, I'm next calling up DRA Global, and Gulf Elite, Hamid Aldris Industry and Mining, Hatch, Huawei, Larsen and Toubro Limited, NSG Geospatial Services, Rawafid Al Ula Mining, Royal Road Arabia, S&P Global, Saudi Lime, Saudi Polytechnic, Simco Geoscience Arabia Limited, United Cement Industrial Company. Just a reminder, if everyone could please stay on or near the stage, we will get a group photo as soon as all of our Palladium and Gold sponsors are announced. The United Cement Industrial Company, Uzbekistan Technological Metals Complex, TMK. And finally, Verify. Can everyone please return to the stage from our Palladium and Gold sponsors? We would love to get a family photo of you all together on stage with their excellencies. Just think of the LinkedIn opportunities. Please come to the stage, everyone. Please take your moment in the spotlight. Well deserved, well earned. Thank you once again to our Palladium and Gold sponsors of this year's FMF 2026. We will now honor our silver sponsors, and similarly, I ask that you please remain on or near the stage because we will also like to get a group photo of you after everyone has been announced. So welcoming our silver sponsors, we're beginning with the Advanced Mining Company, and also BMH Group, Fluor Transworld Services Inc., Nesh Mintech Arabia, Pilbara Minerals Limited, Proconnect, Saudi Discovery Co., Schlumberger, and SPX Flow. Now, if all our silver sponsors would please come to the stage for a group photo, we will be much appreciative, and you'll thank us later for the wonderful souvenir of a fantastic event. Thank you to the silver sponsors. We are pleased to now recognize our country pavilions. United Kingdom, UKTI. Sweden, Egypt, Brazil, Pakistan, the mineral marvel, Germany, France, Mauritania, Australia, Canada, Morocco, Austria, and Sudan. We welcome you all to the stage. Thank you very much to all the representatives of the country pavilions. You truly do help to make this the global event that it is. Our next category is our knowledge partners. We would very much like to welcome to the stage both McKinsey & Company and the Saudi gold refinery Future Mineral Generation. Thank you to our knowledge partners. Our next category, we would like to please welcome to the stage our supporting governmental entities. They are the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Media, the Presidency of State Security, Saudi Data and AI Authority, the General Authority of Civil Aviation, Zakat Tax and Customs Authority, Royal Commission for Riyadh City, Duriagate Development Authority, Saudi Red Crescent Authority, and the Heritage Commission. Thank you to our supporting governmental entities. We will now spotlight our in-kind sponsors and their contribution to this year's forum. Our medical partner is Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group. Our HTO partner is Bahrain. Our hospitality partners are Flowered, Andes, Archie, Finjan Al Arab, Hajin, Kinza, Levo, Musa and Palm, Kutna, and Jalthar. Our electric vehicle partner is Lucid Motors. Our logistics partner is Yellow. And our F&B partner is The Chefs. And now finally, please, if I could welcome all of our in-kind sponsors to the stage for a group photo. Our medical partner, our HTO partner, our hospitality partners, our electric vehicle partner, our logistics partner, and our F&B partner. Please come to the stage for your group photograph. Thank you very much to all of our partners who helped make this event the success that it was. Now, the Future Minerals Pioneers was launched in its first edition as a global platform, empowering innovators, shaping the future of mining. This initiative would not be possible without our valued partners. I would like to welcome to the stage Engineer Jamil Al-Hamdi, CEO of the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, to join the Minister and Vice Minister as we recognize FMP's valued partners. We now recognize FMP's valued partners. Our main partner, Maaden. Our sponsor partner, Asas. And our national competition main partner, Esnad. We also extend our appreciation to our esteemed partners in the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Assistant Minister for Planning and Development, His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Ali Al Mahri and his team. Welcoming the Deputyship of Human Capability Development, the Deputyship of Digital Transformation, Crisis and Emergency Management Center, Cyber Security, Technical Support, the National Center for Industrial and Mining Information, and the Partner Communication Center. Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Ali Al Ahmari and the team. Please be seated. And now, please welcome the Assistant Minister of Corporate Services, Mr. Ala bin Abdullah Al Fada, and his team. His team comprises procurement and contract, budget, financial affairs, recruitment and HR operations, talent development, corporate culture and human capital enablement, the Assistant Minister's Office, and finally, the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Human Resources Office. Thank you, Ala bin Abdullah Al Fada and team. Please be seated. And now I'd like to welcome the Deputy Minister for Supervising Mining Operations, Ahmed bin Mohammed Faki, and his team. Also welcoming the Deputy Minister for Mining Development, Turkey bin Abdurrahman Al Babtain, and his team. Next to the stage, we welcome the Deputy Minister for Mining Resources Management, Abdurrahman bin Khaled Al Balushi, and his team. As well as welcoming His Excellency's Deputy Office, Chief of Staff, Mohammed bin Salah Al Sharek, and his team. This looks like it's shaping up to be the biggest group photo yet. Once again, thank you so very much to these deputies and their teams. That's going to be a lot of names to tag when that goes online. Thank you very much. Next to the stage, I'm very pleased to welcome the General Manager of the Minister's Office, Khalid Mohammed Al Khalifi, and his team. If I may request that people on the stage getting a group photo allow the photographers to take their images first, and potentially we can do the selfies at a later stage off the stage. I think it's... Okay. No selfies at this time, please, everybody. We do have more names to call, more people to congratulate and thank. Let's follow the wonderful example set by the previous group and get organized on the steps facing the photographers for the group photo. No selfies at this time. We need to keep these wonderful professional photographers in business. Thank you very, very much to the deputies and their